I don't know how loud this music is, but it should get a little bit quieter once I actually get into the game. I just needed to be on this one so that I could get some sound balancing kind of sorted out. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and let's get this going just so I can make sure that the actual in-game sound is going to be okay, because that's going to be a problem since the menu music is always louder than the game in this one for some reason. Alright, yeah, I think it should be okay now. If there's any sort of sound issues, let me know and I'll try to fix it. It should be pretty easy for me to do from my side. Alright, so it's going to be a little bit of a packed day today. I'm going to try to go for 12 hours here, which is the longest stream that I've ever done. If I can hit that, that'll be awesome, but you know, obviously I'm going to, if I start to wear down around like the later hours of the day, I'll call it then, but the goal is to go until the new year. And to do that, we're going to go through a lot of Mega Man games. I've put the list in the description of this, but just to kind of go through it roughly before we get started, I'm going to try to go through Mega Man 1 through 8 of the classic series, and then if we have time at the end, I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through all of that. I'm also going to try to do Mega Man X and X4, since those are kind of my best ones of the X series that I can run through. Alright, I didn't want to say too terribly much. I'm trying to conserve a little bit here since I'm going to be talking very, very, very much throughout this, but we'll get started. I always start on Bomb Man for this game because just basically it gives you a better overall weakness kind of rotation. This game is probably my least favorite of the series, and you know, it's one of the very first games that they came out with, obviously. It's Mega Man 1, but it's very, very janky. It's an important game because it defined the rest of the series and allowed the rest of the series to happen, but this game is programmed on duct tape. I'll try to show off a few of the little quirks of the game as we go along through here, but I'll admit I'm not the best at doing all of the weird, crazy, silly things that this game is kind of known for. Case 1, Sniper Joes are really difficult to deal with in general, and also just bullet sponges. Those bullet bills have an explosion radius of way too far. They can also get into a really funny state where if they leave the screen at a certain spot, they can get stuck in the top corner, which is really amusing to see. I think the one place I can get that to happen the most frequently is in Fireman's stage. And right there is an example of one of the first big issues of this game. If I land on spikes at any time, I'm dead. Even if I have invulnerability frames, I just die instantly, which is not a good time. So on a lot of these jumps, well, that wasn't a good example of that, but on a lot of these jumps I'm going to be very careful, and unfortunately, Bomb Man's stage is the very first stage where this is the biggest problem. Also, I got this guy looped a little bit. He was wrapping into the screen and then constantly reloading. Okay, there we go. This game is just a giant mess, and it is hard to describe how difficult it is to control and handle sometimes. We're gonna actually go over here and borrow this Joe. He was so offended by us that he just left entirely. I'm just gonna go around you. He got a phantom hit on me. We might be okay here. If not, I got the extra life. Bomb Man's AI is set so that if you are close to him, he wants to jump away from you, and only once he's far enough away will he actually toss a bomb. So I'm trying to stay close to him so that he doesn't do that. Great start to the run. I'm glad I got that extra life now. That would have been unfortunate to start this on a game over. We'll be fine this time, though. And even if you do start getting bombs tossed at you, just kind of time your runs appropriately. See, how come you could have despawned the first time that we fought you? Alright, I'm gonna go into Gutsman's stage, but I'm just gonna jump off the cliff and just instantly reset. I don't want to get to the end of his stage and get a game over, so we're just going to ignore the first instance of Mets ever. Even if I didn't do this, I predict I would have died a lot of times on that particular section. I don't know if I'll get to show it off or not, but in this game, whenever you drop off of a platform that disappears, your inertia is just immediate. And also you kind of ice skate a little bit, which makes that last jump there really fun. The one unfortunate thing about taking the run this way is I don't actually have a useful weapon in my arsenal yet. And the weapons in this game are honestly really good. Some of them for more exploitation of game glitches reasons, but for the most part they've got a really nice loadout of all of the weapons that you can get here. I'm kind of like pre-jumping to try to... There we go. Those blader enemies are really, really tough to deal with. They kind of home in on your location really well, and it is not easy to get a good shot on them. Yeah, we're just gonna eat the shot from Big Eye. I can't remember what the exact damage value is, but it only takes 3 hits from a Big Eye for them to completely kill you. It's as cool as it sounds. If I don't jump whenever Gutsman does, I'll get caught in that stun animation. Which is really easy to do in this game because it happens so late. He's being a jerk to me today. There we go. That's what I needed. So now we have everything that we need to get through the game. And now we can go to Cutman. I don't actually need his weapon weakness, which is what we just got, but it's just easier to start there and get the Guts arm before we get to Electman's stage. Because as much as people will hail this series, myself included, it does some bullshit to you if you don't know that it's coming up. Thought I could jump that. I think this might be the first stage that I can show off some of the ladder shenanigans as well. I don't remember what these guys are called, but they just look like giant suction cups to me. Well, that one-up just magnetized to me. Okay, all of the power-ups are just zooping away from me. That energy thing just went by. What in the world is going on? Alright. This stage can be kind of annoying to get through here, so I'm just gonna skip all of that. Now, unfortunately, I can't do that in this portion because I can't get over to the ladder far enough from the screen scroll. And there goes half my health. I will at least show off the super arm since we've got the weakness here anyways, but... And it will make a quick work of Cutman. He's very, very weak to it, but I'll probably still have to use the Buster at the end. Well, I missed. Yeah, and like I thought, I would need to use the Buster at the end anyways. There we go. Not quite 1 HP in a dream. We'll get there before the end of the day. And now we get our first actually pretty useful weapon of the run, which is the Cutman blades. And they immediately get used here because just fuck doing these jumps while having those guys sweeping at you. This is a pretty popular term that I use to describe these kind of jumps, the Electman kind of jumps, but they're essentially ones where you have to be positioned in such a way that you are jumping out of the platform in order to make the jump. They are very annoying to make, and this level has a few sections of those. If I don't shoot those guys, they will fire laser beams at me and knock me all the way back down, which is fun. That was just me missing the jump. And now we get to do that all again. Elecman does have the best stage music though, so at least we got that going for us. Alright, and here's what we needed the guts arm for. Nope, never mind, I lied. It's gonna be one section over from here. I forgot we hadn't gone through this yet. If this section looks familiar, just kind of remember it for later. We're gonna be seeing it again. Okay, you cheated a little bit, buddy. You spawned right inside the ladder. Those jumps are a lot more annoying than they appear. I can promise you that. Here we are. So this item right here is necessary to beat the game, and you won't know that until you make it to the first Wily stage and get stuck and wonder why. And now that we have it, I can try to show off some weird zips and stuff like that, but I'll admit I've never once actually tried to get the zips to work in this game. Fun little glitch with that particular ladder. If you jump and hit the grab at the very top of the ladder, you basically just insta-zip up to the top. And now we actually get to use our magnet right there. I'll use it throughout this stage, honestly. Remember that section from earlier? They recycled it. Uh-oh. So in the later games, they made it so that whenever you go through the boss gates, you've basically got a free run up to the boss, but in this game, they're like, nah, let's see if we can chip off a little bit more health and just get you nice and frustrated before you get up to the boss. I thought I could just keep holding up like in some of the later games. My health is kind of low, so I think I'll try to see if I can do the pause trick on Elecman here. So this game has two separate types of pauses. The first one is... whoops, it's not that one. There we are. Had to find the key for it. So what happened there is this game, whenever you do the... it's like the actual game pause, it will not stop the timer on the invulnerability frames, which means that I can put a projectile into an enemy and then pause the game and wait for that invulnerability frame window to leave, and then they just die. Alright, next up is Iceman. Doing his little fist bump of joy. I don't know if it happens in this particular game, but you can, in the original game, jump up here and just keep, like, spinning left and right, and the game freaks out so badly that you can very well just skip straight to the credits whenever you do that. I had a mind to start off the marathon in this level and just see if I could get that to happen. I decided against it, but it was in my mind to do. Also, it's this one right here where that happens. You get all sorts of weird little interactions. You can even just crash the game outright. I'm just gonna do the puzzle. I don't want to waste my magnet beams here necessarily. Okay, I see the path now. Whoops. Just had my timing off. The first instance of Yoku blocks. That first one is the easy one. Here's the place I'll start using Magnet Beam, though. Those platforms are so broken that I would rather just do it this way and completely outright skip hopping on them at all, because they are just programmatic nightmares. And it is worth me risking my life over this pit to just skip them like that than it is to actually go through and get them. Like, to try to jump on them. It's a term really often used in Sonic, but I think it does apply to this as well. But I think there's something about, like, your ability to kind of sink into the sub-pixels of them, since they're a moving platform that is also an enemy. And sometimes whenever you jump on them, you'll just sink into their hitbox, and you'll take a hit, which is never fun. Well, I was a little bit worried going into this fight, but not anymore. Yep, they're called Yoku blocks. Y-O-K-U. Well, I got 2 on them. There we go. Alright, and then the last robot master of this game is Fireman. I think I can do the magnet beam zipping here, and I'll try to do it, but no promises. All of these ladders are perfectly placed for me to just hop up them, which is nice. Yeah, a big reason that I don't do these jumps, though, is I don't know where in the world... Here's a place where I can zip on them, but gosh, this is dangerous. Alright, I'll give it a shot here. I don't think that's going to be you have to set these up in such a way that you essentially clip up into the ceiling, and then whenever that happens, you'll zip over. And understandably so, since I don't play or practice this game, I don't know how to do that. Not safely, anyways. And once again, our bullet bills return. I'll try to do it in the hallway here, since this should be a safe place to try. I think that one was probably like the second best one, but... Alright, well, gave it a good old try. And the Ice Slasher is an instance of a weapon that doesn't necessarily damage enemies, but it's still really good for the fact that it freezes them. There we go. And that is the second time in a row that I've fought a boss and had that happen, huh? I think that's the most times I've ever had that happen in this game. I was at low health, so I knew that if he hit me, he was going to obliterate me, and that is why. We'll try to fight him without the pausing, though. He's not too bad with his normal pattern, it's just he fires a lot. True to his name as Fireman. This game was really not generous about enemy projectiles persisting afterwards. As you saw in both of those fights where it happened, like, they fire projectiles, I kill them, and then because the game freezes my inputs, I can't get out of the way of their impending attack, and then I die because I just can't avoid it. Alright, a little bit of a volume warning here. It's not quite as bad as what Mega Man 2 will be, but we're about to get our ears blasted. Lovely noise. So here's why I think that Iceman's weapon is considered useful, whereas in other games I don't find the weapons that freeze enemies to be as useful. Because in this section, killing those big eyes takes a lot of shots. And since they can do so much of your health from just one bump against you, I personally just find it a lot easier to deal with. The Elect Beam actually doubles as sort of a secondary Gutsman arm, because it can also destroy those blocks. 9 times out of 10, whenever you're going through those blocks, you want them to be destroyed, so... You know, it kind of works out that way, that you can just equip the Elect Beam and go. We'll just go this way. I'd rather get through here than have to navigate through all those guys to get the health. And there's a death. Do you see the bullet bill in the corner? He got himself stuck. I'll see if I can get one of these guys stuck up here and just trivialize this section. Well, I don't know where he went, but he's gone now. once again. Just not messing with these guys, or am going to mess with these guys and get killed. This game is wonderful. I can't wait to get to Mega Man 2. And honestly, I can't wait to get to Mega Man 3, because I like Mega Man 2, but it's also kind of not exactly the best programmed game. I was being extra safe there just to really make sure I didn't die on that spot again. Hopefully I have enough magnets to finish this off. There we go, we're good. Oh, okay. Here's where the pause trick is, like, I don't want to say mandatory, but if you don't use the pause trick here, you're just setting yourself up for a really rough time. One more. There we go. Actually almost did that rotation perfect the first time. It's especially difficult in this game because you don't have the slide just yet, so you're not able to easily slide under the not quite floor ones. I'm gonna do myself a favor here and just do that. The bladers just zooped down after me. I'd rather take the game over now than to get, you know, like 3/4 of the way through this level, hit the checkpoint, and then have to do it. It is kind of terrible, though. We lose our score and we get our ammo refilled. It's awful. So I learned recently in the Wily Wars version of this game, they removed Cutman's weakness to the Mega Buster. So you get to this fight, and you actually have to do a lot more damage to him because he only takes one pellet from the Buster, which, since his Guts Arm weakness literally doesn't exist in that room, is kind of bullshit. I didn't use any weapons, of course. Elecman's not too bad on solid ground. Try to just run straight through. I think my timing was a bit off on it, though. This fun little room right here. There we go. We got him. I'll just skip you guys. And what is unfortunate is I took a lot of damage through there, and I'm pretty sure the boss room is coming up very soon. Whew. You could have given me a life up there. Alright, so he is going to copy whatever weapon I am using, which is good and bad. I think I'm just going to soak this one as a loss, though. Yeah. I didn't feel like doing him at that low health. Greatest checkpoint ever, starts you out literally having to jump over an enemy. That's awesome. Alright. So I believe that the proper way to deal with this guy is to go fire. Because fire has a bit of an aura around it, so you can jump, hit him with it, and then he'll get knocked back so that you can kind of just not have to aim your shots as precisely. He also gets the aura, but he's programmed to jump every time I hit the fire button. Unless he's firing himself. Okay, I'm honestly through some of the scarier parts of this game. Like, those were the two that I was super afraid of. It's not gonna get much easier through here, but I'm at least past the parts of the game that I'm, like, overly intimidated by. Well, I pixeled that just perfectly. The trick here is to just keep a barrage of bullets going. Don't quite fire them as fast as you can. Try to space them out just enough so that you can hit the penguins whenever they pop up. With the bullet bills, you do need to kind of slow down because they will explode you. I didn't remember that those guys were in here. And then we're right at the boss. So, these guys are weak to the Guts Arm, but you don't want to use the Guts Arm right away on these first ones, because there's a couple that come out. I think I'm safe to start using them now. Yep, there we go. I also got a free Guts grab on that. I grabbed the top block, but it didn't actually take the block away. So I had a second shot there if I needed it. What a lovely trick, putting those guys at a place where you can jump up, and they wait just long enough to start scrolling onto the screen that you won't think to actually do it before they're just there. Come on. Alright. Don't know how useful that's going to be because we're going through a bit of a gauntlet right now. We'll see probably our first and only instance of this power-up throughout the series, but it does show up a bit later as well. We'll be getting ourselves the, well, unless I mess up the jump. I think it's called like the Yashichi or something like that. Or I can just get a game over here. I'm gonna do that. Alright, we'll wait for these guys to show up because... just fuck them. I feel like this game isn't exactly a bad game. Like, there's a good game underneath all of the kind of clunk in this game, and yeah, again, I don't really blame the developers because this was their literal first time making a game like this, and it was one of the very first of its kind to really have this sort of choose-your-own-adventure style of upgrade system like this. It was this and Metroid, really, at the beginning. And it's the same deal with that game as well. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to play Metroid 1, like the very first NES one. But it serves its purpose. Alright, we're just gonna go over here. Grab that. And we'll grab this while we're at it. And for the boss rush on here, they made it to where you do not get health whenever you recover from each of the bosses. So you have to go through and do these all in basically one go. Or do what we're gonna do, and if this game's gonna be unfair, I'm gonna be unfair. Because I think you have to go through like 4 of these before you even get the checkpoint, and they ended off on Gutsman, who, as we've kind of just established earlier, he can just throw a rock at you, and now you have kind of a little bit more room in a way to kind of deal with him, but at the same time, if he stuns you once, it's just over. So we do technically have a checkpoint now, and I'm probably just going to take the death here since I've got the extra life. Buster only no-hit run of Wily. Let's go. And it's over. Alright, so one thing that did happen here is he has no invulnerability frames on his turret right now, so what I can do is use the fire shield and turn his health bar into ribbons. Alright, technically his weakness here is Cut Man. We'll get it next time. I think I'm just gonna stick to the fire shield, honestly, because I was having trouble with the cut blade there. I feel like it just makes more sense to just tank it down rather than trying to avoid his weird little projectile spinnies. This is working out a lot better. And there we go, first game down. Took myself a little bit of a water break there. So what I'm going to basically do is during each of these credit sections, I'm probably going to just stand up a little bit and just kind of stretch out and stuff because I'm going to be going at this for a while, so... Usually at this point in a run is where I'm talking about how much I enjoy the games. And, you know, giving like a little mini review of them, but... I think I've talked about this one in particular enough, and, you know, this isn't the first time that I've done a Mega Marathon, so I'm just gonna stand up for a second and stretch out while this is running through. I'll be back in just a sec. Alright, I'm back. That's one down and like, I think like 9 to go at this point. I think I set up 10 total. Alright, so let's quit. And we'll move right on to Mega Man 2. Also, in case it wasn't obvious, I'm running these from the Mega Man Legacy Collection. They play the games really well, and on top of that, it's just easier to kind of bounce between them. It's just the easiest way for me to do this. Whoops, I tried to hit start to clear out that annoying rewind thing, and it just put me here instead. I would have let the intro play out. I'm going to actually just, let's see, can we reset game? Yeah, there we go. Oh, come on. Is there no way to get rid of the start at the bottom? Guess not. I'll let the intro play out, though. So we defeated Wily once, and, you know, we were like, okay. We're going to give him a second chance, basically. And then he goes and makes his own robots. This is actually the first game where he is starting the Dr. Wily number series. The first ones were the Dr. Light number, and these are the Dr. Wily numbers. So one thing I can say before we even start this game is this was around the time that, I don't know if this was just like a super common trope back then, but apparently there was a thing going around about how we needed these games to be easier for us here in the States. So the normal difficulty is essentially America mode for this game. And difficult is closer to what Japan's normal run of this game is. Although even with that, the default setting on this game is different from Rockman 2. I think it's just mostly enemy placements and stuff. I know it was definitely the case for games like, there was a Castlevania game that was, like Castlevania USA, and then there's also Final Fantasy USA, which was also known as Mystic Quest. A game that I adore, but it is definitely an easy game. Like, to the point that you don't really even make any actual equipment decisions and stuff. The equipment just kind of happens for you besides the weapons. I've thought about doing a stream of that game, but the problem is there's just so many times in that game that you're just hitting the attack button. Can't remember. Okay, I think I picked the right one. Yeah, there we go. Now I want to get this one. See if I can ace these jumps. Nice. Have you. I want to mess that up a little bit. Can you come over this way, sir? Also, I don't know if you can tell this or not, but this floor is a little bit slidey, so I'm trying to jump before I do any sort of stops. I think I should be fine on this. I might not be fine on this. Flashman's a very huggy robot master. Ah, I missed it by one shot. We'll get him this time. Well, the 2 through 5 thing was... I don't remember what the exact reasoning behind that one is, but... that's a little bit different than... this game is too difficult, let's dumb it down. You know what I just realized? Why am I doing Flashman first? That's why this guy's a little bit harder than usual. I don't know why I started with Flashman. I'm supposed to start with Metal Man. Get the strongest weapon in the game first. But we do get a message from Dr. Light, though. So before we got Rush, we got these wonderful item 1, 2, and 3. We won't really be using many of these throughout here, but we'll see some of them later. I can technically use item 3 in a couple of places to skip some things and speed up certain sections, but again, it's really not useful until later. Thought I got it right there. Apparently not. So the reason I don't jump through those chains right there is because in this game, those chains are a hitbox. A little tip for navigating through this if you're new to it. If you just kind of like inch your way across, they will never actually spawn directly underneath you. So if you just kind of inch your way through, like they will appear right in front of you, but you can make it through there a lot easier if you just kind of inch your way through whenever those drills start popping up. We're gonna race this metal cog guy. We beat the first one. I've never actually beaten the second one, I don't think. The most difficult to avoid enemies in the game because whenever you fire at them, they lose their body, and then I don't know how how easy it is to tell where to aim at them or not, but it is not fun. Well, he was supposed to despawn himself, but he did not. What do my lives look like? Am I still good? Okay, yeah. Because I'm definitely going to die to Metal Man at this health, unless I play him super safe. Nope, I'm dead. So Metal Man's AI, he is going to turn the conveyors back and forth as we go through. He stands on the floor and doesn't really do much if you just don't fire at him. He will occasionally throw blades at you. If you get close, he'll jump to the other side. If I get low this time, I'm going to use an E-Tank, though. There we go. Whew. I think one more hit, he would have actually killed me there. I was practicing some of the later games in the series here, and didn't think to make sure that I could still go through Mega Man 1 and 2 that easily. Alright, with the metal blades, we actually open ourselves up a lot, so... I already killed Flashman. I think that's one that I always go for initially. Don't quite want to do Quick Man just yet, because fuck him. Let's go Woodman. Look at that lad. Just a giant hunk of wood. Dr. Wily wanted to see if he could, but he didn't stop to see if he should. I tried to get a little zip there. Once I get item 1, it's actually a lot easier to do zips in this game. This stage in particular actually has a lot of zip potential, and like the later half of it, whenever you do the speedrun zipping, you essentially do it in such a way that you can't tell where you're going. Also, I'm going to start using the metal blades because they are the best weapon in the game. You can fire them in 8 directions. Technically speaking, I can have infinite ammo with them if I pause and re-equip the weapon after 2 shots. I actually kind of want to let one of these guys drop so I can try to farm the little birdies a little bit. Please give me a health drop. Well, it did, but the game ate it because I didn't, It's really weird about how power-ups interact right now. I think if you're already actively receiving one power-up, the next one just doesn't fire off. We're gonna go ahead and use one of those E-Tanks. Remember how Mega Man 1 is programmed on papier-mâché? Mega Man 2 wasn't programmed much better. Although, this game was a lot more of a passion project, kind of similar to Silent Hill 2, I believe. They pretty much made Mega Man 1 and were like, okay, yeah, we're good, but then a group of people who were at the company just really got together and put this game together. I believe that's the correct story. I just remember hearing that Mega Man 2 was like a passion project, basically. Ah, that sucks. Does it count, though, is the question. Oh my god, I think it counted. I don't think I can get much closer than being actually dead as I kill them. Let's see what happens whenever I stage select. I think I'm gonna reset my lives and just get a game over here. I love that that counted. Usually in those situations, the house always wins. I think Mega Man started out with like the toss animation too, of the metal blade. Here's one of the classic Mega Man themes that we hear throughout the series as well. They use this one quite a lot, and I don't blame them, it's a good one. It sounds a little bit rough here in its initial run because like I feel like they got the instrumentation a little bit loud, high-pitched. So I'm going to try to keep this one frog kind of going with me as we go. Those giant frogs are programmed not to release more frogs as long as there is a frog on the screen. So if I keep one on the screen, I can kind of safely go forward without them puking frogs on me, which is nice. Alright, if the bitrate got a little bit wonky there, it should be freeing up and fixing up now. Alright, I forgot how deadly those fish are if you bump into them. And there's Metroids. If you don't know how to handle Mega Man water physics, this level will teach you. You learn how to control your jumps very finely throughout this stage, or you suffer. I want to just do a little bit of froggy farm here. I'm trying to see if they'll give me life. I'd like a little bit more. That's a little bit more. Alright, so for this section, just don't stop running. Don't worry about the crabs falling, and just run. That section gets a lot easier whenever you ignore the crab. I forgot to mention it in Woodman's stage, but that's also the first instance that we see of the Batom-Toms. The little bat enemies that hang up on the ceiling. We're gonna see a lot of those throughout the series. I'd go as far as to say as they're almost as iconic as the Mets. So a big problem with this game is the Metal Blade is honestly too good. Technically speaking, if I would have done Metal Man first, I could have destroyed the hell out of Flash Man as well with it. It's just such a good weapon. And like, all the other weapons aren't bad, they're just not Metal Blade. Just get rid of him. Not so lucky on that one. Remember the Yoku blocks from Iceman's stage? Not too bad yet. They will get bad, though. Just a little bit of concentration to deal with those, not a big deal. I don't have item 2 yet. This is going to be fun. Alright, well, here's gonna be the first roadblock of the game. Can I just not do that one? Nope. So normally what I would do is use item 2 to get through this. For obvious reasons. I don't know if it's like just the timing on these got really messed up or something, but they don't seem like they are in sync with each other. How many lives do I have? Shit. Of course I have too many to just decide to dump and leave. I think I'm just gonna do that anyways. I would rather just get the game over on this stage and just go and get item 2 than to deal with that awful block pattern. In these early games, they like really didn't handle the Yoku block stuff very well at all because they always put them over these perilous platforms. They always made it to where you can't see the whole pattern. Which, I mean, later games kind of do some stuff like that as well that gets equally annoying, but this is probably the absolute worst stage for it. As I said, I would rather just say fuck it and go to a different stage than to deal with that right now. We'll go kill Airman. I'm a big fan of him, and he's a big fan. Oh, that's cool to know. Whenever I do a continue from a game over, it takes away all of my energy tanks. I remember the first time that I ever saw these guys was actually this game being debuted in The Wizard, which is an old, like... It was a movie that was actually made to promote Mario 3. It's a decent little movie. Like, I don't know if it holds up today or not. I haven't seen it in ages, but it is about... I think it's like an autistic child, or at the very least, he's definitely got some sort of issues, but is really, really good at video games, and basically his family wants him to go and get back into care. He kind of like escaped from like a child care facility place, but his brother tries to help him get to California, which is where like one of the little memes from the movie comes from, because the kid loves to say California. It features a lot of Nintendo games in it, and not always necessarily with the correct information from them either, but I think it's a pretty fun movie, or at least it was whenever I remember watching it. It stars, I think the biggest actor from it was Fred Savage back in the day. Can I get you to just make yourself away? Yep, there we go. Oh man. Well, hopefully I don't have to game over again anytime soon, because that was a really nice drop. So I won't be using the leaf shield a whole lot during this run, but it is one of the, like, almost best versions of a shield weapon that we'll see in the series, for the sheer fact that you can fire it. I haven't been showing off a lot of the weapons in this one. Part of the reason for that is, again, the metal blades are just basically better than any of these. Alright, and this should be item 2. Alright, now we can do the salty run back at Heat Man. Yeah, I'll show off some of these weapons. So Bubble Man's weapon, as very clearly demonstrated there, doesn't even really hurt these guys. The problem with the wood shield is you can't really move whenever you have it, because whenever you summon it out, at that moment, the next directional input that you hit is going to fire the shield. It is a powerful shield, though. It'll one-shot weak enemies, and that's always great. But it's a shield weapon that you can't walk around with, so it's really hard to get yourself to a position where it's actually a useful shield. I think the bubble lead actually, yeah, it does damage the floor enemies, which is nice. And then I'll show off item 3 here, because just fuck all of these Yoku block sections now. It makes a little spider crawly guy that'll go up the ceiling. This one right here is a particularly evil one, because if you miss that jump, you get clipped off and you fall. Same with this one, actually. Alright, and here's the best way to deal with this Yoku block section. To not. I will also show off the air shooter here because this is one of the rare places that it's useful for. Getting rid of the giant ride armors. Those guys take a lot of damage. They did get the Sniper Joes a bit better though. The Sniper Joes now actually keep their shields like held back a little bit longer while they're firing, and they fire in a much more consistent and slow pattern. Heatman is going to do his little fireball tackle towards you. You hit him, he'll stay invulnerable for some amount of frames. It's like anywhere between like 1 to 4 seconds or something like that. He can wait you out pretty long just sitting there invulnerable, and then he'll tackle at you. His fire tackle actually does quite a bit of damage too. Unfortunately, atomic fire is basically a worthless weapon just because of how this game handles sound. We also get item 1, which would allow us to do some clips that I have no idea how to easily use in levels. Once again, I'll try to do the same thing that I did with Magnet Beam, where I'll try to get the clip to work, and I think I actually can in this one. I just don't know the best places to use any of this stuff. And we'll go ahead and go for Quick Man. Get him out of the way. Probably a bad idea. The stage starts off so innocently, and then it just throws you straight into the drink right here. I hit left a little bit too soon there. Luckily they gave me a life at the start of this level. Oh man. Okay, kitty, don't go in front of the screen for a little bit, okay? Can you do that for me? And you go straight in front of the screen? Okay, we're alive. Alright, that was the easy one. That energy is a trap. And we're through. I'll actually fight this one. Unfairly, but I will fight him. Alright, so technically I could have used the flash stopper to have made it through that section a lot easier. What I'm actually going to do is, before I use that, I'm going to see if I can buster this guy down well enough. Alright. And there we go. I forgot that Quickman's actually a little bit more susceptible to the Buster than some of the other enemies are. You know, the reason that I chose to do his stage is because he has plenty of ceilings to zip from, and then I just didn't do the zips. Whoops. And Crashman's stage isn't exactly a great place to do zips either. I can try to do one up here, I think. Yeah, right here we go. So all I should have to do is just... Well, I thought that would work. Alright. Well, I tried. I thought it was a matter of just getting the item 1 to push you up into a wall, but I guess there's more to it than that. Although technically with item 1 I could just do this. You know, sometime I've meant to try to, like, find just these full levels kind of laid out. I really wonder how Crashman's in particular looks as just like a full map, because it's just a big tower climb and a couple of right-hand sections. Best of luck to anybody who tries to do that tower climb without the metal blade. Or without using some sort of weapon anyway. If you have the wood shield, it's also pretty easy. Alright, and here comes Crashman. I just wanted to dance with him a little bit. He will walk back and forth, and then eventually he'll fire a crash bomb at you. He's a very reactive boss. If you fire at him, that's whenever he'll jump and shoot at you. I have a little kitty up here. She wanted my attention. Oh god, I forgot I went straight into this. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Turn your volume down. I completely forgot that it just goes straight into the Wily stages. I wanted to give a warning before that. One of the worst sounds that they've ever put out in one of these games. I'm sorry, I've failed. It's such a bad sound. And then they immediately lead into one of the most iconic songs from Mega Man ever. Whenever people say that they know Mega Man music, this is the song that they'll probably talk about first. There's one of those Electman jumps I was talking about earlier. See, I much prefer the later Mega Man games because I can fight these guys and slide under their bullets and stuff like that. Or at least, like, in Mega Man 3, the Sniper Joes from that are called Hammer Joes, and you can slide under their projectiles. Not so lucky in this one. So kind of similar to Mega Man 1. This game has sort of a do you know about your items check, and that's what the item 1, 2, and 3 are for in this one. They take you up this huge tower climb, and they basically say, can you use item 1? Here's the quick boomerang. It's only really useful on this boss. There we go. That's the scary part of this. That's the Mecha Dragon. So I'm a little bit careful whenever he gets that close to me because he can just one-shot me by touching me. Also, I think he fired off like 15 million fireballs in just a second there, which luckily invincibility frame saves me from taking like 30,000 fuctillion damage. Here's kind of the item 2 check. Uh-oh, I'm dead. I wanted to save the energy, but nope. Denied. You'd think I would have remembered that, but I didn't. The good news is, we've used some of our item 2. I kind of wish I could have gone the top route because that would have let me show off a fun little trick with those crash blocks up there. I really don't want to use my crash bombs right now. here's a better example of what I was saying earlier. If you just kind of like inch your way through here, they'll never spawn directly on top of you. More item checking here. Just kind of have to thread the needle there. Alright, each of these takes 3 to take out. There we go. Once again, yeah, it's not worth spending the crash bombs. These right here are traps. There is one part of Mega Man 2 that intimidates me, and it is one of the upcoming bosses. Giant fish. Here's a fun section. So they will reuse that exact sort of trap setup, just with like some very small modifications as we go through that series. But it is almost always going to be the very same kind of layout. I actually don't remember which boss this is. Oh, okay, it's this guy. The Guts tank. And that was the Guts tank. Okay, that wasn't the boss I was afraid of. I think it's this one coming up. Whenever I've done previous Mega Marathons, this was the boss that caused me to go from a pretty decent time on this one to a very, very painful time. There are invisible blocks on this section, so there we go. And I just fell through all of them. There is kind of an easy way to kind of cheese this a little bit. But I'm going to try to not have to deal with it. On this next section, I definitely will. So one of the things that the lead bubble does is it has tracking on platforms and stuff, so you can use that to kind of determine where they're at. Alright, the best way to kind of handle this is, rather than try to jump over the platform, is to just place an item 1 and just use it like that, and grab it from below. Here's where our debut of wood comes in. Have ourselves a nice lazy stroll. This one is the tricky one. So once again, I can't hit any directional buttons. I can, however, hit the jump button. Now, one thing that I can do here to speed this part up is to just take that hit, because we no longer have spikes being the most horrifying thing in existence whenever we land on them, as long as we're in damage frames. And then we just won't deal with the platform. It's done its job. Finally, they give me room to jump here. Alright, so this part sucks. Just straight up. If I mess this up, I'm gonna spend a lot of time in this room. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab you since you're right there. Oh well, at least I needed to do that one anyways. I actually can't remember if I can place a crash bomb. No. I'm just gonna play this a little bit safe. Cat Madison, now is not the time, please. I love you. Here, let's play Not on the Table today. Alright, should be good. Because I can drop down here, and there we go. They give you just enough crash bombs to kind of do this as long as you're smart about them. There are ways to make it easier. I just missed a couple of those shots, but it is a nightmare of a boss. Because if you miss one of those shots, you basically have to die. And then none of the enemies really give that good of a ammo refill either. So it is just a bad time, and it has cost me like a lot of time on one of my good runs on here before. You kind of see, like, the timing of it a little bit with him here. Sometimes I can make it all the way across the screen, and then other times I can barely get away from him before he's charging towards me. And thankfully it doesn't matter as much how much damage I take on these guys, because now I get health refills after killing each of them. Here, I'll show off Heat Man's weapon here. This is the one enemy that this does decent damage on. And look how much of my ammo is spent for it, just for doing like 2 charge shots and like 1 small shot. It's such a bad weapon. Metal Blade isn't, though. We'll just do it at the front half this time. And Quickman is one of the few robot masters that actually cannot be damaged by the metal blades either. Poor Crashman is just programmed to jump straight into the thing that's gonna murder him. Metal blades, though. This is why they're such a powerful thing. His actual weakness is the quick boomerang, but he is so weak to his own weapon that he dies in 2 hits on difficult mode. I do want that health power up. There we go. Also, sorry for the flashing screen. Not much I can do about that, besides just kill him quicker. And now we have everything that we need to finish off this game. I do kind of wonder that, yeah, as well. Alright, so this guy I actually can't hit with any weapon but the bubble lead. I'm going to show off one thing really quickly just because I think it's a fun little thing here. So he has 1 pip of health missing right now. I don't know how easy it is to tell. If you hit him with any other weapon, if you take a look now, he is back at full. He just recharges all the way up to full if you hit him with anything but the bubble lead. Also, Wily is an alien. Kind of left that little detail out. He's always aiming where you're kind of at in the moment, so if you're constantly moving, then he will never really be able to hit you as long as you're reasonably jumping. Alright, 2 down. I'm going to take another quick step away while the credits are playing on this one, and I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm back. Just in time, too. My kitty was wanting to show me something, and the something she wanted to show me was that her food bowl is empty. Alright, that's 2 down. I'm looking at my stream recording time. I'm actually going a little bit faster than an hour per game at this point, so that'll buy me a lot of time whenever I get to the later games that are a little bit longer. So Mega Man 3 is one of the first ones that gets into the territory of games that I genuinely fully enjoy. Mega Man 1 is just a really rough game just because it was the first of its kind. Mega Man 2 still has some slippery physics. Mega Man 3 right here is where they kind of started to get their stride down a lot. Hopefully it wasn't too bad for you to wake up or anything like that. like 3 hours behind, so that's a little bit earlier for you. Alright, well I've got like 7 minutes up on my timer here, so I'm gonna try to just keep going with this and keep the momentum going. Alright, whenever I select Top Man here, I want you to look at how far they space apart his name in the introduction. I think the reason that it's like that is because they have like 2 separate sections for like the first and last half of their names. And I think his is just because it's a 3-letter word, it just kind of cuts off at a really awkward point. So I haven't talked way too much about the music in these games because up to this point, I personally feel like there aren't that many amazing songs. Mega Man 3 is the first point where a lot of the stage themes start getting a lot more just memorable in general, at least for me anyways. And our Mets know how to walk now. They have actual feet. This is the mashiest of the games as well. Because it's before they gave you the charge beam, or the charge shot, but it's right whenever they kind of realize, oh yeah, like, we can make these enemies just have a lot of health, since people who are playing at this point... I don't know if they actually expect you to play all of the games in order or not, but... it's definitely a case of if you're playing them in order, this is definitely the point where you kind of know a lot more about what you're doing. And even then, the enemies aren't exactly, like, sponges either. At least most of them. The cat guys up there earlier were kind of annoying, but... there aren't too many enemies in the game that are too spammy, but this is, again, the mashiest of them. Because all the games after this, you get the charge shot, and that really takes away from a lot of the spam that you have to do, since you can open up with getting a volley of 3 right off the bat on an enemy that's just kind of sitting there shielding himself. Now, Top Spin itself is not exactly a good weapon, but it allows us to fight Shadow Man next. And here's our first encounter with Proto Man. Now, unfortunately, we don't actually learn who this is, at least in the game, until a lot later, but that is essentially what this whole entire game was about in terms of, like, the gameplay portion of it. The story for this one is honestly really wild, because at this point, Mega Man 2 has happened, and after Mega Man 2, Wily actually does allegedly reform. Like, he actually starts not being a jerk and making robots and stuff like that. And it's actually him who kind of brings to Light's attention that they could make a peacekeeping robot known as Gamma. But they need to get these certain power sources in order to do that. those power sources unfortunately get kind of captured by these mysterious robots that show up and take them. And it's Dr. Wily. I'm just gonna spoil that part. It is Dr. Wily. He's pulling one of his classic pranks. But this one actually takes place across, like, different planets and stuff like that, I believe, because the idea is that you're scouring these different locations where these robots have taken the power sources, or just, like, explored for them in general. And Shadow Man himself isn't exactly a wily robot either. Oh man, I got the classic. Well, this fight just got a lot more terrifying. Yep. Okay, this could be rough. So if you use the top spin while you're in invuln frames, it eats all of your ammo up. It basically makes you take ammo for every frame. Also, Shadow Man's attack pattern is he's going to do 3 hops, and then he is going to either throw ninja stars at you or slide. And as you can see, that can lead to a very annoying pattern. We might game over on him, which is unfortunate, but we'll see what happens. See, I wish he would have thrown more ninja stars than tackled at me. Because at least with the ninja stars I can get a few hits in on him before he comes crashing into me again. Alright, that's gonna be game over for this one. We'll go at him again. We got this. I just need to not attack him whenever he's damaged me. That was just a mistake I made on my part. The top spin absolutely murderates him. I just need to not waste it all. Also, Proto Man having the most unfortunate AI to just constantly jump and shoot, to the point where I can just jump behind him and shoot him from the back the whole time. I don't think this is going to come as a surprise at some point later on, but I will probably, once I get through probably Mega Man 6, since that's going to be the time that I need to swap over the games anyways. Whenever I get to Mega Man 6, I'm probably going to take a little bit of a longer break to make myself something that's actually resembling real dinner. So I'll probably take a little bit of an extended break whenever that happens. These parachute guys are awful, but you can kind of just bait them out by pretending like you're going to jump, and then they'll drop down. And of course, if you get bumped by them and you get knocked off the cliff, that's just the end of it. You lose your health, have fun. Alright. There we go. That fight goes a lot cleaner whenever you don't waste all of your ammo in one go. We're gonna go after Hardman next, because he is the hardest boss. So those guys, I'm gonna let this one drop it just to kind of show it off. These bees suck. So the best way that I deal with them is to just walk slightly off screen and then despawn them. It's just like bees in real life. The best way to deal with them is to just not. Just let them do their own thing, you can do your own thing, and everything's fine. And there was an example of me sliding under the Hammer Joe attacks. Just outrun him. And if you just hold up on that ladder, you'll never get hit by that Hammer Joe. Wow, I whiffed every one of those shots. We're gonna have some more bees to deal with here. Thought I could despawn those, apparently not. Whatever. Our buddy's back. Slightly harder this time because he's actually got a platform to jump across. Emphasis on slightly harder. And that was the big eye of the game. They have a lot less health and are a little bit easier to deal with. I always show off this trick with Hardman, but as long as you reasonably avoid his big stompy attack, you can out-damage him. Not a very hard man. I know I'd only have killed one Robot Master with a weakness so far, but this game actually does something very weird with their weakness chain. And they actually separated it into two kind of separate weakness chains starting out. Once you get all the weapons, you know, you do eventually complete the circle and everything, but in this game, for example, like, it's really hard to get an order that you can easily hit every single enemy with their required weakness weapon in, without having to buster at least two of them down, that is. And I think they probably did that with the intention of trying to stop, you know, sort of the... because it was obviously getting to a point to where the whole game was built around rock, paper, scissors, which is, to nobody's surprise, I think that's almost directly what they said that they were trying to go for whenever they made the weakness orders and stuff, but they wanted to try to slow that down just a little bit. And the way that they did that was to create this, this weakness order where you couldn't exactly just go through and get them all in one go. But it doesn't matter too much because, as you kind of saw, there's a good handful of these that just kind of go down very easily with the Buster. Sparkman's theme here is one of my favorites, from this game anyways. Oh, I don't have Rush Jet, this is going to be a little bit spicy. Never had to go super slow through this part before, but I usually have Rush Jet and don't ever have to worry about it. And that was Sparkman. As cool of a Robot Master as he looks like, he really isn't that scary. He fires out the 8-directional blast, and then he fires the huge charge at you, and then he'll jump some more. And after you do all of that, you get an equally useful weapon, the Spark Shock, which is... I think it's honestly down there as probably one of the least good weapons of the entire series. Which, there's a lot of candidates for a bad weapon in these games, but the problem with it is... with the Ice Slasher, which I didn't really show off, you can freeze an enemy and then swap to a different weapon while the enemy is frozen. And you can't do that with the Spark Shock. At least traditionally. Here, I'll just... I'm hitting the start button furiously right now, and I just cannot swap weapons because of it. So you have a weapon that stuns the enemy, but one that doesn't actually damage them. Which is great. Here's the Hard Knuckle. I think the Hard Knuckle is actually one of the hardest hitting... I didn't mean to do that, but it's one of the most powerful weapons in the game. I don't know in the entire series, but in this game, it is one of the most... like, one of the strongest weapons that you'll get. The unfortunate thing about it is that it is very hard to use. Those pole vaulting guys, whenever they are about to do their pole vault, you can slide under them whenever they are in that second animation of their pole vault. Let's see what the mystery tanks would have been. Okay, not worth it. It's hard to point out which exact frame it is that you can do it on. It's the one where like the pole's starting to bend in their hands. And whenever they hit that frame, you can slide under them because they're going to jump over you. These platforms are notorious because, similar to the like weird sub-pixel stuff that I was talking about, well, didn't mean to demonstrate it, but there you go. So whenever they come out of those platforms, they have a brief moment where they're both in the platform and not in the platform, and that creates like a weird state with Mega Man where he's not sure if he's stuck in a platform or not. So the way that the game kind of handles that is what, I was trying to show off in the other games, is you just zip to the nearest open area. And it's very easy to just kind of be on these platforms and for that to happen and just to not know why. So the way that you deal with it is you just jump before they get to the top there, and then you don't have to worry about the weird, like, the game thinking that you're in and out of a platform at the same time. Alright, so we do not have the weakness for Snake Man here, but he's an easy robot master. And now that we've got him in the pattern, he's going to be even easier. Very laggy boss fight, though. Oh, he's mixing it up. Doesn't matter. I was just enjoying a little snack there really quickly, so I just muted the mic. I should have said something, but I didn't. Gemini Man was actually one of the first robot masters that I actually, like, he was the first one that I saw and was like, wow, that is a really cool robot master. I later on with Mega Man 6, the first one that I've ever played, I did have a favorite from that one. I'm trying to do something silly here, just disregard this. I didn't make it. If you can jump high enough and then get like a pixel perfect slide there, you can get through that little tunnel before Proto Man destroys it, and it'll play the whole theme basically, or at least like the whistle part of his theme. But yeah, Mega Man 6 was the first Mega Man game that I played. But this was the first time, like, you know, because whenever I played Mega Man 6 starting out, like, I didn't know what I was doing. What are these 1-up rates? We're not at Mega Man 5 yet. Okay, well, I guess I'm just good for this whole entire game. I hope I don't need to game over somewhere. But 3 was definitely the first time that I played a Mega Man game and saw one of the Robot Masters and went, that one looks cool. Do I have Rush Marine? This is like one of 2 instances where I'll actually get to use this. And collect another 1-up while we're at it. Because we didn't have enough already. Oh, I'm almost out of ammo for it. Alright, we're getting out of this thing before I get myself killed. Or just get myself killed right there. Awesome. Okay, I don't usually do that part in that way, so that was completely new to me. I just wanted to show off the Rush Marine. I'm doing it the way that I'm more accustomed to now. Sort of this weird little tango. See, I can't speak too much to the soundtrack. Like, I do agree it is a great soundtrack. Definitely one of the better ones, like, just overall, but for me, like, 6 has a really special place in my heart as, like, one of the absolute favorites. You know, I told myself I was going to be quiet through that section and just, like, really focus to get through it. But that's where the muscle memory kicks in. Surf Snake's an okay weapon. It's basically like a better Bubble Lead in a few ways, but it's also a worse Bubble Lead in a few. It's faster. And the things that are weak against it are absolutely weak against it. Gemini Man just completely crumbled there, and we're going to have a fight later on where it's going to just completely decimate. The Gemini laser is also one of the first weapons that I saw that I thought was going to be cool. And then unfortunately, it's just, it's not. If I don't kill those guys fast enough, they turn into a ball and I cannot kill them. Which I did very poorly on that part. Ah, missed the shot there. This game in particular has a lot of sections that I really like. That whenever you just perform them well, they just look great. And the Gemini Man section is one of those, and then that little segment up there was another one. He's gonna kill me. I want to get that power up though. I want to get the E-Tank. This might kill me, but we'll go for it. Alright, we're good. I hope the big guy up here doesn't kill me. Nope, we're good. I'm not going to use the Gemini laser on this attempt because my health is so low, and I've got like 1,000,000 lives, but I will show this off. Oh, okay. He does eventually attack you. Okay, I thought he was one of the robot masters that will wait until you make the first move. Apparently not, he just waits a second. Alright, so if I miss any of these shots, they're going to sail off course, and I'm just going to have to wait. Now the question that is going to be forever in people's minds is, did I miss that shot intentionally so that I could get that really awesome just bouncing off the walls kill? Or did I just get incredibly lucky that it bounced in that way? The world may never know. Here's another one of my favorite themes from this game, Magnet Man. Which is immediately interrupted by a Proto Man fight. We'll see a better showing of Proto Man in the later games. Because it is not the last time that we fight him. The invuln glitch in this level. I don't even know if I know the invuln glitch in this level. I do know how to deal with these Yoku block sections, though. Not using them. I'm jumping on Rush Jet because in this game specifically, whenever you are not on Rush's back, you're not consuming energy. Oh, I think I actually faintly recall that, but I think there's a few different things in this game that you can do with the second controller. I'm just gonna let him hit me here, so I can get him out of that magnet mode earlier. He has two attacks that he'll do. He'll either try to draw you into him, which is a very easy to get out of attack, or he'll jump into the air and fire 3 magnet missiles at you. And those are actually really hard to dodge. It's easy once you know kind of the general idea of how to deal with them, but starting out, they will probably get you. And now we get the dock robots. This is the one place that I'm going to struggle at in this game because I can never for the life of me actually remember the weakness chain. And once again, like, I think at this point in the games they were like, okay, we did like a Wily Castle and we've done some stuff like that, but we need to find a way to make these games just a little bit longer. And the way that they kind of accomplished that was to add in these sections right here for this, which this didn't last very long. They would always do something similar to the dock robot stages, but they never quite did them in the same way that they did them in this one. Okay, this is Airman. I think it's either Spark Shock or Search Snake that does him in. Alright, it's the Spark Shock then. Okay, and that acts as our checkpoint for the level, which really, really sucks because the checkpoints and like these levels in general are really long as it is. once again, I'm trying to sort of not be on rush as much as possible to save energy as we go across here. Oh gosh. I don't actually... Here we go. I'm gonna use one of my 5e tanks. I was not doing well at avoiding damage throughout those sections, and I didn't feel comfortable, so I'll take it. I was hoping I could get him before he even had a chance to get any mets out. Oh well. If you recall this stage from earlier, they actually kind of prelude to that guy being a mini-boss here, because there's a bunch of... There's like a bunch of docking stations for those guys. That's a little bit more how that should have looked. Alright, Crash Man. I think his is the hard knuckle. Oh yeah, it is. There we go. With the hard knuckle, you either want to use it at point blank range to where you can hit them as soon as the projectile appears, or you want to be well across the screen so that you can guide it up and down into him. Have to be a little bit careful with my descent on those because of the spikes. These sections always amuse me because they put the spikes on either side, and basically as long as you don't use the left and right and jump off of the ladder, you'll be fine. And you can just hit the jump key and that'll dismount you from the ladder and make you fall straight down, so there's pretty much no risk of them. They are good at being an intimidation factor, though. Also, this room is supposed to be dark, but I accidentally despawned the disco lights. That time I just killed the disco lights. Those sections are really annoying to go through. Less so whenever you just fly over top of them. Alright, I think Woodman is... Gosh, what was his? Not the Gemini laser, right? No. Is it Needle? I think it's Needle. Yeah, it's Needle. Yeah, so Woodman is actually a pretty decently tough enemy to take out on his own. And it's made a lot worse by the fact that whenever the dock robot uses his attacks, he doesn't telegraph when he's going to fire it. So you have no clue when to actually jump over his leaf attack, and then whenever the leaves from the sky fall, those are also really difficult to dodge. I've actually watched a video before talking about doing a no-hit run of this game, and there was a lot of time that was lost just trying to figure out how to deal with that particular boss. Fortunately, we picked up a lot of lives before this, so we're fine. And we'll get him this time, I just had to remember what his weakness was. Thankfully, they make him hella weak to the needle cannon, so that makes it a lot easier to deal with. I was ready to use an E-tank, though. The needle cannon on its own is just basically another Mega Buster. But I prefer the Mega Buster. I can fire it a lot quicker, the projectiles are faster. They fire in a much more predictable way because the shots are all consistently coming out of the Buster at the same direction. Whereas with the needle cannon, they kind of move up and down a little bit as you go. I don't know if I'll need Rush Jet, but they're giving me the power-up, so I may as well. Nope. Alright, Heatman, I think his is the top spin. I'm already on Shadow, so I'll... Okay, no, it's Shadow. Alright, I'm gonna use an E-Tank. I've got 4 of them. And Doc Heat is actually more difficult than actual Heatman just because of the fact that he's a lot quicker with his shield, as you've kind of seen. Like, he pretty much will do it almost instantly, and since he has a huger hitbox, it's harder to jump over him whenever he does the charge. If I recall correctly, I actually think it's Quickman that is the Doc Quick that is going to be weak to the top spin, which sucks. With those little fire columns, you can actually jump over them if you are directly beside of them and jump up. It's a little bit perilous to do in this part because of all the platforms and stuff, but it's fine. I tried. Pardon me while I just murder an absolute load of tadpoles. Alright, Doc Flash. I don't think he was the Gemini laser. We'll try it. Oh, he is. It's a lot easier to use the Gemini laser if you just shove it straight into his mouth and fire until he explodes. Because then you don't have to worry about the bouncing shots. Alright, forgot, in this game, in all its mercy, those dock robots do an absolute shitload of damage to you. And then they don't always give you a life recharge afterwards. Oh, it was tempting to go for that one. Goodbye, Rush Marine. I think we'll see you one more time. There's part of me that wants to farm these guys at least a few minutes, but I also just want to keep going forward. Once I make it to the dock robot gate, that's all that really matters. We'll just keep going. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be dock quick. Nope, dock bubble. Alright, so what is your weakness then? It's the magnets. Nope. Not the magnets. Are you the spark shock? Okay, it is definitely the spark shock. Okay, so it's... Man, I really saved the worst one for last, huh? Okay, well the good news is, you know, testing this out just confirmed it for me. So Bubbleman's AI, whenever he is not throwing bubbles at you, he will only ever shoot his projectiles if you are at the same horizontal level as him. So what I was kind of trying to do there is jump just high enough to get the spark shot to land on him, but just low enough to where he wasn't going to return fire on me. The one thing that is really cool about having the dock robot levels here is they know for a fact you have your full arsenal now, so they kind of start crafting the levels a little bit more with that in mind. So you'll start seeing points like that ladder where the only way to really get up that ladder is to use your the shadow shurikens in order to get through there. And they couldn't do that in any of the previous levels because they didn't know if you actually had what you needed or not. Okay, this is the magnet missile. Which turns what was a very intense fight in Mega Man 2 into a very trivial one in this game. The magnet missiles will keep going in a horizontal velocity until they lock onto an enemy or like identify that an enemy is in front of them, and then from that point they will travel upwards or downwards as well. I wish they had more ammo because it's honestly a really awesome weapon and works really well, but you just get so few shots with it. I had a frame lag there at the scariest moment. And And you know what's great for a weapon that has to do contact damage to do damage? Going up against the Robot Master, whose whole entire thing... Oh, what? Oh wait, is he the hard punch? I must have used a soft weakness earlier on somebody. I don't think it's the hard punch. And even if it is, fuck. Don't tell me he was the Gemini laser this whole time. I think it is, though. I hate that I used an E-tank on that, but oh well. I thought one of these guys was weak to the top spin, but he didn't take any damage from it. I wonder if it actually was Heatman who was weak to it, and I just used a soft weakness instead. Okay, there we go. I still hate that I used an E-tank on that. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me in the ass. But now we get to Breakman, who is definitely not Proto-Man. Disregard that his AI behaves exactly the same as Proto-Man and that he looks practically identical to him. Oh, I guess the Doc robots have two weaknesses to them? Or is it just certain ones? Also, that Wily typo. They spelled his name with an E. So now we get to the proper Wily Castle. I'm just gonna keep Rush Jet out for this because we're gonna need him throughout here. Definitely one of the better Wily sounds because of the fact that it doesn't destroy your eardrums. I've got enough 1-up, so I'm not going to go after that one. I will, however, go after all of these, especially that one. Oops, there we go. I actually will need the hard fist later, and we're now at the point in the game where I'm not going to be getting ammo refills. Excuse me. Just go right over his head. We're gonna deal with the Yoku block sections in the best way we know how, by not. These first few ones are okay. Later on, these things are going to get a little bit wild, though. help if the Shadow Blade didn't kind of suck in a lot of ways, though, because you can only have one projectile out, and if it gets blocked, it has to go off screen before you can fire another one. The Shadow Blade is basically the nerfed version of the Metal Blade. And it definitely shows. So I honestly really like this version of the Wily stage theme. There's one in the later stages that I actually like a little bit more, but I enjoy this one a lot. It kind of has like a good mixture of sort of the direness of the situation combined with that sort of adventure-y pep. Stock up on E-tanks here. Okay. And now it's a little bit easier because I can tell which ones are coming out. You only really need to focus on the bottom two, and there's only one place coming up here where they do two at a time. This isn't my favorite version of the Yellow Devil, but it's at least a little bit more tolerable than some of the other ones. Definitely the first one. This is my favorite song from this game. It's basically your, it's the decision of do you want to be able to, like, spam them on him or hit the hard knuckles. Like, the hard knuckle is his actual true weakness, but the Shadow Blades are a soft weakness and work well enough to spam, so I always prefer to just use the Shadow Blades on him. The real strategy to kind of getting through him, especially, is to... you just basically, like, stand right under his feet, and then you wail on him that way. You stand directly beneath him, and then the Shadow Blades can go directly into him. And then, since you can recharge them faster, you just spam your life out on them. You know what, I'll do it. Might be a waste of time, but we'll find out. Okay, nope, was not a waste of time. Uh-oh, have I messed this up? Where's Search Snake? Should be the top one. There we go. I don't know if it's a percentile chance thing or if it's guaranteed, but there's only one of those Mega Man clones that you can hit, and it's almost always been the top one for me, so I always go up there and just dump every Search Snake I can into him. And that's always worked out really well for me. Welcome to the most bullshit enemy of the game. They drop down out of nowhere. They can sneak attack you with those trash things that they drop, and even if you dodge the initial projectile, they break into like 4 smaller pieces. So you're nearly guaranteed to take damage from them. They are just jerks like that. As long as this first one isn't Shadow Man, I should be fine. Oh god, he didn't go the direction I was hoping he would. Alright, we're fine. Oh, also, whenever he does the magnet missiles, if you stand directly beneath him, he can't shoot them directly underneath himself, so that's a really easy way to kind of deal with that. It actually took me a second to remember what his actual weakness was, because I'm just so used to killing him the silly way. But it is the magnet missiles. This is kind of the point in the series where they started to lose a little bit of the logic behind some of these weaknesses. I'm actually just going to kill him with the Buster because he's easy enough, and I want to save the hard knuckles. Please don't drain my entire supply here. And you did. Okay, I'm gonna have to restock on top spin before we do the final boss. I actually wonder if I can show off a fancy little trick with that. We'll see how much ammo I get for it. And now we can actually properly do all these in weakness order. You're not gonna throw any, you're just gonna run around? Snake Man just was there for the party, man. He didn't care. Okay, I need to restock on top badly. We should be fine. We're super duper fine. Especially with 8 E-tanks, holy shit. Is there any other weapon I might need? Let's go ahead and get those up. Gosh, 10 lives and 8 E-tanks. This is like the healthiest Mega Man 3 run that I've had. Alright, we're not quite done yet, as we see here. Alright, I think I've got everything that I need at this point, so I don't really want to waste any time getting all of this stuff. if you're ever wondering, like, you know, if you're ever wondering whether or not you are a valuable person or not, always remember that there is this particular health pickup that appears at the beginning of this level. At a point where you have not taken damage, you will always show up with full health. And there's just never going to be any enemies in here that are ever going to cause you to need to pick that up. I always love that particular power-up just because of how silly it is. So this is Gamma, who looks a lot like Gutsman, because the Mega Man series loves Gutsman. Alright, we're gonna try to do something silly here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fire a shot, and then as that shot's firing, I'm gonna switch to top, and it nearly destroys him. So the reason that that happens is whenever you swap, like whenever you have a projectile in the air, if you pause the game and switch to a different weapon, that shot will inherit the damage properties of whatever weapon you threw. So since that boss is weak to the top spin, I fire a pellet at him and then switch over to top, and it pretty much every frame that it's inside of him is taking his health down. And that's another boss that has no invulnerability frames, so it just melts him instantly. Alright, and just like before, I'm going to take a small break here, get up, stretch around a little bit while the credits play, so I'll be back shortly. Alright. Hopefully the credits haven't been on here for too long. I try to pace these out a little bit. After Mega Man 4, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a longer break, though. Just to feed the kitty cat. So the last thing I wanted to say about this game is, obviously as the credits kind of showed, this is where you first figure out that Proto Man is essentially Mega Man's brother. They don't actually explain it in this game, and I don't remember where it actually officially gets kind of brought up. But essentially what happens with Proto Man is he has a faulty power generator, and essentially just at any time he could just die. And it's a problem that Dr. Light could potentially fix. But the problem is that Proto Man has this kind of idea starting out that Dr. Light is going to try to change him, essentially, or to just decommission him. Probably in part thanks to Wily, but later on he decides against it still because he's worried that if he gets his power core replaced, that it's going to change who he is as a person. So he's willing to just essentially live with the risk that he could just shut down any day, rather than have his whole identity changed. Mega Man 4 here, though, this is actually kind of a retelling of how Mega Man starts, and it's honestly one of my favorite intros of the entire series. Because it actually explains sort of the whole entire plot of Mega Man games in general. And also it just looks really, really good. So after 3 games, they decided, yeah, we're gonna try to mix this up a little bit. Now we're gonna have a different doctor sending robots after Mega Man. Unfortunately for those robots, this is also the first game that we get introduced to the charge shot. And it's okay in this game. It's not the best one, it's not the worst one. It has advantages over some of the other ones that we'll get into a bit later. But overall, it's a very good implementation of the charge shot. One of my favorite things about it is you don't lose your charge if you take damage from an enemy. I think this is one of the first stages I really learned how to mash on because of those guys in the sand there. Alright, and this is the first game where we actually have like a proper inventory menu for our weapons. We came all the way over here to get the balloon. One of 2 secret items in this game. I don't believe either of them are actually required to beat the game, but they sure make it a lot easier to do. And our batons are back. I couldn't iframe that fast enough. Luckily the checkpoint's right here. That's how that was supposed to look. Here's what that charge shot looks like. It's one of the rare moments where he charges up green. So the existence of the charge shot actually does something interesting, and I don't know if it's directly related to having the charge shot, but they lowered the amount of health that a lot of the enemies in the game had after 3. And I think part of it is because now they expect you to have more use of the charge shot. Well, that's a place to do that at, Pharaoh Man. I don't know what his AI pattern is, but he can fire off, like, I think that's his 6th one in a row. Oh, you would. He can fire those off like 6 or 7 times in a row and just not care, which is really good for me. So one thing I'm going to be doing in this game especially is trying to center up on the platforms where I can. I'm not speedrunning the game, but that's where you really benefit from this at. But if you can get it right on the correct pixel of that happening, you essentially skip him jumping up into the air and having to slowly float down, and he'll just zip right up to where he needs to be. It's like the smallest time save in history. It's not going to mean anything to me because of the fact that I'm not going to be running this game fast enough to be setting like a world record or anything. But for people who are speedrunning the game, it's important because it saves a lot of time that you would otherwise not be able to prevent. Well, I kind of messed up my jump there and accidentally corrected it, so that was fun. This boss looks really intimidating. Look at that platform he's on. This is gonna be a tough one. Bye! See ya! So I don't think that this game has the best music in the series, but I do think it has really good music, and it kind of fits the sort of... I don't know what it is about this, like, this game in particular, but, like, Dr. Cossack is a Russian scientist, and, like, a lot of the music does kind of give me that kind of, like, Russian-y vibe. I don't know if that was intentional or what. Uh-oh. This could get spicy. Never mind, we're good. I did mess up my usual pattern, though. I could technically just skip past this guy as well. I don't like my health going into this. I think I'm just gonna do Ringman this time with a Buster only, and then I'll use his weakness next time. We actually had a decent pattern with him there. I'm pretty pleased with how far I got him just with Buster. The Pharaoh Shot's a pretty good weapon in this game. First of all, I can hold the charge button right now and start charging it. Saves me 1 extra shot. And if I bump him into the charged blast, I can actually throw out a second charged blast with it. We'll see more of Pharaoh later, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. It kind of speaks for itself later on in the game. Ring Boomerang's okay, though. Dustman is a very silly-looking robot, but his theme is one of my favorite from this game. I think this is our first instance of shield attackers, too. Also, it's the first instance of stupid enemies that pop out of pits. Shield attackers are cool. These guys are awful. I don't understand why these like weird rising platforms are part of a level that's all about being a junkyard, but I don't know. It always weirded me out that they would put that in that stage. I feel like it makes more sense in, honestly, Gravity Man in the next game. I'm gonna take some extra time digging this one out. Just kidding. I wasn't scared one single bit. I was terrified. And that's the first instance of a Met that actually has more than one hit point. I'm glad in the later games I'm not going to have to worry as much about mashing because it's going to go downhill very quickly. Dustman will do one of two attacks. He's either going to suck or he's going to try to shoot a piece of trash at you, the Dust Crusher. If you know how to dodge the Dust Crusher, it's pretty easy, but the timing on it is just a little bit off. You have to wait until it's just about underneath you before jumping, that way you can dodge the cross debris that it shoots out. There was no hope of me lining that one up. I thought that the little seam in the middle was where the center of the stage was, but it was just a little bit off. Skullman's theme is another really fun one. I actually started trying to recreate this theme on FamiTracker. I got pretty close on it. I didn't do the whole theme, just like this little bit right here. And of course, his whole stage is very bone-themed. Keep an eye on these backgrounds, by the way. We might see these in a few games from now. Not the bones exactly, but kind of. I don't know why I jumped over that whenever I could have slid, but I'm glad that I didn't get hit by him. And there's Eddie. I can't remember if Eddie was in the other game or not, but he shows up from this point forward a lot more. They really, like in this game, they wanted to really emphasize the usefulness of the charge shot, so these guys can only be defeated fully by a charge shot. I think you can whittle their health down, but it is really annoying to do. Alright, I'm gonna take a drink here really quickly. I'm not doing anything important. Oh shoot, I'm in a boss fight. So Skullman is one of the bosses that will not fire until you take the first shot. He'll also put the skull shield out for a painfully long amount of time. And the skull shield is actually a pretty decent shield weapon. It has a decent amount of ammunition. You can run around with it. The only drawback is you can't fire it after you summon it. Well, I missed every single shot. That's fine. Didn't miss that one. Be careful if you're going through this stage about jumping all the way to the top of the screen, as tempting as it might be. Because I think on this screen in particular, if I transition the screen right up here... Okay, it's not this one. There's a screen later on where like it'll wrap over to the next layer, and then you basically jump straight into a thing of spikes. It's not a very fun prank, and I don't appreciate it. We're gonna see this screen at least one more time. Maybe even more than that if I mess up. Whoops. Just kidding. This goes to a secret area. I haven't even technically shown off either of the things that I got. I won't be able to easily show off one of them here because one of them requires you to have a ceiling above you, but I'll see if I can show off the balloon here shortly. I'll probably wait until the next level before I show those off. Yeah, here's the part where if you go from the last screen to this one and you jump, you just basically die. Enjoy that. Alright, so if you pay attention to his mouth, it's really easy to tell what his pattern is going to be. If he squats down and opens his mouth, he'll fire a torpedo. If he squats down and doesn't open his mouth, he's going to charge at you. Oh, I missed it by that much. That's the stage I usually get centered up perfectly on. Alright, here's a good stage to show off the wire on. So, what the wire does is if I hit the up button, I can make Mega Man headbang. But unfortunately, that's actually a requirement to look up to throw the wire up. It's a Bionic Commando reference, I'm pretty sure, but the problem is that's the only direction that it works. The balloon's a little bit more straightforward. It's basically item 1 from Mega Man 2. And both of those are very helpful, but we won't be using those until much later. I think the wire might have a use in this stage, but I don't remember. That jump's a little bit scarier than it looks just because the ceiling exists. I'm actually going to keep that baton alive. Okay. I didn't need him in the end, but I was kind of thinking about using him to damage boost. I can't remember if you can actually hit those spikes or not if you do a full jump, but a good place to learn jump control is any place where you have to deal with any sort of dual spiked hallways like that. Okay, yeah, right here's where we use the wire. So this section right here is really annoying unless you have the Skull Shield. Once again, Skull Shield is a good shield weapon. It does dissipate after hitting a good chunk of the enemies in this game especially, but you get enough ammo to where it doesn't entirely matter that much. Just remember to re-up it before you go through another section like that. The dive torpedoes, on the other hand, are the predecessor to Mega Man X's homing torpedoes, which, judging by how fast we're going, we're probably going to see a lot sooner than I anticipated in this game. Or in this stream, rather. That was a very comical way to finish off that fight, just watching the torpedo desperately trying to catch him. Oh, there we go, we got the instant on that one. At least I got it once in the run. Mega Man, get equipped with instant transmission. And there's Toadman. Easiest Robot Master in this game by a country mile, but honestly one of the more difficult stages. Yeah, I'm just gonna take my time through this. These jumps look really easy, but as you can kind of see, I'm being pushed back by the rain. So it leads to a lot of situations where you're like, okay, I've probably got enough of a jump arc to deal with that, and then you just don't. Thankfully, we go into the sewers now, so we don't have to deal with that anymore. Well, that was dangerous. I thought I could make it past that before he dropped down, but I was gravely mistaken. I'm just kind of curious at this point because I'm not going to be using the boss's weakness on Toadman just yet. Okay, yeah, these are not doing the trick. Is it dust? I'll have to try it on the next one because that was not a good example. I haven't been using a lot of the weapons, but the Dust Crusher is actually a really good one. It hits like an absolute semi-truck. Okay, it is not the boss destroyer, though. It did okay on it, but not too great. I believe those diagonal projectiles also hit enemies if they enter their path, just like Dustman to you. The problem is that there's not many situations in which enemies are going to be lined up in a diagonal for it to actually work. Alright, I hope I can survive a single hit of this, we'll find out. But I'll show you what happens if you don't do this fight well. He does his little rain dance and you get screen nuked. But what we can do here is just wait for him to start wiggling his tummy and then interrupt him. If you fire too quickly, he'll jump. But if you just wait until he starts wiggling his tum and he'll start like flashing his tummy as well, you can just give him a little boop and then he'll just start all over again. That screen nuke that he drops on you hits really hard. That's gotta be one of the hardest hitting things in this game. Which obviously you don't want to get hit by it or let him do it. Holy shit. I wasn't really paying attention through this game, but I kind of beat the shit out of these Robot Masters. I kind of accidentally just beat the ever-loving hell out of all of them. Well, that was bound to happen. I wanted to see if I could do that without stopping, but I'm gonna do it the way that I usually do now. I don't know what grasshoppers and totem poles have to do with a light station, but here we are. Give me just one moment. I shouldn't have done that right there, but oh well. Alright. I think I might need to add a few more games to my list here at this rate, because, you know, I kind of tried to short load the list because usually I take a little bit longer, especially on like the early portions of this, but at this rate I'm gonna destroy Mega Man 4 before the 4-hour mark, like by a considerable margin. Those grasshoppers are really weird because their jump arcs aren't exactly consistent. So like every time that you go through there, it's probably going to be a different rotation of them. You know what? The last time that I tried to deviate from how I usually do this, it didn't go well. So we're just gonna go. Don't worry about all the bullets coming up. There we go. Just a little parade of bullets going across the screen. Alright, so whenever Brightman reaches certain health thresholds, that's whenever he does his flash stopper. But since I hit him that one time with the Buster, he will never do that. Whew, that was a close one. I was actually getting a little bit worried about that. Damn, I've hit like 3 in a row on that. The little instant zips. I didn't get it on the one stage that I get it consistently on, and then I nail it 3 times in a row on stages I don't think I've ever got them on. Alright, time to go fight Dr. Cossack, who's definitely not Dr. Wily. This first stage's music is okay, but I like one of the later themes a lot better. These surfaces are all slippery, and then the snow makes it to where you move very, very slowly, so you have 2 sort of conflicting things on this stage. A lot of friction, and then a complete lack thereof. And slinkies. The little pit guys, they're back, and more annoying than ever. A rule of thumb about Mega Man games, but especially this Mega Man game, if there is a pit that looks like it could have one of those guys, it will. That time it was the bone thrower guy that got me. I took a little bit too much time trying to figure him out. Well, thankfully one of them dropped an extra life for me, so didn't lose anything, so that was nice. Oh, he didn't do it again. Yeah, it's just better on that one if you just go. They kind of expect you to use Rush Coil in this part, but if you have the balloon, you can creatively get hit by the spike there and have to do this all over again. I hope I have enough balloons to do this now. Whew! Just enough. I'll need to restock on those later, though. The deadliest robot yet, a giant ladybug. I've never let him drill all of those down, but I imagine that it gets really scary if this fight goes on for way too long. I'm pretty sure he can dig out entire pits. Alright, I'm definitely going to recharge my balloon. I'm less worried about Ring Boomerang. I don't use that a whole lot more in the run. Oh god, that was horrifying. Rush Jet was just going without me. And we'll just skip that little portion. I don't give a heck. And we'll just recharge it right there anyways. There we go. Once again, I'm not super worried about just take the damage boost there, it's a lot safer. Do I care enough about that E-Tank to go for it? Not really. Our second usage of wire. To get that. I believe this is going to be the Dust Crusher boss. This was always a really cool boss for me, just for the fact that I just can't imagine how much time it took for them to program this thing to have those pieces moving while splitting it up in threes like that. It's not the most difficult boss, but it's just really cool to like have something like this where like the whole entire room essentially becomes the enemy that you're fighting. I hope he doesn't kill me. It's not gonna be the worst thing in the world because Dust Crusher is another, like... I shouldn't run out of ammunition for it. We'll play this safe. There we go. Now here's the Cossack stage music that I like a lot. This is probably one of my favorites from this game, honestly. Of these two, I will refill Dust Crusher, though. Had to interrupt my little Buster synchronicity to get that pickup. So this is the place where you learn very quickly that Ring does get rid of the floor guys, which I can't remember how many of those guys we've even seen so far. I wonder if, like, I've never been able to figure out how to get that. I'm wondering if you have to use the ring catch on the other side of it, because the ring boomerang actually does allow you to pull items in. I've never tried to do that, and this time I was just too busy just jamming out to the music to remember to. First one of these guys is super easy because he's just always on the ceiling. The second one goes all around and is a little bit scarier. I will need to recharge my Pharaoh shots. Because that boss in particular is the best showcasing of the Pharaoh shot, but I'm going to need that later for the final boss. which I believe, let me just get to Pharaoh now. Yes, perfect. I don't care enough to get the other one there, but I will get that. I can spare the one drill energy for it. Okay, there we go. That'll fill us all the way up. I hate those things so much. Don't mind if I do. I would like to finish one of these games without game overing. We'll top off Ring. Just casually slip and slide around those guys. No big deal. Oh, I think I might. If this is the boss I believe it is, yes, awesome. Nope, never mind. Not yet. So there's a couple of ways to do this boss, but using the wires is just less fun overall. Never be directly under him for too long. He will grab you, and if he grabs you, it's just gonna take forever to deal with him. The most terrifying, not wily robot, but the most terrifying robot yet. A giant crab claw. He's gonna grab you like a prize game. To anybody who hasn't played Mega Man 4 and who believed me earlier, I'm sorry, I lied. The series is going to do this going forward a whole lot, and it's going to happen over and over again. Also, Proto Man is kind of working with us now. I always forget how cool that little zooming away of the UFO is, how it kind of like goes forward and then back out into the background. Really cool animation. We're fighting Wily again. There's a Met, and there's a Met. This particular, like, tile set right here just always makes me think that we're in, like, a bathroom or a shower or something like that. Man, there sure are a lot of Mets in this level. Like, a lot. They've got all the Met types that they've introduced so far. The ballerina dancers, they've got the jumpy Mets. They've even got aquatic Mets. I always love the attention to detail on the aquatic Mets, how they give them little flippers so that they can swim better, as well as a little snorkel. A snorkel that would be ultimately useless because of the fact that it's not actually going up, you know, to air or anything, but it is cute nonetheless. Alright, we're gonna deal with these sections the best way that we know how. By not. So with Rush Jet this time, you can hold left or right to go faster or slower, which is really helpful for that section to kind of make sure that you've got the right height for it. We'll use the wire just to get us that extra little bit up. We used a little bit of Dust Crusher, so we'll get that back. I wonder what the boss of this level is going to be. Honestly, that is something I love about this stage. They set up this whole entire thing about the Mets being like just every enemy in the stage, and then they just set you up perfectly for this. Oh gosh, that was bad. I need to bait those jumps a little bit further. That was my problem. Ah, shoot. I don't think I'm in grave danger with my ring boomerangs, but we should be fine. Hey, it's no worries. The rest of Super Metroid ended up taking me about, I think that was a 4-hour stream for the final episode. I got really into 100%ing that after very explicitly saying I wasn't going to 100% it. Well, if it's any consolation, I'm probably going to be running this the whole entire day. Not Mega Man 4 exactly, but I'm going to be trying to marathon as many Mega Man games as I possibly can. He trolled me again. If I get hit one more time, I'm using an E-Tank. Not by one of those guys, though. Okay, yep. I'm not making that run back again. I'd rather have used that there and not had to make that run back than to just try to save that one E-Tank and then die there and have to do that whole entire segment all over again and without Ringman. Because I can recharge his energy probably in this stage coming up. Once again, they put the spikes on the ladder there, thinking they're gonna scare you to death by making you worry about the ladder, but if you just hit down on the ladder, you'll climb down without having to worry. to ring because... Okay, thanks, Eddie. That's exactly what I wanted. The little troll buzzsaw box there. Gotta love it. Alright, if I get a large energy, I need to give it to Ring Boomerang. Hey, speaking of... There's a lot of these games where there's a bunch of underappreciated themes. And you know, people get stuck on Wily Stage 2 from Mega Man 2, and it's a good theme. I definitely think that there are better throughout the series, though. Case in point, the one that I described earlier, the Cossack. It's Cossack Stage 2, I believe, is what the proper name is. That's one of my favorite in the entire series, and nobody talks about that one too much. And if anybody likes Wily 2, you know, I like Wily 2 as well, but I just think that there are other ones that people don't hear as often as that one. They get kind of overshadowed because people hear that one and they're like, okay, that's the best in the series. That's the peak right there. Speaking of the peak, here's something silly about this boss. So he's weak to the drill. They programmed a, like, block here that was supposed to be his hitbox, but if you hit it with a drill, you break it because it's one of the Drill Man blocks. So what you can do is just hang out here at the very back of his hitbox and just hit him like this. Thus invalidating the entire fight. I don't blame anybody for saying it. It's one of the most iconic themes of Mega Man, and, you know, anytime that even, you know, Capcom themselves have any sort of Mega Man related media, they're probably going to be using the Wily 2 to kind of represent that. It's honestly, like, it is sort of iconic of the series itself in a way. So, like, I don't blame anybody for, you know, kind of hearing it and being like, yeah, this is the best song from the game, because it's the one that is the most used to represent Mega Man. Maybe if I need to pad out some extra time, I'll go back and play Mega Man 9. I haven't practiced that run at all, though, so I will admit a little bit of nerves on that one. It's not the most difficult one, but man, that game has some pretty horrifying jumps in it. Second showing of Toadman for the rest of the run. You know, you can stay there and just keep doing that, Brian, man. I won't stop you. He really sat there in that corner, and he decided that that corner was going to be the hill he died on. Alright, Dustin, man, give me just 1 second. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are, dude. Oh, this is actually a little bit horrifying. Okay, we're good. 1 HP and a dream. Now I don't have to worry about it for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I dropped one. I dropped one dive torpedo on him since I was already on that. Yeah, I've never seen him get locked into it quite that hard before. That was something else. Yeah, that part I did explain that whenever I was doing the first fight with him. If you put one pellet into him and then you do the toad flush or the rain flush the rest of the time, it pretty much makes it to where he'll never do the flash stopper. Which for some odd reason is called the Flash Stopper, while Flashman's weapon is called the Time Stopper. I was using Toadman as a little bit of a thumb break there. One of the things I'm trying to do, like, throughout here, and, like, it's gonna be a big thing that I do in Mega Man 7, is I want to try to show off all of the silly little interactions with, you know, enemy AI and stuff like that. Because there are some really cool things that Mega Man 7 does in particular. Ah, yes, Dr. Cossack being like, let me do it for you. Here's how you make a weapon that actually works and is just honestly a better overall weapon that doesn't drain its whole entire thing in one go. Speaking of which, I haven't used the Flash Stopper at all this run. I should probably dodge that. There we go. Oh, he actually got a little bit of a jump in. As much as I would love to soft lock the game during this, I actually don't have any Toad Flush left, so I can't do it here. It's the rings, that's right. Now it's the drill. So I'm actually detonating the drills a little bit early so that I hit him with the explosion of them rather than the actual projectile itself. So if you use a rain flush right there, you can kill Wily and his pod, and you'll get soft locked because the victory music won't play. But you won't be able to complete the game, which I want to do that on a run at some point, but it's definitely going to be like a stream where I'm definitely doing like a couple of different games, and I'm just going to be like, okay, that's it. And worst of all, it happens at the near end of the game as well, so it's really hard to just kind of put it into the middle of a run and then be like, okay, time to reset and do that all over again. I think the drill itself does do damage, but it's the explosions that's the actual weakness portion of it. I hope I have enough Pharaoh to finish this. Definitely if I can get the cheap shots in with it. I'm just going to use an E-Tank just for safety. And there we go. That's Mega Man 4 down. Alright, while the credits are rolling on this, I'm going to go feed my kitty cat, so I might be right back a little bit later than usual. So I'm going to go and do that, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, and I don't know if this is going to pause the credits whenever I do this, but okay, good. I'm just taking one moment just to kind of check on some things here really quickly, and we'll get right back to it. Dustman's creator? Oh, cool. Is he like the actual, like, I didn't see the credit for it, I was still up and about whenever that happened. Is it the guy who made One Punch Man, or just someone who worked on it? Next up is Mega Man 5. Uh-oh, Proto Man kidnapped Dr. Light. And he dropped his napkin. Proto Man. So anybody who knows me knows that Mega Man 5 is one of the games that I kind of like the least. I do feel like it has some of the least... I feel like it has some of like the least good kind of level design and everything throughout the whole entire series, but honestly, the music in it is probably my favorite part. Sorry, I was trying to find a good title for... There we go. I forgot to actually set the gaming title that we were playing on here, so I just wanted to go ahead and set that up. But yeah, like, I don't really like this game that much. This is probably one of my least favorites, short of one. I think that most of the music in this game is kind of phoned in a little bit. There's a couple of good tracks, but this was kind of the point where I feel like they probably started to run out of steam a little bit on it. Also, this is the most powerful charge shot in the entire series. If Mega Man 3 was the MASH game, this is the charge shot game. They did nerf the charge shot a little bit because now whenever you take damage, you will get knocked out of your charge animation and have to start it over from scratch, but that's hardly a problem in this one. So the one thing that makes this game really weird, which I'll try to emphasize here in a little bit, is they wanted to kind of nerf the mashiness of this game. So what they did is they sort of very slightly lengthened the amount of invulnerability frames that enemies have for rapid shots. So like, I'm trying to shoot these guys without the charge shot, and like, it might be hard to tell because, you know, I know how it is supposed to feel. But like, I'm firing really, really fast on them, and it's like the first and third shot that are actually getting through. And it's because of the change they made to that, to the invulnerability frames on the bigger enemies. So as if you didn't already have, like, the charge shot being incredibly fucking bustedly powerful in this game, they made it even more so powerful by the fact that it is much more reliable to use the charge shot to destroy enemies than it is to try and spam them down now. It'll be a lot more easier to tell on like a bigger enemy because at this point people have probably heard me like mashing furiously and hearing just how quickly an enemy will take damage whenever I've done it on the bullet sponges. I think Pharaoh Man, the little scorpion guys, are a really easy example to kind of hear how quickly I can fire those off. And in this game, it's going to be nowhere near that. Like, the sound itself is a really powerful cue for it. I'll admit I've kind of laid off a whole lot, you know, from my childhood of giving people shit over this. It's kind of the same thing with the Dark Souls games where, you know, obviously the idea is to get good, but it's easy for, like, those of us who have played these games for a very long time. It's easy for us to know how easy these are because we've spent that time learning all these patterns and stuff, so I definitely try to go a little bit easier on people, even if it's a presumably easy boss. Because there's just some people who, like, you know, especially in nowadays, there are people who have played these games who didn't play them back in the heyday like us and have that muscle memory, so I try not to be that guy anymore. These guys are actually a really good example of what I was talking about. Like, like, you'll have to take my word for it, but, like, I am spamming the Buster as hard as I can on these enemies, and, like, every other shot will make it. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Let me know if you guys start seeing connection issues, because YouTube just kind of warned me. Yeah, these big guys right there are a perfect example of the spam proofing. That jump right there is a little bit perilous, but all you have to do is just kind of give yourself a little bit of time, because your momentum will shift in such a way that if you're falling whenever you do the gravity shift, you'll get a little bit of that in the opposite direction as well, so you don't have to quite be perfect with it. Oh yeah, the muscle memory is huge in these games. It does a lot of work. Yeah, and I'll admit, that was honestly, that was one of the kind of first times that I was ever like really like elitist about it, and like, you know, kind of looking back on it, I feel bad for being that guy now, so I try really hard not to give too much shit to anybody who like just struggles with these, because it's muscle memory. If this looks easy, and it seems like this is something that anyone can do, I promise you it is not. I've played every single one of these games. Like, if you go back and look on my channel alone, just the amount of times that I have streamed each of these games individually on the channel, in some sort of marathon kind of way like this especially, is a lot. Okay, yeah, and I can agree with that entirely. Like, Mega Man 10 is just honestly unfairly hard. I will not be streaming that game today because the last time that I tried to do a practice run of that, just to kind of see how it was, I needed to play as base just to have, like, a decent chance. Alright, we've got our first one-up of the run. How many of these do you think we'll rack up by the end of the game? Also, these shield enemies, if I get a good chance to show it off... Yeah, here's a good example. My favorite thing about these guys, I can literally put the Buster around the shield and just murder them. I think the big thing that we missed back then, like the big reason that, you know, we shouldn't have been as snobby about it, is because of the fact that it was an option. It was a difficulty selection. Also, I haven't talked about it yet, but the Star Shield is honestly... The shield weapons always have these moments of, like, they get one thing really right, and then they get one thing absolutely horrifically wrong, and in this case of Star Crash, it only takes one hit. Wait, what did you learn? Learning on my stream's unacceptable. Oh yeah, like that's one of the really cool things about Star Crash, but it's just ruined by the fact that it only ever absorbs like one hit, and I think even like weak enemies will still dissipate it after one hit. It's honestly really useful, though, whenever you can fire the shield like that on Gravity Man, because you get the ability to kind of predict when he's going to drop and, you know, change gravity on you. Gravity Hold is our screen nuke. I'm not going to use it that much at all during this run, but here we go. Okay, Gyro Man, the robot who's supposed to fly, just stay on the ground and throw propellers at me. Oh, okay, I think I got hit by a little bit of the delay. Also, I didn't say it earlier, but hello, Ice Creamson. I was stuck in the middle of trying to finish my thoughts on all of our discussion from earlier, and I forgot to actually say hello. A very fun fact about Gyro Man, and honestly this game in general, so Gyro Man is supposed to be an aircraft, but Dr. Wily ran out of money at this point, which is made even more funny because of the fact that Crystal Man was a robot that Wily built for the purpose of generating money. The trick to those ice droppers, by the way, you want to jump whenever they drop one of the ice things, and like even if it's like off pattern, it's still going to give you the, like, you should make it through fine. It still takes, you know, the sort of twitch reactions to be able to jump at the right time. But if you do that, you'll save yourself a lot of heartache. I just love the idea that in this particular game that they had two robots that were literally designed with the intention of, I need to save money and I need to make money. And like a big part of that is for Gyro Man. He was supposed to be an aircraft carrier, but they obviously couldn't afford... They couldn't afford the parts to make him into an aircraft, so their sort of resolution to it, Wily's resolution, was to just give him a helicopter blade and make him a sort of a knockoff helicopter instead. Hug the left wall here, you'll get the letter. I also kind of skipped over it, but the general story of this game is that Dr. Wily was kidnapped by presumably Proto Man, so all of these Robot Masters are assumedly working for Proto Man. Also, it is not impossible to do this damageless. It's just very, very difficult, because the easiest way to kind of do this one damageless is to bait him into getting close to you so he doesn't fire off the crystal shot. I don't know if I've ever done this damageless, but it's not impossible. Let's see, so that was Crystal Man, now it's Napalm Man. If I recall correctly, this Robot Master is the entire reason that this game was banned in certain parts. I think it was banned in Vietnam, maybe? For very, very understandably obvious reasons. Those drills will one-shot you if they hit you, but thankfully they died a one-charge buster shot. Okay, yeah, thank you. I wasn't entirely certain on that. I know it was banned somewhere, I just couldn't remember if it was Vietnam or someplace else. Oh gosh, there we go. That helicopter is quite troublesome if you don't deal with him. That one worse so. What you got for me, Eddie? Thank you. Yeah, a big problem that I have with this game is all of the actual Robot Master themes almost kind of blend together for me for the most part. I get this one and Stone Man kind of mixed up a lot, and like I think if you were to just show me these themes without actually giving me an idea of what Robot Master they were supposed to be for, I don't think I could tell you this is Napalm Man's theme. Oh, we're racking up those 1-ups now. They're starting to drop. You should have seen it earlier, by the way. I was getting, like, those kind of drops, and I think it was Mega Man 3? Yeah, Mega Man 3, I ended with, like, 10. Also, I completely forgot about the stupid pit monster things. I guess like my one conflict is I don't know if I like saying it's a lack of effort or motivation or anything like that, because I'm sure they worked really hard on the themes, and like some of them in this game are really good. I do just feel like the composition of 4 was a lot better, and, you know, like, I think at this point in the series, they were kind of hitting that sort of midway point of, you know, should we keep making these games like this, or should we try to do something different? And, you know, this was kind of them starting to exhaust the formula, I feel like. Let's see, so next up is Stone Man. I'm trying to remember if I've missed any of the letters yet. I think I'm caught up so far. Not quite Batoms, but they look like them. They act like them, too. There's the letter for this one. Pretty cleverly hidden if you don't know where to look for it at. I say this very often whenever I stream any sort of Mega Man, and I will say it once again. I'm very heavily biased towards 6, while fully acknowledging that it's also not one of the best of the series. I'm very heavily biased for it because of childhood reasons. I'll save those for whenever we get there, but... you know, I'll say... I'm trying to say something without saying it, and I'm just gonna just save it. We'll be at 6 very soon. Out of all of the games tonight that I'm worried about difficulty-wise, 5 is not one of them. There are some difficult parts in this game, don't get me wrong, but we're not gonna struggle here that badly. Also, that room exists. I think there's like an E-tank or something like that in there, maybe a W-tank. So I think that the reason that you can shoot the charge shot through those shield guys is because the bullet is so damned big that by the time it actually exists on screen, it is well past where the arm is for the Mega Buster. I'll check my life counter here shortly. Oh, I thought we could do an Elec Man jump for that, but I think you need to have the coil to get up there. I'm maxed out on lives already, and we're only mostly through the game. Okay, I am caught up on the letters as well. Ah, shit. You know what? I'll use Gravity Hold. I kind of want to do a little bit of a weapons showcase here, just because I'm going to blow through this game really, really quickly. We've already seen the Star Crash, as I've mentioned, almost a good shield weapon. It can fire, but it only takes one hit. The gyro attack is sort of like Magnet Missile, except you manually determine whether it goes up or down. It's actually a really powerful weapon in this game. The Crystal Eye is the Gemini laser of the game. It doesn't do a lot of damage, and you can't fire another shot until all of the projectiles are off screen, which makes it very annoying to use. One of the items we got is the Super Arrow here, which is actually really useful because I can just hop on it and ride it across the screen. Thanks, Eddie, I needed another life. Yeah, I think we're pretty much saying the same thing there. Like, the charge shot is just so big that it's ignoring the shield's hitbox because the whole projectile is existent. And since the whole the whole projectile is kind of encompassing the enemy, it hits the enemy before the shield actually kind of eats the shot. Something sort of similar to that is kind of what I believe is going on. I didn't talk about the napalm bomb, but here's all I need to say about the napalm bomb. It moves very slowly. It honestly doesn't do a whole lot of damage. There's like 1 or 2 places in the game it's actually useful. The napalm bomb has one thing going for it though, and that's that it isn't the Power Stone. So we talked about the Spark Shock earlier, and how I think that it is probably the worst weapon in any Mega Man game ever. Mega Man 5 is host to at least 2 more of the worst weapons. Also, Stone Man happened, I forgot. Also, I love that these missile dropper guys show up in Charge Man's stage, but I don't think that they showed up at all in Napalm Man's stage, where they kind of would make more sense, I feel like. Thanks, I needed another life. I was trying to show off a little bit more of the... There we go. It's hard to hear because the train, like the big train sounds cancel out the smaller train's toot. Oh man, I missed the message retracted. You could have said anything. Alright, let's see if I can do this really cool jump coming up here. If I get this, it's gonna look really cool. Come on, one more try. There we go. First try every time. Man, these Mets are not doing a good show right now. I guess they should have trained harder. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I actually don't like my health on this, so I'm just gonna go into this one buster only. Chargeman does one of 3 things. He either runs at you, he drops coals at you, or he charges really quickly towards you. And he can drop those in bullshit locations, too. Damn it, I almost got him buster only. That would have been cool. Alright. Here's the Power Stone. I'm going to spam the attack button. So there is a way around this glaring weakness. So if you pause and unpause the game, it gets rid of all the projectiles of Power Stone. which makes you able to fire it faster. Because this weapon sucks. If it looks difficult to aim those, especially on enemies that are anywhere near far away from you, you'd be absolutely correct because it is a nightmare to aim. In fact, I'm going to do something on Waveman's stage. I'm going to make an effort to use the Power Stone on like the first few sections of that. If I had to rate the Charge Kick and the Power Stone, like, you know, if I pitted them into a competition against each other, I would take the Charge Kick any day, though. Alright, I'm not going to use the pause trick, and I'm just going to try to use the Power Stone as intended. Which, of course, I choose a part of the level where there's no enemies. Because I'm just that good. Oh man, I missed out on that 1-up. You know, I guess I kind of forgot how barren Waveman's level is of enemies until the second half. If I do play Mega Man 9 tonight, keep a note of this section right here, because this might look familiar if I play that game later. Oh, shoot. Well, we get a second look at it. We have this big bubble. You have two small bubbles to get over here. And I'm just going to honestly use the super arrow at this point because I'm going to be using it later anyways. Alright. Ah, shoot, I think I messed it up. Yeah, I definitely did. I needed to try to get high up on the screen, and I could have avoided being in the little jet ski for this, but I've never done that trick before, I don't believe. I wanted to give it a try while I was here. Kind of similar to the Mega Man 1 little tunnel of water. Same strategy applies here. You just want to keep a constant supply of pressure. Don't quite mash as fast as you can, but just keep a steady stream of bullets and you'll be fine. Now I need to look out for a section coming up here where there's going to be two dolphins that jump. Whenever those two dolphins jump together, that's my sign that I need to be ready to jump. Because they tell me where the E is. Yeah, I guess it was kind of silly of me to use the Power Stone on this stage. The stage where the only enemies... This is like the only enemy that isn't in that shooty section. Alright, so the big drawback to the Charge Kick is you can only use it while you're on the ground, and you can only activate it by doing the slide command. So you can't do a manual slide without using the Charge Kick, and you can't just hit the fire button. So it's kind of a not great weapon, but it's not horrible. It's a weapon that, honestly, it just would have been better if they had just thought a little bit more about it, given you some invulnerability frames during the whole kick, and made it to where you could just press the fire key to use it. Maybe make it mid-air usable as well, because it doesn't give you that big of a boost that Super Arrow, Rush Jet, and like 50 other movement things that you can do are going to give you instead. They could have given you an air dash, basically. Alright, here's another one of the themes that people constantly hail as one of the better themes. And honestly, admittedly, it is the best theme of Mega Man 5, I feel like. In my opinion, anyways. Oh, and in case you're curious, in the Water Wave versus Charge Kick versus Power Stone gauntlet, Water Wave is second only to the Power Stone because I am pressing the fire button while jumping in the air right now. You can only fire the Water Wave while you are on the ground. It doesn't do a lot of damage, it's really hard to use it well. It's second only to Power Stone in the sense that it at least has some amount of use for enemies, and you can sort of predict the trajectory of it. Mostly because it's going to be going across the ground. You have to know the trajectory of it. Also, I don't know if I got a chance to properly show it off yet, but here's Rush Coil. It sucks in this game. He's a pogo stick. What the fuck? We'll see Rush Jet a little bit later, probably. Rush Jet gets kind of overshadowed in this game because of the existence of Super Arrow, though. We'll use Rush Jet here just to show it. It's the same as Mega Man 4. I can control the speed of it by pressing left or right as I'm going along. And they fixed, quote-unquote, the problem in Mega Man 3, where it now just constantly drains ammunition whether you're on it or not. Yeah, like, I do feel like Plug Ball in particular is them taking the Water Wave and making it at least, like, usable to some degree, because Plug Ball moves quickly. It goes across various different surfaces. Like, Plug Ball is definitely far superior to Water Wave in a lot of ways. I kind of messed this up, but let's see if I can just do this instead. There we go. Not quite how I usually skip that, but we'll take it. Time for these weird enemies that literally show up and orbit you, and that's about all they do. Speaking of Water Wave, though, so every time this guy takes damage, he will fire at us, and the more damage he takes, the faster he's going to go. I hate the Water Wave, it's so bad. Because it would be nice to just, like, fire it in the air as you're jumping so that it'll drop down and then you can kind of catch him as he's right on top of you, but you just don't get that luxury. You want to be very careful and go down here because otherwise you will land on those spikes. The best thing that you can do in conveyor stages like this is if you're not sure which direction they're going to go, try to get centered up on them and jump. And you'll have a split second where you'll be able to kind of feel which direction they're going. I love the power glove. It's so bad. I was actually talking about the wizard earlier. If you ever hear anybody make the reference to the power glove and they say that it's so bad, that's the movie that comes from. What was his name? Luke, I think? Lucas? One of the first cool kids I ever knew was Lucas from The Wizard. Because he had the power glove and I didn't. It's a bit harder with the E-Tank because you don't get that confirmation, but if you're sliding and you get a life pickup like that, it's very easy to time it so that whenever you start refilling your health, you just hold the other direction. I think the problem with Mega Man 5's weapon selection is that it's kind of mixed between decent weapons and terrible weapons. I actually did pick up a power glove from a flea market once, and the problem that I had with it is I don't know if this is how the power glove just was, or if I got ripped off, but it needed a, like, what seemed like a Atari 2600 cable to connect to it. Oh, this is bad. I might have to use one of my 4 E-Tanks to get around to this. And force a tiger to jump off a cliff. I can't remember, is this the one I need gyro attack for? Nope. Oh god, which one was this? Is this Crystal Eye? I think it's Crystal Eye. Scariest boss ever. He tries to walk you to death. I think my candidate for this game's best weapon is probably gyro attack. It hits like a truck, and the fact that you can partially manually aim it up and down really makes it a useful tool in this game. I know I haven't used it a whole lot, but if I had to pick a favorite weapon from this game, it's probably gyro attack. As much shit as I give the Star Crash, And I still do genuinely feel like it is not a fully realized shield weapon just yet, but I do feel like it is honestly a good candidate for, like, best weapon as well. If it was just a shield, I probably wouldn't feel that way, but the fact that you can launch it really ramps it up in my book. And again, it's really hard to have, like, you know, a best weapon category for this game because the best weapon in Mega Man 5 is the Charge Buster. Because the Charge Shot does everything that you need it to do, just about. It tanks these enemies, like, to death with a very wide-reaching shot. It can penetrate weak enemies. It's just such a good weapon. And they give it to you right at the beginning of the game. ROM hacks with those sections in them are always scary because it's just hard to tell where they're gonna go with them. Those jumpy boys are kind of annoying. Yeah, once again, I'll be talking about 6's weapon loadout whenever we get to that game, but I do think that 6 has overall just like a wholesale better general weapons loadout. I think that's honestly what the later games in the series do very well, is they start getting to a point to where they may not have the most inventive weapons. Like, we don't really get another metal blade or anything like that, but we start getting weapons that are just like a lot more generally useful. Is this gyro attack? Not entirely. It's not Power Stone, is it? I think I might just Charge Buster this one down. Unless he's the... Hold on, I'm gonna try one more thing. No, I'm not. I'm gonna save that. I actually don't remember this guy's weakness. I need to get him into his... There we go. It's not doing it well. This is bad. I'm not going to use an E-Tank, I'm just going to soak it. I can't for the life of me remember what his weakness actually is. I believe the gyro attack is the one that does it. Either that or is it Super Arrow? I think he might be Super Arrow. Okay, no, that's as useful as the gyro attack, and I'd rather just use the gyro attack on him in that case. It's not Crystal Eye. Okay, I think it's just gonna be gyro. There we go. And just getting him locked in the pattern here. regular weapon weakness, but I remember the boss being as weak to super arrow. Yeah, it was doing as much as gyro attack was, so if I had to choose between using my gyro attacks and using super arrows, I'll use gyro. It's got enough ammo economy that I'm not too worried about it, even with as little ammo as I have with it. Alright, if I end up crushing myself here, you all have permission to laugh at me. That's valid. So this is the introduction of the Dark Man robot. Okay, I think he is the one who's weak to beat. Oh yeah, he is hella weak to beat. I actually made it a point to get the beat pieces in this game because beat is super duper valuable for the later parts of the game. And did he just... Wow. How many of these, like, simultaneous boss kills am I going to get this run? I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. Oh god, yeah, Power Stone versus this. I'll waste the beat power to just kill him normally. Now, unfortunately, I do need to switch to Power Stone because fuck. See, even there, I actually whiffed on that first attack. Jesus. It's like trying to aim a baseball while you're trying to dodge bullets and rain. And bullet rain. I was gonna cry if I had died on him again. I hate the Power Stone, it's so bad. Also, now that we've revealed that Proto Man is actually innocent and that that was a Dark Man robot, we find out that Wily was behind it all along, to like the 0 people here. Actually, there might be a couple of people in the stream this time who didn't realize that. But they actually make sure to go through in this game and really, like, give it more of a story than the previous game, so you don't have to rely on me telling you things from the instruction manual to really know what was going on here. It was Wily all along. I do need to get energy back for beat before I get to the final Wily stage, though. And maybe not do that. It's a mean trick because they make the right side of the platform much more wanna-jump overable. They do that in another game as well. I can't remember which one it is, but like they do that same trick where they're like, "Oh, you want to make sure you jump off the larger side, right?" Wrong. Once again, if you're really wanting to work on your jump control in Mega Man games, this is the section for it. I can't remember if it's this stage. One of these Wily stages has an infamous jump. It's an easy jump to land, but it is terrifying. Kind of handle this stage like a Sonic level. You want to try to take the high path because it's the easier way. That last section is the scariest part of that one, because they do not give you any safety. Oh shoot, I should have taken that energy for beat. I don't think I'm going to get to it in time. Nope. I can get to that one, though. I need to have beat as high as possible if I can. Wait, do I? I might be fine. I'm still going to try to charge up beat, but I may be making a bigger deal out of that than I need to. Doing a little bit of ammo conservation with this guy. He's weak to the crystal eye, but only his head is. One more wave will probably do it. Nope, because I messed up trying to dodge those guys. It's fine. We got him. Yeah, I feel like this game's music tracks are backloaded. Like, I don't think that I can really point out too many of the actual Robot Master stages that are too memorable. But the Wily stages and the Darkman and Proto Man themes are all really good. Here's the infamous jump. That one right there. It's not super pixel perfect, and it's not exactly the most difficult jump to make, but man, it psychs you out really badly. If there is ever one technique that I think that people should need to know that isn't related to shooting in Mega Man, it is definitely your jump controls. Learn how to really finesse the jump height that you're going for, and it'll make a lot of these sections easier, because with water physics especially, it's very easy to kind of finesse through those as long as you understand not to jump higher than you want to jump. Ah, shit, I should have used that for beat. Oh well. Damn it, once again. No, I'm just gonna deal with him the normal way. Or just get knocked down, but we'll get up again. Alright, I'm just gonna super arrow past him. Not fucking with that. Just make it to the door. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna buster this one. Was not going to waste an E-Tank and was not going to waste my limited amount of gyro attacks on him, since that is this thing's weakness. I might have to use... Okay, I've got plenty of E-Tanks, which is good because I'm out of gyro attacks. I don't know if this stage glitched or what, but I feel like that left-hand platform that I'm using a lot, I feel like it's a lot further over than it needs to be. No, you're thinking of Yero, man. That's a different robot master. Alright, it's gonna be interesting fighting Crystal Man, because I usually fight him with weakness, but... Okay, I wasn't sure if I messed that up by, like, screen scrolling or something like that. Charge kick. There we go. Just rampantly slide into him until he dies. So Stone Man will never actually use the Power Stone himself unless you are far away from him, and since he always starts out essentially jumping towards you, he basically never actually drops it. For some odd reason, pumps of water are powerful enough to destroy stars. Alright, Alright, this is gonna be the tough one. Well, there goes my damageless run. But yeah, as long as I'm staying this close to him, he's only going to jump, and he's only going to shoot that one blast at me. So if you can dodge his first volley of attacks and get to this point, this is why, even though I said I haven't done a hitless run of him, that's why I think it's possible. You just have to dodge that first volley, and then the rest of the fight is free. So the particles of Crystal Man's attack here do as much damage as the full ball itself. So the real big strategy for that is to fire out one of those and then let the particles all hit him separate times, but it's just easier to hit him with the large projectile. God, I love the Power Stone. It's so bad. Alright, Gyro Man, are you gonna actually fly up this time? There you go. That's the attack that you were supposed to do to me more often. Alright, now time to regret my decision from earlier. Actually, you know, I'm just gonna do this way. I don't mean to insult Dr. Wily's intelligence, but this is probably not his greatest design for a Wily machine. I won't say that I'm not going to take any damage from it, but it is not a great design. Better luck next time, buddy. Those walker robots are honestly really difficult to deal with, but we're gonna see in the next game that they do make a return in a very embarrassing way. Okay, I believe this is the other one that is like hella weak to Super Arrow, which now we're out of. Okay, that's fine. Whenever I get back to him, I have a solution. Hey, there's the life I lost. We're gonna use our M-Tank now, because I needed a refill beat anyways. Man, what a great first sound to tune into the stream on. The dulcet tones of the M-Tank just filling everything up. So this version of the Wily Machine is honestly pretty tame overall. We're gonna see a version of this later that is going to be a lot worse, though. If I take one more hit, honestly, I'm not even gonna chance it. I've got 6 of these bad boys, and I would rather not die here. The only difficult thing about this one is actually hitting the capsule, which that's what Beat, thankfully, is there for. Once again, I just don't want to have to do this whole entire fight again, so... Yeah, I think I definitely would have died right there just now. And there we go. Alright, while this is playing out, I'm gonna go be right back. Getting up and stretching just a little bit. Alright, I'm back. This one was a little bit of a shorter one. Alright, I'm 5 games down, and it is only 5:30 so far, so I did lose 30 minutes at some point in here. Then again, I don't think that there are too many of these games that I can super competently get done within an hour. I know 6 is going to be a bit shorter, so I'll probably make up a little bit of time there. That being said, I am going to lose a bit of time after 6 because whenever I beat 6, I'm going to take just a little bit of time and make myself some food. There's Beat. Sorry, I'm still doing a little bit of stretching here. We'll get started on 6 in just a moment. Alright, and without any further ado, let's close out Mega Man Legacy Collection 1. So just to really send off how good the music is in this one, I really like this opening theme a lot. So in this one, we're having a robot tournament. But we've arrested Wily. He's done. So Mr. X, the sponsor, took control of the robots, and now he's gonna take over the world. Alright, we're jumping straight into it. Mega Man 6 is the very first Mega Man game that I have ever played, and I am extremely biased about it. I will try really hard to point out things that are kind of bleg about the game, but just listening to the music, they've got the touch back. I think that these are some of their best composed songs in the series. And, like, especially after 5, like, at the very least, I think that the soundtrack here is better than 5, but I personally feel like they did a really great job with just the whole entire composition. I remember at one point whenever I was speedrunning this game, I actually got myself really used to jumping on those platforms without ever hitting the other sides of them. And I keep wanting to try to do it, and I did it to a small degree there, but I've just lost all of my speedrunningness of this game. I do think that I could have hit around a 40 if I really, really put my mind to it. I think my time on this is like 46 or 45. So after Mega Man 5, they realized they made the Buster just way too fucking huge. So in this one, you can kind of see it as it comes out. It's a bit more reasonably sized. It's still a beefy projectile, it's still a good projectile. It doesn't hurt as much. And, you know, it still has that troublesome issue of whenever you get hit, you lose the charge. But it's a lot more, like, balanced now. It's not the strongest weapon in the game. People make fun of Windman's design, but I think he's kind of okay. I think he's fine. He actually has different intensities with his suction ability there. Some of them you actually have to slide to get away from. And you know, you have another attack that you could show off. I guess not. He's supposed to throw little wind blades at me as well, which surprises me that that wasn't the weapon that he gives you. The weapon get screen is one of my favorites as well, because you actually get to see them in action for the first time. Not to any great degree, they don't show you all of the things that the weapon does, but at least getting to see the projectile is cool. Flame Man's one of my favorite themes in the game. This is one of my favorite levels to run. Those little flame guys can set the oil on fire, and if they do that, then it makes it an instant death pit. As they will do here. Thankfully, it's an instant death pit in the sense that it is spikes. Also, one thing that you might notice about, you know, me kind of playing these games is in the early games, I was making a lot of use of sliding more often, and I kind of do that a little bit less in starting out in 5, but really picking up in this game, I stopped using it as much. And I won't do it on this level, but I'll try to show it off in one of the later levels why that's the case. Freeze-a-day? Unfortunately, as cool as Flame Man's stage is, him as a boss is a little bit silly. Well, another thing about the slide in this game is once you start the slide, you can cancel it by pressing the jump button, but then you can't instantly go into the jump whenever you hit the jump button. It has to be two separate inputs on there. So the wind weapon is okay, like it's just not great. The flame blast, though, every time I play this game, it's always kind of a little small thesis for me of this is why the Flame Blast is one of the strongest weapons. Oh, it was pretty good. I didn't ask for anything this year, and I got to see my family be happy about things, so that's all I can say. The Flame Blast is really cheap on ammo, it has a lingering hitbox. Whenever it hurts enemies, it absolutely murders the shit out of them. That mini-boss, for example, takes a lot of hits to destroy, and I just took it down in like 3 shots, I think it takes. Those guys die in 2, and then the second shot kind of lingers through. Oh, come on. I must have fluttered the jump button a little bit too shortly. Oh well. I was telling my family that whenever I was in for Christmas, how I used to complain about getting socks and stuff like that, but now it's like, you know, nice, I don't have to buy towels this year. Just get a steady supply from them. Man, I'm finding every single way to die to those spikes today. I'm just artificially padding out the stream, that way I don't have to play as many other games out of panic. I'm going to be a little bit more careful on this run, since I do think I'm getting close to game over territory. Alright, let's do this the correct way. Thank you. I would have normally just flame blasted him down, but after dying that second time, I wasn't going to have enough ammo for him and Blizzard Man. But yeah, Flame Blast in this game is going to get used quite a bit, even in the Robot Master levels. Blizzard Man being sort of the predecessor to Chill Penguin there. His Blizzard attack, like the individual snowflakes, will home in on your current location, so just try to position yourself in such a way that you have an escape and just, you know, be ready to move away from them. Blizzard Man's not going to move until they're all off screen, basically, so just take your time and you can dodge that. What did they accuse you of doing? The big guys this time around are kind of half and half on scary and not scary. Whoops, that's not the right weapon. Yeah, you know, those normal things that people just do. The one drawback to Flame Blast is I can't use it to open up these little platforms. I hate that. That was the worst. I'm only a little bit upset. I'm actually surprised I didn't game over. Okay, now I'm at game over territory. I actually might be risk at game overing on here. On 6, my favorite game. I'll show off the suits a little bit later, but those are another addition to this series. And honestly, one that will see utilized a lot better later. Plantman's stage used to be the bane of my existence in my childhood for trying to clear this game. It was such a hard level to get through. Alright, Plantman isn't too bad once you get into rotation with him. He's gonna run towards you, and whenever he gets close to you, he'll turn on the plant barrier. And then whenever he turns on the plant barrier, he's going to jump. And whenever he lands, he'll fire it at you. I do have to say, the stage design for Plantman's level is honestly awesome. Like, I love how it kind of feels like you're trying to go through like a perilous jungle and stuff like that, with piranhas and yeah, like they just have all sorts of very thematically appropriate enemies in the stage. Maybe not like the turrets and stuff, but those fish are annoying to deal with. Unfortunately, I can't show off Plant Barrier just yet because I have to use his weakness here on Tomahawk Man. Actually, I'll go ahead and show something off here. So the power adapter, whenever I charge it up, I can bust any of these cracked barrels, and there's going to be things like this throughout the different stages. These are honestly going to get a lot of mileage out of being used because the power adapter is very strong and just murders some of the later wily bosses. And the jet adapter allows me to skip a lot of stuff. But for now, we're going to go back to using Flame Blast. Yeah, absolutely. Stage designs look really, really good in this game. The music feels very thematically appropriate. They have, in my opinion, iconic songs for each of them. Just to show off the jet adapter. I usually just take the bottom path on this, but also in hindsight, I should probably stop skipping the little cutscenes there whenever those play out. So rather than getting Rush Jet, as in, you know, like the hovering dog, Instead, you get this jet adapter. You can't charge up your shots anymore, but you have a limited amount of flight. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to give too many spoilers away, but if you couldn't tell by Mr. X, he looks a little bit like Dr. Wily in a lot of ways. Alright, I'm going to let the power adapter play out here. Because you get this cool cutscene of the armor going on to Mega Man. Don't mind me while I tippy-toe to the very edge of this to hit this. Pray I don't miss the jump. Here's this game's one and only showing of Proto Man, giving us the energy balancer. I'll try to show off the jet adapter's cutscene again a bit later, but it's essentially the same as the power adapter. It's just the thing coming on, and then you get like a cool little blurb showing you that it's Jet Mega Man, essentially. Alright, Tomahawk Man has two primary attacks and two ways of jumping. He'll either jump high or he'll jump towards you. He's either going to throw a tomahawk, or he's going to throw his headdress. And I'm going to run out of ammo. He didn't throw his headdress, but you can either slide under the headdress. Actually, yeah, that's like the only way to really avoid that one, is to slide under it. If you try to jump it, I don't think you have enough space unless you jump it right in front of him. I guess I've got to give Mega Man credit for not believing it was Wily, though, because can you just assume that every single old bearded white guy is Dr. Wily? I think he was just trying to give the benefit of the doubt and not jump to conclusions, but it's painfully obvious. But I think that the other thing about it is that they kind of play it off as, you're assuming that each of the games is supposed to theoretically be the final one, essentially, like, that you finish Wily off once and for all. Can you guess what we're going to use against this mini-boss? Did you guess Flame Blast? Because if you didn't, why not? It's such a strong weapon. Like, this is almost the Metal Blade of this game. I don't, because I actually didn't, like, I think I only ever really saw those whenever I was hanging out at your place. I didn't really go out of my way to take a look at them. Alright, I'm going to play the jet adapter here. Once again, it's very similar to the power adapter one. And you can skip the cutscenes, which is nice. That's such a base thing to do, too. So this is technically an alternate path to get to the boss, and I'm not going to be getting beat in this one. Because he kind of sucks in this game. He acts the exact same as Mega Man 5, but he's just worse. Yamato Man has 2 separate attacks that he'll do. He'll either throw his spear tip at you, or he'll do that triple attack that has disturbingly good homing on it. The Yamato Spear is a useless weapon. It's one of the weakest in the game because it is, again, it's just a Mega Buster. I will try to showcase some of the weapons here now. So Plant Barrier is, once again, like, we're kind of middling on our shield weapons because the good news is it's a shield weapon that can actually block a few shots, but it also dissipates whenever it hits stronger enemies. You can't fire it again, which is unfortunate. Just skip that entire section. The Blizzard attack is another okay weapon. It's a very wide range weapon, it's definitely a shotgun pattern, but there aren't too many places that you really need to use a shotgun pattern in this game, so it kind of falls short because of that. And in this case, it doesn't phase those guys. That part always damages me, and I always get scared that I'm going to die to the spikes there, but just don't panic, and you'll get out before the invulnerability frames get you. I should have picked up that 1-up a lot earlier, kind of come to think of it. Look at these little nerds here. You knock their little graduation caps off and they get angry. I think they're called Poindexters. Just further cementing it in. I wish it was Shotgun Ice. And here's what happens if you switch from one armor to the other. You get another animation of Rush popping up and back down. The Poindexters are definitely the best enemy additions to the game for sure, I agree. I didn't say much about it, but I love Nightman's theme, which we're about to stop hearing, and I do love Nightman as a Robot Master concept. I do wish that they had implemented him a little bit better, though. I think this Robot Master is the reason that I love flails as a weapon so much. Even though it's not super well... Nightman, are you okay? You're supposed to have more of a pattern. What is with the Robot Masters today? They are just tired. I think they're celebrating New Year's a little bit early and just too tired to actually put up a fight. And his weapon in this game is pretty good as well. They don't show it off in the preview here, but you can angle it up and down, and it acts as sort of a light boomerang. So one of the things that they do in the Mega Man series after a certain point is they started holding these contests where I think people could just enter into it and you could submit a Robot Master concept that could appear in the next game. And Mega Man 6 is one of the first ones where there were American participants who actually won. And the American participants that won, I believe, were Windman and Nightman. And as I said earlier, like, people make fun of Windman and, you know, kind of say that his design's silly, but I personally think it's really nice. This is a really cool level gimmick that I don't feel like they did enough with, the weird upside-down water. Oh, thank you, Eddie. I'm not at risk of game overing anymore. I think Centaur Man is one of my personal favorite designs as well, because I just love the idea of there being like a sort of centaur-like Robot Master. I do wish that his fight were better, though. I think they kind of dropped the ball on that. Here's how long these guys take without Fire Blast. The thing that dealt with them in like 3 hits. There's 2, like, basically like the ladder there just goes down to another boss gate. This is the one that you get for the letter, though. Oh, and here's the Night Crusher. I can fire it up, down, or straight ahead. It's pretty easy on ammo, and it destroys enemies pretty hard. The Mega Man Power Fighters game actually gives him a really interesting weapon. It's like an arrow. I think it's like the Centaur arrow. In his boss fight, he either teleports away and reappears, he'll charge across the screen and fire his little, like, kind of spiral pattern darts like he did there, or he'll freeze you in place and then charge into you. There we go. I collected enough letters to remind myself what I should do later. Alright, time to go to the Mr. X stages, which is definitely not the Dr. Wily stages. Speaking of really, really good music, this theme is one that I think about a lot. I know I'm really, really low on lives and that I'm probably going to die trying to, but I'm going to try to go through the secret entrance. That's one whiff. As long as I don't jump too badly, though, I can try this as many times as I need to. And if I can bust the wall open, then that's all I need as well. It's probably not Wily. Okay, there we go. Next time I've got it for sure. Because now I can switch over to Jet. There we go. all the energy pickups here for the weapons I haven't used one single bit. Really fuck up my frame rate here. There we go. And that's why I wanted to come this way, mostly, to get those 4 extra 1-ups. Alright, these guys are weak to 2 weapons. I think the Fire Blast actually does more to them. But they're also weak to the Yamato Spear. I don't know which one is their bigger weakness, but Flame Blast is just better to use overall. It goes in a more reliable pattern. I'm gonna go here and fill up on Flame Blast. Scary jump. Just gotta know how to jump control. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about that boss is that, like you said, they don't have any iframes, so you can just spam them to death really hard. It's honestly a pretty annoying boss fight because they do like a pretty hefty amount of damage if they bump into you, and I think their projectiles are also pretty nasty. Shoutouts to that one skeleton robot for getting the sickest dab on me ever. There we go. That's more how that section was supposed to go instead of me bumping into it. This guy right here is what ruined my Buster Only run. I didn't talk about the Silver Tomahawk, which don't ask why it's copper colored. Tomahawk's a pretty good weapon. The only issue with it is it's really hard to hit enemies with, as you might notice. Because it has that little downward arc first, and if you're not jumping, it's basically going to whiff anything in front of you. I'm pretty sure this goes up to an E-tank, but we're grabbing it anyways. So I'm going to be honest, I don't know what I'm going to do in regards to, like, warming up and preparing food later. Basically after I finish this game. Because I don't really have any sort of, like, be right back screen or anything like that. Whew. That was a close one. That wasn't. I kind of anticipated I was going to get hit by those guys, so I didn't really think to even try to do anything to them. There we go, we'll just get that to make up for it. One thing about this marathon so far is I am dying in ways that I have never died in these games before. I can't tell you the last time that, besides that point, that I've died to any sort of ceiling spikes like that before. I think what I might do is... I think I might... Oh, goodness. I think it's going to get kind of annoying if Mega Man 7 is just looping in the background, even if it's the intro. I'm going to pop one of those E-Tanks. God, I have 7? Absolutely going to use those E-Tanks. Play the Mega Man 2 password music, since that has like a very elevator theme to it. These next two fights, I don't actually know what their true weakness is, but they're so weak to the power adapter that I just use that on them instead. Oh gosh. I'm gonna use another E-Tank. Those are less valuable to me than anything else. There we go. That was only a little bit terrifying. I care more about Fire Blast than I do Tomahawks. Here you go, Night Crusher. Get you some use out of you. Oh, one thing I didn't mention yet is they also fixed the issue that they had with Mega Man 5, where enemies no longer have that weird hit stun invulnerability frames after you hit them now. So if it wasn't already obvious, I'm back to being able to mash down a lot of these pretty quickly. And since they kind of anticipate you're going to be using the charge shot, they still have a lot lower health than you would normally expect. I kind of focused a little bit through that section because I just really didn't want to die there out of all places. Alright, I need to practice a little bit with my boxing gloves here, so I'm gonna go hit the punching bag. It's Mr. X all along. My jump input got eaten. And there we go. And there's a typo there. My schemes for world domination have failed without an E. It's my favorite typo of the game. And like this late into the series too. My schemes for world domination have failed. So I think that the Mr. X theme is really good in terms of sort of setting up a very like nighttime theme. Like it sort of establishes that, you know, you go to Mr. X's lair in the dead of night and try to stop him. Whereas I feel like this theme feels a lot more, you know, we've revealed it's Dr. Wily at this point. We know it's Wily. But this theme feels a lot more like world is in danger-y. I'm gonna go and get that E-Tank. Or I'm just gonna completely whiff it all together. That works too. It was Wily all along? I feel bad for that guy. One of the most ignorable enemies of the game. He's supposed to be the equivalent of like the Sniper Joes in this game too, since the Sniper Joes are relegated to turret duty. This is the first time we use the Yamato Spear. Well, the first time outside of the Robot Master he's weak against. And it's going to be hard to really convey this well, because I am, like, firing this at roughly the same spot every time, like, probably not pixel perfect. But because of how the Yamato Spear acts, it's going slightly up and down from where I fire it from. Meaning it's not exactly hitting where I would anticipate it to every time. In the next stage, I'll stand still and I'll really show that off. First things first, let's get yet another E-Tank, because I don't have quite enough yet. Alright. See, they don't fire in the, like, straight trajectory. They go one way or the other, like up or down slightly. Also, the curler enemies are great because if you punch them, they go flying backwards. And the power adapter is really useful against the shield attackers because you can just punch straight through the shields. I kind of messed up my crab claw for pausing there, but that's fine. We handle the Yoku block sections in the only way we know how, by not handling them. If someone knocked my glasses off, I'd be pretty angry as well, so I kind of resonate with the Poindexters there. Here's our, like, second only ever use of Windstorm in the game. If I hit one of those bubble projectiles, you'll see, yeah, that's what Windstorm does to enemies, which is kind of nice until you realize it also means that if an enemy was going to drop a pickup, they will not drop it because they didn't actually die whenever they got hit by the tornado and carried off screen. They don't die until they leave the screen, essentially. Like, the last shot hits them, and obviously does enough damage to destroy them. But it doesn't count as a kill, and therefore you don't get the ammunition for it or anything like that. I'm not a big fan of those big fans. Alright, boss rush time. Let's see, this was Tomahawk. They really take the wind out of you if you get hit by them as well. Well, this isn't a great boss to be fighting next on low health. Oh wait, never mind, I'm looking at the wrong guy. Never mind, this is fine. That was a bit closer than I would have liked it to be, but I don't need Blizzard Attack again. Do I have any Yamato Spears left? Yeah, I do. Plenty. As much as I love Nightman, his AI is kind of brain dead. There we go, Centaur Man. Doing at least another one of your attacks. Oh, I forgot to use Centaur Flash this entire time. There you go, you actually used your other attack, buddy. He finally used his Windstorm attack, which looks nothing like the Windstorm. Alright, I am gonna have to do a little bit of bustering on this guy because I messed up earlier. It's fine, though. Tomahawk Man is one of the tougher robot masters in this series. He's got a decent amount of aggression to him. And then finally, last but not least, Blizzard Man. Honestly, I feel like Blizzard Man was kind of the predecessor to both Chill Penguin with like the charging across the ground, but also Armored Armadillo for having the invincible kind of ball attack that he does. I kind of wish that you got that little sort of dodge roll thing that he does as an attack instead of Blizzard attack. Maybe in a fan game. Oh no, I missed the weapon pickup. Whatever will I do? I think I can actually reach that with Flame Blast. There we go. Should I have used that for something else? Probably, but I didn't. Because once again, the most powerful weapon in your arsenal against the Dr. Wily robots here are the power adapter. Now, the last time I played 6, I really messed this fight up. I think it was during the damage randomizer. So I'm going to try to avoid that this time. Alright. Now, it's not time for quite the easiest Wily capsule, but I don't feel like Mega Man 6's Wily capsule is much more difficult than Mega Man 5's. And just to be safe here, so I don't have to do this fight again. There we go. Okay, while this is going on, I'm going to go prepare my food, and then I'll be right back after the credits end, and then I'll probably take my little small extended break after that. So, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back temporarily while my food preps. Yeah, I'm really glad that I collected all of the eat letters, so that way I could actually eat something. That was my intention with the Mega Man 6 run here. I don't know if this is going to show if I do this, but I'm going to try to open up my controller program here, and yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know if that showed up on stream or not. I have to plug my controller in to get it charging up a little bit as well. Alright, I'm gonna go check on my food really quickly and I'm gonna bring it back in here. And then I'll probably do some setup stuff for the next, like, the next half of this once I get back, but I am gonna be mic muted for a little bit. Alright, like I said, I'm temporarily back. I am going to be setting up for the next stream stuff, which is going to require me to swap games, and then I'm going to scarf down some of this food once it cools down. I will be here, just mic muted. Also, please don't mind my background right now. I didn't realize I was going to have it so squished out like that. Jesus. I need to fix that. It's not the perfect background, but I just mostly wanted to have something in the background if I needed to do this, because I do have to swap games, so... It'll be fixed in just a moment, and we'll have the game back up and running once I get the next one up. There we go. Okay, I'm just about back and ready. I did scorf down some dinner here, so I should be all fed and good for the rest of the night. I'm going to start up Mega Man 7, and I'm going to let the opening cutscene to that play out, and I'm going to go take my dishes back into the kitchen, and at that point I should be back, and that is a long cutscene that I just can't skip. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with Mega Man 7, and we'll go from there. Also, this game is going to be a little bit wonky for me, because I'm going to be playing while plugged into the USB, and that is going to be weird, since my cable's kind of short for that. But either way, we'll get started. I'm actually going to let the intro cutscene to this play out, and then I'll be right back while that's playing. I forgot Mega Man 7 has a really cool opening cutscene, so I figured this was a good place to do this. Yeah, it's cool that he actually has like a backup plan this time around. I actually don't think I can skip the demo here. I'm trying to anyways, whoops. Okay, so controller does work. Yeah, I think I just can't skip the demo. This does kind of showcase a lot of the weapons off, though. There just must be something really weird with the way that it's programmed or something where, like, in order for them to show the preview like this, they can't skip it. That's my guess. Either that, or I've just lost the ability to hit start. Let me return to title screen. There we go. Don't know what was going on there, but just had to restart the game. I can't skip this cutscene, so enjoy the ride. I wish there was a code to keep using that helmet through the entire game, because I do kind of absolutely love it. I'm still not controlling anything right now. So this game was made around the time of Mega Man X, but, you know, they wanted to have a classic entry in here, so I think that they do a really good job of it, but, like, there are a couple of issues with this game. One of the bigger things is just how long it takes for your charge to begin. It's a little bit longer than you're probably used to from the other games, so that leads to some weird issues. The way that the platforms are a little bit weird as well. I think this intro stage does a lot to really establish what you're dealing with, which I think is really helpful. So this fight, you can either win or lose, depending on how well you do. I'm gonna try to win it. Nope, did not. I whiffed too many of my charge shots. That's base, though. I actually think that there is a couple of different ways now, because you can also damage him to the point to where I think he starts smoking a little bit. Whoops. Pressed the wrong button. There is a bolt shot in here, though. The problem is we don't have any bolts, so we're just not going to worry about that. Well, I think the fact that they actually, like, have the characters talking to each other and, you know, establishing some sort of familiarity with them and stuff like that really helps out a lot. And if you jump and screen transition there, you don't have to do the useless ladder climb. We're back to bullet sponge enemies, unfortunately. Thankfully, there's not too many in the game, but we are back to Mashy Town. We do have our canceling a slide into a jump back. So here's like the first real point where you start to notice one of the issues with this game in regards to the others in the series. Mega Man's hitbox is kind of huge because they wanted him to look big on the screen. And it makes it kind of hard to judge the jump distances and stuff. It shouldn't hurt us too badly here, but if I whiff some jumps, just understand, like, it's hard to judge where I'm going to be landing at because of all the animation frames. Remember earlier whenever I said to remember the Skullman backgrounds? It always makes me think of this stage because of the frozen dinosaur in the background. Alright, and just like Flashman, let's see if I can do this. I do the slide jumps there because that kind of helps me a little bit out with landing those jumps appropriately. And that gets me Rush Search, which is going to help me avoid spending a lot of bolts. Also, if you hear a thunk on the ground, that's because I have to play this in a weird angle while my controller charges a little bit. I knew it wasn't going to make it the entire night. So I figure it's better to charge it now that I was in the middle of having to take an eating break anyways, rather than trying to just ride it out. I don't know if he's going to do it where I'm holding a charge shot, but I'm just going to sit here and wait for a second. And one thing I love about Freeze Man, he completely taunts you into wanting to take the first shot. His pattern is difficult to get a hang on initially, but once you know what you're doing, it turns the fight into just rote memorization. Anytime that you fire while he's running on the ground, he'll jump. So as long as you keep that in mind and just time your shots carefully, you can always predict what he's going to do and how to avoid it. So Mega Man 7 is actually home to a lot of really cool Robot Master interactions overall. Like, that's one of the better ones from Freeze Man. He also has a second one that I'm going to show off later. You know, in a way, I think the Freeze Cracker is almost a better Shotgun Ice, if not better, because you can aim it up and down. And now that we have the dialogue between Dr. Light and Mega Man here, you actually get a better idea of what your weapons can do. Also, you may notice there's only 4 Robot Masters right now. This is another change that they did for the next 2 games that we're going to be playing. And again, I think that those little moments like that really help to kind of characterize Mega Man in a series where we've seen these characters a whole lot by now, but we haven't really seen them interact with each other that much outside of the occasional really small cutscene. So I think that it goes a long way just to kind of show the relationship between these characters. The fact that Mega Man and Dr. Light get along, for example. Is it something really simple and subtle and not entirely necessary? Sure. But I just kind of like it for the sense that you get an idea of how these characters behave around one another. Like, you know, especially like with the base interactions. Like, those are probably some of the best ones from this game. I almost did him hitless. Let's see if I can get this cool trick, though. Nope. If you can time your jump just right there, you can hit it right as the water physics really start to float upwards, and skip that entire section, which is really fun. I messed up the jump timing, unfortunately. Whoops. Be careful about jumping in this water. It will lift you up to the top, but you also dip down a little bit if you jump into it, and it'll carry your momentum. Now, begrudgingly, we do have to do the Yoku block sections here, but thankfully, it's not too bad. It is a little bit scary because it's hard to tell where my foot is going to land, but it's fine. We survived it. Alright, it's very important that we pick up all these letters that we're collecting because they are necessary for... They are necessary for an upgrade that is going to help us immensely through the game. Also, I just realized in Freeze Man's stage, I neglected to pick up an item that I was supposed to. It's fine. It's just the exit thing, so... I don't know if it's worth doing the whole entire stage over again for it. And this is Burst Man. If you bounce off of these walls during the fight, it will bounce you back and forth, and it is very scary because those spikes at the top are just like Bubble Man's. They will one-shot kill you, and his Danger Wrap pulls you up towards them. The Danger Wrap sucks. The world's deadliest Saran Wrap. Alright, I will go back to his stage and grab it, just because otherwise it's going to torment me. It also gives me a chance to farm some bolts. We are gonna skip past that guy, though. Another interesting thing about this game is your invulnerability frames are a lot shorter than the other games. And that's actually, whenever I was practicing this earlier in the week, that was actually something that kind of threw me off, was not being used to the invulnerability frame timer. So you take a lot of unnecessary hits because you're like, okay, well, I know how long it takes in the classic NES series, and it'll probably take that long here as well. Nope. There we go. That's a scary jump right there. If you've ever done that jump, it is a pain in the ass. Alright, this is the screen where I'm going to be getting the next thing that I was missing. And frustratingly, it was right here. The cool thing about this game is pretty much any item in the game is findable somewhere on the map. Like on one of the stages. So because of that, it's honestly really easy to save a lot of bolts. a lot of the things in the store are expensive as hell, especially some of the more powerful upgrades that you want to get. At least this time, the guys who pop up from the pits are nice enough to do it kind of before you get there. Alright, and up here is one of the cool interactions with weapons and the stages. Those guys, whenever you hit them, will change the weather depending on what weapon you hit them with. And what I'm going to try to do is up here, there's going to be another one coming up that I'm going to hit with freeze again and make it snowy. I'll try to point it out whenever it happens up here, but there's going to be some platforms that are coming up that are going to be visible that usually aren't. And it's because we hit those weather guys the way that we did. This part always reminded me exactly of Airman's stage, just because of the cloud platforms and the spinning circles like this. I feel like that was honestly their intention while they made it, was to perfectly capture Airman. So these platforms usually have like a leap of faith kind of thing to them, where you're not supposed to see them. But because we did what we did, we are able to see them. Which allows us to go up here, and instead of having to make leaps of faith up here, I can just see exactly where the platforms are to get to the Rush Adapter U. Also, the weapon selection in this game is very okay as well. The Freeze Cracker is alright, the Danger Wrap is kind of passable. Just skip it if you get the chance. Sadly, I don't know what enemy that is. I don't know some of the names of the weirder enemies in the series on here because they have such wacky names. Also, here's Proto Man. And here's where Proto Man gives us a very, very environmentally friendly and conscious suggestion. Try using the flame weapon in the woods. Thanks, Proto Man. I hate nature. Cloud Riding Dude from 2. I don't think they do. I can't remember for sure, though. They do have the redux of the fan enemies from Airman's stage. The weakness chains in this game are ridiculous, by the way. Cloudman didn't even get a chance to attack me, the poor bastard. It's probably fine. I wonder if my tea is cool enough to drink. That would be a yes. Here's this game's Flame Blast, the Thunderbolt. I can actually use it a couple of times in this level because of the way that this level's laid out. It's a very cost-effective weapon that has a powerful damaging attack whenever you kill an enemy or make contact with an enemy at all. It spreads out up and down, which that's not super useful in and of itself. But still, it's a really awesome weapon. So you can freeze the lava in here, which reveals this secret path. Whenever we do this, we can get this adapter piece right here. Now I am going to soak an intentional death here because I want to go the other path. Oh, shit. You know, I liked dying one time, so the second time was just me wanting to die even harder. I definitely hit the down button way too early. I was trying to freeze the magma and just messed up very badly. Okay, yeah. I think my thumb's starting to get a little bit tired. That's what I wanted to do. So I'll show it off in just a moment, but I wanted to do this first. So if I would have shot that from the other side, it would actually cause the conveyors to work in the other direction as well, I discovered. But this is what Dr. Light was talking about. Whenever you hit certain devices, it'll power them. And that gets us the Rush Jet Adapter. Now technically I could turn on those magnets using the danger wrap as well, but it's not worth it. It's a cool stage interaction, but it doesn't really do much beyond that. So remember those platforms from Mega Man 1? They're back. They suck a lot less now because they actually behave properly as platforms. They go on consistent planned patterns, so you can actually plot a course around them, or just jump into a pit and die. I will say, Mega Man 7, Mega Man 8, these two are ones that I haven't played as often, so I'm going to make a lot more mistakes on these. It's okay, just farming bolts. That's what I'll tell myself. There we go. That's a little bit more how that should have looked. go, just showing that off, that now we have these going the other direction. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize I could change them like that. Was this necessary? Not even remotely. I just think it's neat. Honestly, if they do that, I might try to check out One Piece, because my biggest barrier to entry to that anime is having to watch like 1 billion episodes, and a friend of mine insists that not a single one of them is filler, and I don't know why my friend would lie to me like that, because there's no way you have that many episodes and don't have filler somewhere. Also, here's the super adapter. If you recall the jet adapter from Mega Man 6, this is that combined with the power adapter. It's pretty fucking awesome. I think I accidentally was about to say freaking and fucking at the same time, and said frucking, so I apologize for that. Also, if you notice Junkman's leg, he was the robot from the very beginning that stepped out whenever it was talking about Wily's plan in the opening cutscene. You want to know the really, really weird irony? The junk shield is one of the strongest shield weapons. It looks silly. It doesn't look like it would be the best one, but it destroys things. Dr. Light, what do you think of bass? I don't know, I was always more of a fan of treble myself. I think it's important for the musical composition. Oh, you mean bass the robot. So you don't stay in this stage coming up very long at all, but I really like it because it is a mixture of a lot of different themes. Started out with Snake Man's, and then it has a little bit of Guts Man here. Speaking of which, Snake Man, there's Blizzard Man. One of them's missing. Pharaoh Man, and then Heat Man. Here's a bit of Sparkman's theme. It's such a neat little theme song, and they just didn't have a level in here to really let it have its time, which is unfortunate. There's Skullman and Ringman. there's the clown robot destroyed. I wish the Robot Museum were much more of a level and not just kind of like a showcase like that, because it's a nice sort of homage to the entire series, but then you only get to see literally like 2 seconds of it. Alright, we're gonna go to the Bolt Shop and just pick up a couple of things, maybe just one thing. Also, this is the Bolt Shop in this game. It's a Big Eddie. So we've already got the exit adapter, so we don't need to worry about that. Oh, I thought we could get the energy balancer already, but oh well. So here's the thing, if I press the, what I would normally associate with the cancel button, A or cross on PlayStation, it's going to buy whatever I get. You have to instead hit the circle button instead, which is always weird, like the circle or like the Xbox B button. Yeah, we'll start with Shade Man. Hello and welcome. You're about 7 games into a mega marathon right now. I don't know what the code is for this level, but there is a way to hear the Ghouls and Ghosts theme here instead. So I am going to have to replay at least one of these stages, so I'm trying to do this order to see if I can only make that one replayed stage. This will also get me the Super Arm adapter a little bit faster, which is a very awesome tool. We're still going to take the bottom path, just because I prefer the bottom path over the top path. Also, the Thunder Shock completely destroying everything in the game. I'm just glad that it's hidden behind a code and not actually... You know, it's not actually the music for it. I prefer that much more to what Mega Man X5 did with its boss's stage theme, and just literally made it to where it was... Gosh. I don't think I have the appropriate weapon to deal with this, so... Time to pray. I might want to take the top path after all. That's what we'll do. We'll just take the top path. Because that always kind of bothered me more than this one. I don't think that the Ghouls and Ghosts thing bothers me at all, because it's behind a code that honestly I don't even think that I could get on a whim if I wanted to. Whereas with Duff McWhalen, you have no choice. You have to hear the Bubble Crab theme with him. Oh, I wish I would have known that before I changed trajectories. That's fine. We'll go the bottom path later, because I'm gonna have to go that way anyways. We'll just show off more of the stage. I've played X once or twice in my life. If you stick around long enough, I'll be getting to that one here eventually. I'm planning on playing X and X4 tonight as well. Base got himself hurt, and because we're so dang nice, we're gonna let him go back to Dr. Light's lab to get repaired. I've honestly never tried fighting a boss with the super adapter, so I'm gonna try that this time. Oh, honestly, that kind of fucks. That's the first time I've fought him pretty much legitimately, so that was cool. Yeah, I've seen a couple of different versions of this game, and I remember whenever he said damn in that one. It kind of makes sense though. Base is essentially the Shadow the Hedgehog equivalent of this game. You and that damn Chaos Emerald. So usually I do Shade Man last, because I just kind of do these last Robot Masters in whatever order. But I wanted to get here and get Turbo Man done. So the Noise Crush, you can actually, if you fire and then immediately slide, which it's a little bit of a tight window, but it's not too terribly tight. You can charge it up on yourself without having to bounce it off of a wall. The Noise Crush is a pretty fun weapon overall. And we're going to equip the super adapter here because this part is just really annoying to do if you don't. Case in point. Whoops. Dead. Two fully charged Noise Crushes just absolutely murders that poor guy. Sniper Joe's nerfed into oblivion. Only take 4 shots. I was trying to avoid that. What I love about that guy, which I should have let him do there, is if you hit the edge and you fly over him, he'll actually hit reverse on his truck and back up towards you. Turbo Man's level sucks. We're safe now. That is like the worst part of the level. And I know where a worse part of the level is. Is it that platform? I think so. Oh, does it not? That sucks. There we go. So our super adapter is even more powerful now. And here's our second showing of Proto Man. Yeah, I would agree with that. The level itself is fine, but man, they picked some weird decisions for this stage. Alright, here comes a scary part. Remember Quick Man lasers? Oh god, that was horrifying. Once again, Thundershock, the most powerful weapon. There's a fun way to beat Turbo Man, and I'm going to try to get it. It's going to require something pixel perfect-y, though. Damn it. If you can get a noise crusher in there right as you enter the stage, you can kill him instantly. For this guy, whenever he revs up, you want to wait for him to make that noise, which I honestly have a criticism about that. I don't like that it's an only sound cue thing. So the ironic thing about the Scorch Wheel is it's a secondary shield weapon. And don't worry too much about spoilers, like, maybe be a little bit careful about, like, the story beats and stuff like that, but, you know, don't give anything, like, super duper away, and I think we're fine, but... And that's just mostly because I have, like, little surprises that I'm wanting to show with a lot of this stuff, but... You don't have to worry too much about saying something and me being like, oh my goodness, you ruined it. Was it Wily all along again? use the rush adapter here. I don't really feel like going the other direction. You don't get anything special for doing it. It literally takes you up right there. I gotta be careful about my little bunny hop jumps now. Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I thought that those were gonna be some little hidden mets. That was not the case. So remember what Proto Man told us: murder nature. So this is the burn wheel right here, the scorch wheel rather. The shield part of it doesn't work super well. It only holds on you a limited amount of time. And launching it only forces it to go across the ground. It is not a great weapon. It's not even the weakness of Slash Man. I can't say I've ever played that one, no. I've heard of it, but I haven't played it. We got beat now. Hopefully we'll never see him. He operates a little bit differently in this game. Rather than acting as a weapon, he's now a support for if you fall down a pit, he will rescue you. So obviously, hopefully I never have to see him, but we might not be that lucky. Yeah, honestly, I agree with that. I think that beat is much more useful as a support utility for platforming than an actual weapon. And Slash Man is dead. Wolverine, the boss. I can kind of believe that, honestly. Because he bounces around a lot, he'll throw those slashes at you, he has that little kind of dashy charge attack he does at you. He's a mean boss. Man, I wonder what the gimmick in Springman's level is gonna be. Couldn't be Springs. There we go. Makes up for one of those lives I lost earlier. The Slinkies return. Also, pay attention to the background in this level. There's a lot of cool stuff on the wall, like, nothing that actually gives information away, but I just love how they have, like, all the readouts of Mega Man and his helmet. Some of the other enemies as well. I'm gonna go ahead and get the adapter ready. That bottom path sucks, so I would much rather just take the upper path. Would it be Shadow Man? Because Shadow Man seems like he would be the obvious second choice. So by doing that, we turn this, and we get the Hyperbole. They honestly may have been potentially alluding to that, since this game did technically come out around the same time as X. Honestly, the rush adapter in this game is really powerful. Which robot? Okay, I remember what I'm doing now. I wanted to show this off. So this is not Springman's weakness. But he has a really cool interaction if you hit him with the Thunderbolt. He draws you towards him and he gets supercharged. Alright, enough showing that off. His weakness is the Slash Claw. And if I can time this correctly, I bounce up with him, and I couldn't stop him that time, but I can essentially stop him from ever attacking if I do this correctly. I failed. So Shadow Man has a pattern, and it is actually perceptible. It's just the problem that it is a really hard pattern to actually learn and identify in such a way that you can get used to it. Because he'll do one big hop, and then either another large hop or a small hop, and then he either slides or he throws a shuriken. And he's going to repeat that pattern throughout the entire fight. He'll always do, like, 2 hops, and then he'll either slide at you or throw shurikens, but he does it so quickly that it's impossible to really easily read it. Also, apparently the lab got trashed between, like, the 2 seconds I was here and back. I can't believe that edgy robot that cussed in another version of the game was gonna betray us like this. Alright, and we do need to go back to Shade Man's stage really quickly because there's one more thing I need to pick up from there. He honestly gets a lot done in this game, and, you know, again, I think it kind of helps that they sort of, like, preface the entire game off of him essentially breaking out of prison as his very first act. Like, one of the very first things Wily does is initiates a backup plan, and with that little backup plan, he manages to not only get out of prison, but he also just has like a lot of robots on standby and ready to go. He gets a lot of stuff done for having just escaped. Here's where we're going to take that bottom path again. I think Base is also a great addition because he adds like a layer of sort of character development that Mega Man's really needed in a rival since Proto Man, honestly. Speaking of Proto Man, there we go. Whoops. Hoping he dies soon. There we go. So this is something I actually didn't know about this game until I put in a password that gave me all weapons whenever I was younger. It's not super useful, and I probably won't actually use it throughout the game. But I figure I need to try to kill some time until New Year's anyways, and I'm only at 7 and some change hours into this stream, so may as well get the Proto Shield. And they give you a spot right outside of here to test it on. So basically, as long as I'm standing completely still, the Proto Shield will block any projectile in front of me. Which isn't that useful for my playstyle on account of I am always trying to move. I actually need to try out that thing from earlier, Oh, okay, it does, actually. Didn't realize that. Wish I would have known that earlier. That's fine, like I said, we get to see both paths now. Since this platform's a little bit weird, enemies don't actually drop their items on the platform, which is always fun. Honestly, yeah, it would be nice if the Proto Shield could be like a little bit easier equipped and unequipped, because I would love to just have it just enabled whenever I do everything, but unfortunately it has to be equipped through the item menu. That's my bolt. And we just get the energy balancer there. We've already got the search rush and the rush jet. I wish I had enough to get an S-can. So we've got everything from the item shop at this point, which means we're ready to go to Wily stages. I think this is also one of the darker sounding Wily stage themes as well. Like, they really wanted to sell home that you were... This was supposed to be like the final fight. Spoilers, it's not. But man, if it doesn't give off that air, though... I think I would give them a shot, but I do need to find a way to properly emulate them and stuff. Because right now I just don't have an easy way to play any of the arcade games, and I don't really have an arcade emulator. I know MAME exists, and that's like the big arcade emulator. So I'll probably look into that at some point. Or if I can find some slightly more official way, I wouldn't mind doing it that way either. Because I do like playing the titles on official if I am able to. Well, shit. Okay, well the good news is we end up right here. I'm gonna try one more time. Never mind, I'm full up on E-tanks. There's no point. I might be able to. I would have to figure out... I think that's GameCube, so I might be able to. Because Dolphin works super well. Also, the super adapter destroys base. Round 1 goes to you, but I'll be back. I'm not predicting a successful run back on him, though. This boss kinda sucks. I might use my first E-tank on this one. There we go. So if I don't space these out correctly, then he will grab me and I'm gonna get hit for a lot of damage. Thankfully, he's being really nice about the blocks this time, except for that one. Okay, GameCube would be the easiest one to emulate, assuming that that plays well enough. This thing just makes me feel like I'm out of mechanic. I thought I could get completely around him. I failed. Can't remember which of these is the better one to go. Both of them are fine. Uh-oh. Missed the ladder. This fight was honestly, whenever I was younger, this was the scary fight for me. But if you use the super adapter, it's fine. Honestly, the big thing is you get a little bit of a gravity boost here, just because of how this level works. So if you just stay at the edge whenever he fires his rocket punch, you can avoid it very easily. I remember the X-Play review of that game, I think it was. Because Super Adapter Mega Man's too thick, I had to go the other direction for that. Alright, we're all filled up now. Well, we were all filled up. For these turtles, it's better if you take them out before they do anything. actually don't know if charging up on that helps or not. I should try because I don't want to waste all of my spring ammo. Thank you for giving me a nice pattern. I hate that I used that much spring on him, though. We should get some energy refills before the end. Also, I think I can just do this. Alright, I have enough for an S-tank now, we're fine. I haven't actually watched that rant. I might take a look into it sometime, but I don't think that that rant really killed G4 any more than they were already dead. I remember whenever they briefly came back for all of like 5 seconds. Oh, all of my weapons are refilled. Never mind. Leap of faith. And if I remember this one, I just don't trust it, so I just always super adapter up anyways. G4, whenever it was in its prime, was a lot of great memories, but at the same time, I don't think that it was ever going to work out in the long run. I can't move anywhere whenever I'm under there. A little scary section. Speaking of scary section... Oh, I remember how I deal with this. The same way we deal with all Yoku block sections. By not... In hindsight, it was kind of silly to use my bolts, but I forgot that that was there, honestly. Good that I haven't lost my mashing yet. Okay, it's this boss. So again, the big thing that I'm doing there is I'm firing a noise crush, and since I'm sliding faster than the actual projectile itself moves, you can actually catch up to it while you're in your sliding animation and run into it without needing a wall. I think they reused that boss in Mega Man and Bass. if I were really sadistic and thought that I wanted to pad the time really, really hard, I would put that game into the mix because holy shit, that is a game to run. Alright, so I'm going to do another cool thing with Freeze Man here. So I'm going to put 1 point of health on him. And then I'm going to hit him with the Freeze Cracker. And he'll freeze me in place. And then he refills his health whenever I do that, after striking a big pose. The worst part about Mega Man and Bass is just the fact that it's actually an alright game if you know the weapon weaknesses. If you know the weapon weaknesses and like how to deal with all of the enemies in the game, it's actually not that bad. The problem is that really, really, really big if. And even whenever you know them, it's not like the level designs are any better. Okay, I actually wasn't sure if you could shake that off or not. There we go, Jesus. I don't want to use 2 E-Tanks on him. It's easier just to take the hit, honestly. Yeah, honestly, Burner Man is at least 60% of the problem with that game. For a second there, I thought I would actually have to fight Junkman. That was a close one. I think I forgot to pick up his health pickup. It's okay, we'll make up for Junkman almost having an attack get out by not allowing Cloudman to ever even present his attacks. Goodbye, Turbo Man. Honestly, a really cool Robot Master fight if you do him without the weakness. Also, I just love the transforming robots a lot. There we go. No attacks for you, Spring Man. Not allowed. crazy how much the wild coils just mess up Shade Man. Like, they devastate him. A vampire's biggest weakness, springs. So Burnerman is actually one of the few robot masters that has multiple weaknesses. He's equally weak to the Scorch Will and the Freeze Cracker, I believe. Now, which of these weapons do I want to bring up? Definitely the coils. And we've got one more, so what else can we bring up? I'll bring up Thunderbolt, just in case. Because we are coming up on the final fight of this game. You know, I've never accidentally got him to go to that side of the screen before. Alright, now unfortunately, this is one of the tougher Doc Capsule fights. And you have to do it with one of the most unwieldy weapons possible. That is one of the worst ones to get hit by, too, the fire one, because it just keeps burning you. And of course he uses that one a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and use an E-Tank. You can kind of shake out of it though, that's the good news. Okay, I'll take that trade. No damage for no damage. The lightning orbs just do a lot of damage, but they don't lock you into a hit stun. Freeze one's okay as well for that same reason. I'm gonna use another E-Tank. I am going to use a weapon tank. I forgot that I had those. Of course I get hit by the really hard-hitting one. Alright, and one more will do it. Alright, and we're done with 7. I'm going to stick around for a little bit of the credits of this one because we get to see Mega Man do something that he's almost going to wish he would have done years ago, even. And this is honestly like a really interesting part of the Mega Man lore because like they talk about how robots can't actually hurt humans. And then Mega Man yells out that he's more than a robot. And for a moment, he was actually thinking about it. Unfortunately, he loses his nerve right here. Or rather, fortunately, I suppose. He who hesitates is lost. We shall return. Alright, speaking of we shall return, I will be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle, grab myself a little bit of a snack. Alright, I'm back. Looks like I made it back just in time. Also, if you input that password at the bottom of the screen, I believe if you input that into the password selection, that gives you a versus mode for Mega Man and Bass fighting each other. It's actually a multiplayer mode, oddly. Also, yeah, I agree with that. I think it's something that 7 really did well with its story, is you get to see Mega Man really pushed to the limit of what he is ready and willing to do, and I think it really speaks a lot to him as a character. Because he seemed like he was completely ready to do that, and then you can kind of tell on that walkout that he sort of has second thoughts about it. And he starts to really question if he should fight Dr. Wily or not. Because obviously, if he has the capacity to think at once, what's to stop him from doing it again? Alright, and then on to the next game. Okay, so this game has a lot of charm to it. It's a little bit of a weird entry in the series, and it has its own share of issues, but, you know, in hindsight, I need to reset here really quickly. Because I need to let this just play out. I think it does kind of help explain why Bass didn't just absolutely kill Dr. Light in that moment, though. Like, but it doesn't make sense in another way, because if you think about, like, the first game, how does Bomb Man or Guts Man necessarily stop themselves from throwing a piece of debris that's going to destroy a building with people in it? Well, I was kind of hoping that this would play the intro movie, but I might have accidentally skipped that already. I'm gonna snack a little bit while this plays. These cutscenes are a bit quiet, so I'm just gonna be very quiet while they play through. Alright. And not to just, continue making excuses to not talk for a little bit, although I will say I am kind of hitting the point where I'm wanting to rest my voice just a little bit, but I don't mean any disrespect to anybody who did voice acting in this game. And I think that at the time they were paid, or maybe even not paid, to do this to some degree. But they have made, honestly, a very memorable thing in how they portrayed these characters. So, both to make the stream actually last a bit longer, so that way I don't hit the end of my schedule too quickly, I'm going to be letting the cutscenes play out in full, and I'm going to be quiet through most of them. Which is both an excuse for me to mute my mic and snack, and is also an excuse to rest my voice. With all that said, here we go. Once again, I apologize for how quiet it is. That's just how it be.
Run away, coward. You'll pay for this insult. I'll be back.
Dr. Light, what is the problem?
A strange meteor has fallen to Earth just a while ago. This meteor seems to be emitting a powerful energy signature. Something this powerful must not fall into the hands of evil.
I understand, Dr. Light. I'm on it.
Thank you, Mega Man. If you can, please bring the meteor back.
Okay.
Bass.
Ready.
So the voice acting in this game ranges from, this is actually kind of what I imagine the canonical voice of Mega Man Classic being, to, holy shit, why is Dr. Light sounding like Elmer Fudd? So this Mega Ball that he gives us right here, you wouldn't think it from the way that it looks, But this is honestly one of the more powerful weapons in this game for a few reasons. It's very multifaceted in ways that I don't entirely know if was intended by the developers. Also, there are swimming physics in this game. We can't let that energy source fall into Dr. Wally's hands, Mega Man. So this was originally on the Sega Saturn and the PlayStation 1. This version, I believe, is the PlayStation 1 version. One of the cool things about this game is, if you notice, I am currently not Mega Man colored. That's because I am able to have a weapon equipped, and I can hit a special weapon button to fire off the special weapon, as opposed to having to swap to the weapon and then having to also only be able to use it. There we go. So since they wanted the Mega Ball to be a powerful weapon, they made a lot of mini-bosses, and that boss in particular weak to it. But we'll see some of the other uses of it later.
It's over, Wally.
Now the world is mine. Gotcha.
Now world is mine. You know, it kind of makes sense because I was thinking that, like, at the very beginning of this stage, you see a broken down, like, the dragon from that place. So, honestly, I could see it.
Let's do it.
I'm Banana.
The voices in this game are an absolute treasure. And I will not hear it any other way. So the way that the shop works in this game is there are now a limited amount of items that you can get because there is a limited amount of bolts that you can get. The good news is that most of the weapons and stuff that you get from there suck. I guess it's not good news, but it at least explains why. It at least explains why the limited supply isn't like the worst thing in the world. I can't remember if there's anything up there or not. Nope. So the cool thing about this is they kind of fixed the Mega Man 7 issue a bit, where it's easier to kind of tell where you are now because they've made Mega Man's model a little bit less like stanced out. So it's easier to kind of tell where you are in relation to the ground on this game. Yeah, you won't hear me saying a whole lot of good about this game's music. It's not terrible, but it's also very unmemorable for the most part. Besides one particular theme, which I will try to call out, since it is, like, unobjectively, like, one of the better themes in the game. Which we've technically already heard the theme that I'm talking about, but I'll bring it up whenever we get there again. So those little torch guys, those torch mechs, will light those fuses, which means I have to go quickly through this area. Fortunately, this one I don't have a choice.
I'll punish you! Run! Run!
I believe he calls it the power shot in this game, which is interesting. But it's cool that he calls it out just like all these other Robot Masters call out their abilities. We're back to not showing off the items, unfortunately. So here's probably one of the best themes in the game right here. The stage select theme, which is honestly one of the top stage select themes of Mega Man games almost. Yeah, just like you were saying, like 100%. I don't think it's the best in my opinion, but it is still really damn good.
I'm home. Welcome back. Right on.
Yep, absolutely.
Good luck, Mega Man.
I need to figure out if that is the same voice actress that does Roll's voice in the Legends series, because it sounds pretty similar.
Ready.
Now, one thing this game doesn't tell you is that you need to equip it by doing that. So what this does is, whenever I fire a charge shot now, it turns into a murder ball. In other Mega Man games, whenever something turns into a smaller shrapnel like that, it's usually a much weaker version of it. But in this game, those little shrapnel pieces are devastating. It's actually an interesting thing about this game's weapon kind of quality overall anyways, is besides bosses, all weapons, like, you know, like your sub-weapons, they all do basically the same amount of damage on normal enemies, because they didn't actually program, like... There's a weapon damage value in this game, but that's it.
Jump, jump. Slide, slide. Jump, jump.
So you're not really, whenever you're selecting weapons against normal enemies, you're not really so much selecting... Oh shit, I missed that bolt. I think I'm just going to... Whoopsies. Man, Butterfingers. I missed that jump. Basically, you're not choosing, like, which weapon is going to do more damage. You're literally just choosing which weapon, like, how you want to deal that damage.
Slide, slide. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. Slide, slide. Jump, jump.
There we go.
Jump. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. Slide, slide.
So the first version of this is where everybody memes about the jump jump, but later on is going to show why I actually appreciate that they do it.
Jump, 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 jump. Slide, slide. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, jump, slide, slide. Jump, jump. Ready.
So this game, rather than having the continue points be, you know, just like checkpoints in the middle of the level like they normally are, they actually change the entire scene. It's more of like an Act 1, Act 2 sort of thing now, which is kind of neat because it allows them to change... It basically allows them to change what the levels look like. Well... There we go. It's a little bit tricky to do that maneuver, but basically what I'm doing there is if you hold the jump button and then as you hit the Mega Ball at the peak of your jump, the Mega Ball will fall onto you, and since you're holding the jump button, it essentially will make it so that you bounce off of the Mega Ball, which gives you a double jump essentially. So the Mega Ball, besides being an okay sub-boss killer weapon, is also very, very useful for the fact that you can basically trivialize any platforming segments because you can just get a free double jump off of anything, basically. And even if you whiff it and it lands on the ground, you can still bounce off of the platform while it's on the ground, too. Not platform, the ball. The flash bomb is one of the more powerful weapons in the game because it has a persistent hitbox. So even though it's doing special weapon damage, it's dealing it constantly. I don't actually know what I'm going to do if I end up finishing my whole list before the end of the night, which is looking like I'm going to get there at this point. We're gonna run into a more difficult version of that later. Here's Frostman. I'm gonna let him speak.
Freeze! I'll crush you. I will beat you.
He will crush us, he will beat us.
That hurt.
There goes Frostman. So remember how the wave crashed from earlier? The Mega Man 5 weapon would not fire if I were up in the air? The Ice Wave is basically the fixed version of that weapon.
Ready.
I'm still not a big fan of a weapon that only works on the ground. But if I had to have the choice of a weapon only working on the ground and being functional whenever you, like, fire it in the air, over one that doesn't at all, I'm gonna take the other one any day. Well, shit. It's really hard to get that jump exactly, so I'm gonna wait for that thing to go down. We'll just do it this way. The intended path. Yeah, I really wish that I could do the Sega Saturn version of this song, because this one's okay. Like, it's not a bad theme, but the Saturn version is a lot more Tengu Man, I feel like. You want to see a screen that murdered my practice runs of this game? I'll give you a hint, it's this one. Oh wait, never mind. It's not this one, it's... yeah, it's one later on. This game pulls an Elecman, and there's two separate parts of the stage that use that same layout. And it's the second one. So if the Mega Man 5 charge shot was extremely powerful, the arrow shot in this game completely obliterates the difficulty. Also, check out the cityscape on this one. I really like the backgrounds of this level. Another advantage of the arrow ability is it can go through shields as well. So as if it wasn't stupid enough, it pierces shields.
Ready.
Also, I just now looked at the chat again. I could agree. Like, I don't think that that this version, the PlayStation version of Tengu Man's theme, is bad. It's actually one of the few themes from this game that I do remember, actually. There we go. Otto with his rocket launcher. You can kind of just see the utter devastation that this one charge shot ability brings. These sections right here are supposed to have like a lot more enemies coming out, but I'm destroying all of the hangar base before they even have a chance to exist. I do kind of wish they would have either made that gimmick the entire Tengu Man stage or not done it, because I feel like having it in there and then having these stage segments is kind of annoying, because these aren't really that much of a level. Here's the screen I got stuck on in practice for a long time. Hopefully not this time. Okay, yep. We're safe. That was the part that was catching me really badly because that platform came up at a weird angle every time. I just wasn't able to adjust to it. We're good, though.
I'll take on you. Be ready. Tornado hold. Here you go. Tornado hold. Tornado hold.
Tengu Man is one of the cooler robot masters just in general, I feel like.
Here you go.
Okay, here we go.
No way.
It's not really worth it to try to use his weakness because for some odd reason they gave the ground-only weapon to the robot master who spends all of his time in the air.
Tornado hold. Tornado hold. Feels regretful.
Tornado Hold would be a more useful weapon if the Mega Ball weren't a busted piece of shit.
I'm home. Welcome back.
We're just gonna go ahead and grab the energy balancer.
Right on. Good luck, Mega Man.
It's regretful.
Let's do it. I'm Clown Man.
Also, hopefully after this game is finished, my controller will be charged enough to finish up the rest of the stream. So, a lot of these enemies are from Mega Man 7. There's the Stegosaurus enemies, there's the Guts Man with the claw arm, and then there's Iceman. Alright, I'm going to use one of the rush items here because I want to try to get this. There we go. So rather than getting the useful rush abilities in this game, you instead get really weird ones. In this case, you get the rush bike. Well, that was a really awkward place for that to end. We made it work, though. So those guys in the background are going to be hitting a bell, and if I am standing on an X whenever that happens, it will ding me with damage. There's another key difference between this and the Saturn version. I don't know if I know it off the top of my head enough to speak to it. I know that the PlayStation version has a couple of extra fights in it or something like that because I know whenever they made this game on the PlayStation, they wanted it to have some sort of edge over the Saturn, and I think there are 2 secret boss fights in it, if this is the right game that I'm thinking of. I believe that's the reason that they did it. Was it? Okay. Well, that explains why I've never seen them on this game before, because that was one of the things I was going to add into that, is I've never done the fights on this version. So, take note of this little thing right here, and take notice whenever they show these guys, because that's actually a clever little bit of foreshadowing for how the weapon works that is really awesome. I don't think I can get into this yet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a Swordman exclusive one. This one isn't. That's something that I always found kind of cool about this stage. It's a pretty generic stage overall and nothing too terribly crazy about it, but I do think that that's a really cool way to sort of go ahead and get you thinking about the swinging claw things and then showing you, hey, look, this guy's using a swinging claw, so maybe you can too. Let's see if I can remember the combinations of these. I think it's this one next. Nope. Is it this one? There we go. I think it's this one. Whew. Got it in one. And then we go straight into the Clown Man fight, who also uses a hook-like
Yo,
thing.
Kiki. What are you doing? Ouch! What have you done? Ouch! What are you doing? Ouch! Ouch! What have you done to me? What are you doing? Mommy, ouch! What have you done to me? Thunder Carnival! Ouch! What are you doing?
And dead.
See you in my dreams.
One of the creepiest promises ever. I don't want you to see me in your dreams. Please don't. Just know.
Thunderclaw! Dr. Light, how's it going? Will it be okay?
I'm almost finished. The battery will be charged in 10 minutes.
That's good. By the way, what do you make of these?
These seems to be energy resources. But I've never seen this type on Earth. I don't know where this energy came from, but cannot let it fall into Dr. Wowie's hands.
Listen for the vocal flub here.
You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question. We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wowie.
He still lives.
What the?
Mega Man, you must go after him. We don't know who he is, and it's dangerous to leave him alone.
Yes, sir! Let's go, Rush!
Sorry, I wanted to let that cutscene play out, but so that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Is all of the weapons do have like a damage value that is greater than your Buster Shot, but the catch is that they all do the same amount of damage. So like if I use a flash bomb here, for example, the initial hit on that is technically doing just the way that I kind of refer to it is special weapon damage, which is greater than your normal Buster Shot, but it's also just, you know, it's essentially the same like that. It's just more so how they deal their damage, which some weapons are a lot more useful than others, because in the case of the flash bomb, since it's constantly throwing out its hitbox, that's a little bit more useful, and same thing with like the ice crawler there. All these enemies using our armored armadillo's charge attack, which we'll see this later. I don't know what his actual weakness is, so I just always use the Buster on him. Wily's new castle is named Wily Tower. Very original. I'm going to step away while this cutscene plays. I do apologize in advance because, as much as I like Mega Man's voice actor, they're really kind of annoying in this one. Alright, I'll be right back.
That must be it over there! I can see it!
I'm impressed. I didn't think you'd make it this far, Mega Man. However, I don't have time to deal with you. Say goodnight.
Are you okay?
Who are you?
My name is Duo. I was born with the sole purpose to eliminate the evil energy from this universe.
That thing, it's just like the one I gave to Dr. Light.
Yes, this is what you people call evil energy. Based on my studies so far, the one who obtained the original energy must be a being of complete evil. This type of energy absorbs the evil in a person's mind and then multiplies. Judging by the quick rate of its growth, it'll take over the planet with evil energy in a matter of days. We must stop it. I sense the original energy exists in that tower. But the barrier prohibits me from going there. I'll destroy the rest of the evil energy that has spread throughout the Earth. You search and destroy the energy sources for that barrier.
Let's do it. Time to go, Rush.
So just in case that was too quiet to hear, essentially he can't get through and pierce the barrier to get into Wily's tower castle because of the fact that the evil energy has grown so strong there that he can't pierce through it.
I'm home.
So the first half of this game was us just collecting evil
Welcome
energy
back.
to study it, and the second half of it is this part of the battle where we need to make enough of a dent into it so that we can get into the tower. So that's where the other 4 robot masters come from.
Right on.
And now we basically have everything that we need from the shop, but if I have additional bolts later, I'll probably pick up some more stuff.
Good luck, Mega Man.
So now we start with DC, please don't sue us, because this is Aquaman.
Aquaman. Ready.
So I mentioned at the beginning of this one that Mega Man 8 has swim physics. And they are weird. Basically, if you've ever played Flappy Bird, you know how the water physics in this game operate. Speaking of Flappy Bird, they put you through a section right here where you basically have to do a small amount of Flappy Birding. Like 8 years before that game existed. I don't remember when Flappy Bird came out. So I think this is one of the few mini-bosses that is just actually just weak against a different weapon, and it's the flash bombs. Honestly, this boss reminds me a lot of like a Kirby boss because of the weird little puncher he has. I think that's been like the longest fight in this game so far, though.
Ready.
So the first one took place outdoors, but now we're actually properly inside of the secret base. Yeah, sadly, I don't think I have the proper weapon to get up there. I do, however, have the proper weapon to get up here. Now I've bought the high-speed charge, so my charge shot powers up a lot faster now. I don't think that the swimming in this game is terrible, but it definitely just doesn't fit a Mega Man game. Alright, I don't have Aquaman's weakness. Unless you count the arrow, in which case I absolutely have his weakness.
You can call me handsome guy.
Water balloons are really deceptive ability because you think he's gonna fire it straight at you, and then he just doesn't. Because you always want to jump, and then he just he catches you off by jumping and aiming upwards instead. Whew, 9 hours in.
Water balloon. Let's do it.
I'm Swordsman.
As strange as it is, Swordman is the fire robot in this game. So the whole entire idea of Swordman's level is it's a series of little puzzles that you have to try to solve using all of the weapons that you got from the previous stages. And once again, since they know that you have these 4 weapons before you can take on these robot masters, they can very easily set up these puzzles like this. What's unfortunate is they do that in this stage. And you don't really see this kind of stuff in the later stages. One funny thing is it is possible to miss those buttons and then hit the teleporter to go out, which means you have to run all the way back through the puzzles again. Which thankfully, these puzzles aren't exactly game-breaking kind of things. Unfortunately, I got a little bit ahead of the cart there.
Ready.
They aren't the most difficult things in the world, but obviously if you don't do them correctly, they can still kill you. I didn't realize those were a one-hit kill either, but I guess that kind of makes them sort of force you to do the right path with it, though. Really wanting you to see how these weapons all work and interact with the environment. Which would be great if they actually use these mechanics anywhere else besides here. They just never do. Alright, so green, red, yellow. Green, red, yellow. This boss is also very susceptible to the flash bombs.
Ready.
Another great thing about these checkpoints is they refill your energy for all of your weapons after every checkpoint. Which means I can use all these weapons with a lot of freedom if I really wanted to. Unfortunately, much like Mega Man 5, I've got the best weapon already. I've got the best weapons already, in fact. Well, shit. That's fine. I've been picking up 1-ups as I go, so it's not like I'm starving for them or anything. There we go. I wanted to get up here because it kind of shows off this cool little, like, shiny treasure room up here. Which all that you can take from here is just that one bolt, but it is kind of cool seeing the little treasure room.
I'll do my best. Fire slash. Intermission. Bombing strike. Lance sword. Bombing strike. Lance sword.
And this really powerful sword-fighting robot is put down by a bunch of water balloons. Flame Sword. to Searchman's level.
I'm Searchman, okay?
Ready.
So Searchman is a bit of a hilarious oddity because he was built with 2 heads and has the ability to, you know, have like twice the thought power. But the problem is that the way that he was programmed, he can only actually use 1 head at a time. Don't actually know what was down in there. That just really goes to show just how obnoxiously powerful the charge shot is.
Ready.
Even those giant enemies that are guaranteed to be bullet sponges are just like, nope, die in 1 hit. There we go. The flame sword's really fun to use, but it's not exactly great to use. Since all of the weapons are pretty much the same damage, it basically means you end up doing basically you're doing basically the same amount of damage, and you're putting yourself at risk by being at close range. I think out of all of the stage gimmicks, the Thunder Claw is the one that gets the most use through the entire game. That was a close one.
Hey, boy, come on. Oh, no. Go. Shoot. Fire. Oh, no. Go.
He actually does mix up which of those he goes into. He just isn't for some reason. I just got really lucky on my guessing game there, and I picked the 1 in 3 chance correctly both times. Homing Sniper, also known as the not fully realized homing missile. Or the homing torpedo, rather.
Let's do it.
Astro Man is a weird robot master because he is one that shows up in a couple of different games.
Ready.
Him and Tengu Man both show up in Mega Man and Bass as one of the robot masters. Astro Man's level is a little bit of a weird one. This right here is essentially the entire gimmick of the stage, which is trying to navigate through all these weird rooms and stuff like that. Which you can kind of cheese the hell out of if you know what you're doing. Unfortunately for me, I don't quite remember the order here. Is that it? Let me go up here really quickly and just see if... Okay, I don't care about the bolt that much. I'll take the exit, please. This section's only unfair in the sense that they don't give you a whole lot of time to really perceive what your challenge is here before you have to make some pretty perilous jumps. But it's not the biggest deal. Most of the stuff here is good enough, and you know, it just takes a few tries before you get used to it. And I think we've got one more, yeah, like one more exterior and then one more puzzle room for this stage. Want to be a little bit careful through this part, just because this part is just a smidge scary. There we go. Now this is the tough puzzle, if I recall right. But honestly, maybe I can just hit that one and be good. Let's see. Nope. Didn't hit the right purple. What? Okay, nothing's up there. I do kind of think I need to hit that green switch, though. And in fact, I will. There we go, that's what I needed to do. That gets me to this ladder. allows me to hit that, and now I can get through. And we're free.
I come here, but I don't know what to do.
This fight's actually kind of tough, unless you just do this to him. Just stun locked into oblivion. Can't let that happen. I'm feeling a lot more confident about hitting the 12-hour mark now with the games that I have lined up, now that I'm hitting the games that I'm not completely decimating in an hour. Alright, before we go to Wily, we are going to go to the shop one last time.
I'm home. Welcome back.
Just see if there's any other parts that we want to get. I'm not going to get the Hyper Slider. I feel like that one is always the one that kind of messes me up. I will get the Converter, though. And I think I'm going to get the Spare Charger. Do I have enough for that one as well? Yeah, the Spare Extra. Nope, that one costs 6. Oh well.
Good luck, Mega Man.
Alright, let's go to the Wily stages. These are the parts I didn't get to practice before this, so... Even worse than that, one of the Wily stages is one of the worst. And I think it's going to be this very first one. Yep.
Ready.
So if you remember the jump, jump, slide, slide, it's about to get a lot shittier.
Jump, 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 jump. Slide, slide. Slide, slide, jump, jump. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, jump, slide, jump, jump. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump.
Whew. I kind of hyper-focused that a little bit because that part is very easy to mess up, especially that last jump, because they really sweat you out on the last end of that. I think I'll be fine with my 2 lives here. Alright, Alright, so we have to hit the weird barrel thing. Which is easier said than done. There we go, we got him that time. Oh, this is a little bit perilous. I think it's the question mark one? That's not what I needed, Rush. Okay, give me the Rush smorgasbord, please. The menu on here is kind of awful. Great whenever all of the item pickups get caught on the fucking ceiling. Just gotta get one more good hit on him. There we go. Whew. That's one of the scarier levels for the Wily stages in this game. It's honestly one of the more difficult stages just in general in this game.
Let's do it!
I will say, once I finish this game, I am going to take another little small extended break just to kind of get up and really stretch out. Just to kind of prepare for that last leg. But first things first, let's get there. So this boss's weakness is a very interesting one, and it's a weapon I haven't even thought about touching just yet. It would be nice to pick up one of those like one of those life energy capsules at some point, but there we go. So I'm staying a little bit ahead of the screen here because there is a part coming up where they sort of expect you to do a little bit of a maze before you can progress. And I just don't want to get caught on the back end of the screen for that. I think this is it right here. Yep. They don't give you a lot of breathing room to make that. And if you're not anticipating it, you're probably going to miss the window for it. So this thing is weak to the Astro Crush, which is our screen nuke for the game. Which I believe the only parts of this that I can actually hit are the wings. For any meaningful damage on the boss to take place. I believe that is true. There we go, we got him. And then Beat came to join us at the end just to get in on the action. Alright, those were the two stages I was the most afraid of. So with those out of the way, I think we're good for the final leg here. Because this is going to be boss rush.
Ready.
I actually don't remember too entirely accurately what all the bosses are in this game. Oh, never mind, I know what the boss is in this level. I don't know what his weakness is, but I know who it is. Damn it. Alright, we'll do it the normal way. Unless the game just decides to screw me over with it, that is. I might honestly soak a death at this point because my health is so low. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. That'll recharge my Mega Ball as well.
Ready.
I don't remember this climb. I also don't remember it being that frustrating. There we go. Whoops. He was supposed to throw that platform for me.
Ready.
Well, at least I'm going to get my game over here on the Wily stages and not somewhere before then. I also think this game is very forgiving about its game overs as well. I wish it were more forgiving about its platform placements. first shitty one is done. Alright, I need to not kill the rock throwing guy. Or I can just game over there, that's cool too. So the thing about this game that is going to also translate over to Mega Man X4 is this is the first time that they implement the fact that if you game over, you start back from whatever your last loaded checkpoint is, and in this case, whenever you go through those loading screens, that's a new checkpoint. So I've essentially got infinity amount of tries at this. That is a very annoying segment, though. There we go. Don't miss this jump. There we go. We're good. I like that they even make the text crawls for them different.
Come on, Treble!
Supposed to dodge that ability is waiting for him to go to one side or the other and dodging accordingly. Wake up, Bass. So I believe that serves as this stage's checkpoint. I'll take that. Those jumps are a little bit scary, but it's okay. We're probably going to die here, but that's fine. Oh god, I forgot. There is a Yellow Devil fight in this game, it's just not the Yellow Devil. Well, I basically have to perfect this in order to not die. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't even have my weapon swapped over properly.
Ready.
There we go. I wonder what the charge shot does to him. I don't think it does anything, and I'll have to just buster him down with pellets, but we'll see. Nope, I was wrong. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I remember it. He does hit like a truck, but it's also easy to kind of figure out which way he's going to go with it. Kind of like Base's laser attack, the way to dodge that sort of tidal wave is to basically go the direction that he was going. Curse you, Mega Man. I will defeat you.
Are you worthy of my challenge?
Are you worthy of my challenge?
Tornado hold! Here you go!
I need him to not land on me whenever here you goes.
No way! Tornado hold! Tornado hold! Here you go! No way! Tornado hold! Tornado hold!
Honestly, his fight is a lot easier in the rematch because of the fact that you have so much more space on his platform to move around and deal with it. That little Yamahata-shi or whatever it is a lot scarier whenever you have a platform that's about half that size. I'm just gonna swap to his weapon this way.
What are you doing? Ouch! What have you done to me? What are you doing? Ouch! What have you done to me? Thunder Carnival! What are you doing? Ouch! What have you done to me? Thunder Carnival!
No Thunder Carnival for you.
See you in my dreams.
See you in my dreams. Please no. I said never say that again.
I'll punish you! Rush! Rush! Flash bomb! Flash bomb! Rush! Flash bomb! Flash bomb!
I honestly don't remember what his weakness is.
That's no good!
Let's see. It's not Tornado Hold. Is it Thunderclaw? I think it's Thunderclaw.
Freeze! I'll crush you! I'll make a popsicle of you!
I spent more time trying to figure out what his weakness was than I did actually fighting him, and that's the entire reason he was messing me up so badly. Bossman actually fought me. These refights aren't going as smoothly as I thought they would. Astro Man should be fine, though.
Oh, how did you find me? I feel so embarrassed.
Sniper, there we go. So his little orbs will actually force the homing sniper to miss its target, but since they're on the ground, if you just jump up and keep him stunned like this, they'll never have a chance to lock onto that.
Ready? Yeah, let's go. Oh no! Oh no!
I swear I'm getting super lucky with guessing those. Yeah, there we go. That's what it looks like whenever you guess the wrong one. He puts little fakes inside of the trees.
I'm ready for you.
And even though Aquaman is an easy fight, I'm going to use the Astro Crush on him anyways. Gosh, doing that actually almost cost me the fight because I took more damage from him getting stunned on top of me than anything else. I may lose this last refight.
I won't hold back.
Water balloon.
Bombing strike. Lane sword. Bombing strike. Lane sword. Fire slash. Imprint. Fire slash. Imprint.
Well, I think that counts as 1 HP in a dream.
Nice shot.
Can't cut it much closer than that. Would have been really nice if that was a full health recharge. So I don't remember the weakness order of this. I think it's just the flash bomb. Since I am so low on health for this run, I am just going to test it out, though. I guess it doesn't matter if my energy recharges whenever I die. Yeah, I don't know if that is the weakness or not, but it seems to work fine. If I flounder on it, I might try to see what the weakness chain is for it, just to be sure. one of the things that does kind of stink about this is it makes it really hard to see which of his attacks he's gonna do. Alright, I definitely need to use the rush ability after this. Alright, before he reappears, let me go to items. Go to Rush Smorgasbord. Alright, now if I were Dr. Wily, what would be the shittiest weapon I could possibly be weak to? Is that it? I don't think it's Flame Sword. It's not Astro Crush, is it? Nope. Thunderclaw? I'm gonna lose this one for sure. No, it's not Thunderclaw.
Ready.
Alright, I'm just gonna look it up just to make sure. Oh, it is the Flame Sword and the Flash Bomb, it looks like. Well, that's unfortunate. Let me just go ahead and double check his first form weakness as well while I'm at it. Okay, Water Balloon and Flame Sword for the first one. Flame Sword and Flash Bomb for the second form. So the good news is I can use Water Balloon on the first form and save some energy for that. Well, my life is in a little bit of a better position this time. I hate that the Flame Sword is the weakness, but oh gosh, that sucks. I'm gonna go ahead and use Rush Smorgasbord. Just gonna focus on getting health right now. Keep firing that move. I like that one. Well, unless I get hit by it. Yep, this is going to be a rough fight. I forgot how absolutely brutal the Wily capsule fight is.
Freeze! I'll crush you. I'll make a popsicle of you. That hurt.
Are you worthy of my challenge?
Are you worthy of my challenge? You're not the challenge I'm worried about, buddy.
Regretful.
It's regretful indeed.
Weakling, this isn't a joking matter. What are you doing? Ouch! Ouch! What have you done to me? What are you doing? Ouch! Ouch! What have you done to me? What are you doing? Ouch! Ouch! What have you done to me?
Plowman didn't even try to fight me that time. This is going a lot differently than the last three fights.
Say hello to my cube bombs. Black bomb! Black bomb! Right! Oh yeah! Black bomb! Right! Crazy destroyer!
Yeah, the Thunderclaw is his weakness, but he actually doesn't, he doesn't get in stun lock like the other bosses do. It does look like he can use that to bounce his flash bombs back at him, though, which is pretty cool.
Oh, how did you find me? I feel so embarrassed. Can't happen, 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 yeah.
And if it's any consolation, this is kind of the point where I thought I was going to get kind of hard locked on. I haven't really fought this Wily that much, so I don't really know how to deal with him.
Nothing personal, but I've got orders.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Not yet. Fire slash. Impress. Fire slash.
It was so good we had to do it a second time.
Bombing strike. Lancer. Nice shot.
Hey boy, come on. Whoa. Go. Go.
Shoot! Fire! Oh no! Deadly storm!
I'm not going to use Astro Crush because that honestly just fucked me up.
You can call me handsome guy.
He almost got me with it again. He got me again. He can't keep getting away with it. Alright. This attempt is going to be a little bit bumped because I'm already missing health, and that is not good. Does Rush Mystery do anything at all for me? Nope. Cool. I'll go fuck myself. This is probably going to be a bad attempt. Whoops, I was not switched on to water balloon. Especially whenever I keep taking damage from every single instance of the spinny blades. I'm gonna try to take one more hit before I pop the rush ability. Okay, yep, I'm popping it now. That one so much. Okay, this is kind of the strategy. Do it as far away from him as I possibly can. Okay, and then slide under those. Shouldn't have jumped that. I couldn't slide out of that. Alright, we're getting the strategy down here. Damn it. We were so close on that one. We'll get it this time. Now that I've kind of figured out the way to deal with him. 1, 2, 3, 4 back, and 2 forward. Because hopefully we can get a first phase of this with a lot of health left over. Well, unless he uses that move. I like the bouncy blade because that's a little bit easier for me to deal with. Alright, a lot of health going into this one. Okay. Look for where he teleports to and try to get as far away as possible. Slide under those. You would hit me with the Power Stone-like ability, wouldn't you? Yeah, keep doing that one. Well, don't do it quite there. Learning. Once I get hit one more time, I'm gonna pop Rush. Alright. Rush Smorgasbord, please don't let me down. He's being really nice to me. It's over. Yeah, hit me with all the bullshit you want, Wily. It's done. Whew! That one was a little bit terrifying. Alright, I do have to advance the dialogue on this one. Once we get to the ending cutscene, I'm going to take, again, my extended AFK, which I think is right here. Alright, I'll be right back.
This is not good. He's been affected by the evil energy. He will die soon. If your mind is not completely taken by the evil, you'll be saved. Mega Man, I can see into your mind. You have been working so hard for justice. With your help, this planet will survive.
What happened, Mega Man?
He's going to be okay. He will regain consciousness soon. My job is done. I must go. I'll leave Mega Man up to you. But there's one more thing. I have a favor to ask.
Wake up! Wake up, Mega Man! Roll! Mega Man, you're okay!
Oh, yay!
Am I alive?
Yes, you are. Duo saved you.
Duo.
Duo is gone.
Proto Man.
Mega Man, I have a message to give you from Duo.
From Duo? What is it?
He said, thank you.
Duo? Me too. Thank you, Duo.
Back. And with this, for the night, we are done with the classic series. we get to see a lot of the designs that people came up with for potential Robot Master ideas. Ratman. Now that looks like a cool sword man right there. Alright. So with that, I'm going to do one more game change here, and I'll take a second to set that up. I'm going to take just a slightly long break again, just to kind of really settle in for the last little leg of the trip here, but the last thing on the line is Mega Man X and X4. I think X is going to go pretty quickly, X4 might take a little bit more time. So, we should be back at my really, really awful stretched design. Again, whenever I do this background, I usually have it set up so that you only see like the bars on either side of it. And whenever that happens, it's just easier to kind of show the screen in the middle. And you won't really see the Robot Masters in the background. At some point, I just need to take that design and make one myself where I just Photoshop it over and over. But until that day happens, we're just going to have to deal with what I've got. Give me 1 second to get this game set up correctly, because this one is also set up to not be in full screen. And is also not loading. Let's just kill that and we'll try again. I just won't mess with the resolution until I can get into the options on it.
Mega Man X.
Alright, screen size. There we go. Windowed full screen. We're gonna keep it in letterbox mode. Let me get that plugged up to my source. There we go. Alright, we are in full screen mode on that. We are showing everything I want to see. Awesome. Well, I hope the stream catches up and shows what I'm looking for soon. OBS, you good? Hey D-Bomb, if you're there, can you tell me if the stream is showing what it should be showing, or if it is just... Okay, there it goes. My playback's getting a little bit behind. I don't know if there's going to be an easy way to solve that either. Let me just refresh this page and see what happens. If the stream messes up, I'm sorry. Alright, I think we are caught up now. I don't know if that did anything to everybody else, but hopefully everything's fine. X is such an awesome robot that we had to put him into basically in a stasis to kind of process all of this data to make absolutely sure that he wasn't going to destroy everybody. Speaking of incredibly amazing intros to the game, this is one of them. Such a good, awesome intro. Not only that, but we also get the best opening stage in any game ever. We back to mashin', baby. It's okay if I take a little bit of damage throughout this stage because I do need to be at low health by the end of it. They're also pretty healthy with the life upgrades as well, or the life capsules. This game definitely seems louder than the classic series. Let me know if it's a little bit too loud and I can adjust it. Or at least I can attempt to adjust it. Riding on cars. I'm gonna pause it right now. And I want to see if I can... Okay, I cannot adjust the volume from here. So that's gonna be kind of annoying. Well, hopefully it's just okay. So no amount of damage that I do to him is going to stop him from beating me. I'll put up a valiant effort, but he's gonna win. And now we're introduced to Zero. And his very underappreciated theme here. that's our intro into Mega Man X. Always and forever start with children. Now, unfortunately, as tired as my hands already are, I'm about to murder my right hand this time because we're about to get the Crab Claw upgrade. Not for Mega Man. Actually, rather in this game he's X, but the upgrade he gets is Dash Boots, but in order to use it properly, I need to Crab Claw the controller. And this is like the one upgrade you absolutely cannot skip without doing some really cheaty stuff. Alright, here we go. Time to murder my index finger. Honestly, the Dash Boots are one of the best upgrades that have ever been implemented in any Mega Man game ever. And it's the perfect thing to add to the X series to kind of give it its own flavor. It adds a lot to the gameplay and kind of really puts a distinct difference between the classic series and the X series. Got him. I haven't played X in a while, so I don't know how well or not I'm going to do at this one. And just to add a little bit more time onto this, which I don't think I'm going to need to worry about the timing of this game that much, because X4 is going to push me well over the 12-hour limit. But just to add an extra layer to this one, because I love running it so much, I'm going to do 100% on this. there's a few things I can go ahead and grab while I'm in this stage, which is the life upgrade. Then I need to find a way up there. I tried to be cheap about it. The game punished me for that. I might actually die getting to this. Nope. Okay, we're fine. Not only that, we've got the one-up for it as well. So yeah, in the story for this game, we are now in the year 20XX, very properly into, I think, 21XX as a matter of fact. And an archaeologist known as Dr. Kane discovers the Mega Man X capsule and opens it up. What he finds inside is X, who has been basically trying to process a lot of data and become just able to make the correct decisions. And apparently that was a process that was going to take a large amount of time beyond Dr. Light's abilities to be alive, so he is long gone, supposedly. As far as gameplay changes goes, we have our dash boots here, which... One thing I can note about those is that if I dash and hit an enemy with a pellet, it does double damage, and I'm not sure if that's an intended mechanic or if that's just an accidental thing, but it works pretty well to our advantage for boss fights as well as for just general enemy dispensing. Because X is another Mashy type game. At least until we start getting some of the bigger weapons. The Flame Wave here is actually really powerful. Fire Wave, sorry. Need to get my names right. Alright, so... Chill Penguin was not Flame Mammoth's weakness, but I just like doing him next just because... I like the Fire Wave, and it helps a lot with some of these later fights. Just a case in point. I believe special weapons also get that sort of being in dash animation, doubling the damage of it. This enemy drops out little puddles that freeze you in place, but also allow you to dash while you're inside of them, so you can kind of benefit from that. Almost made it through clean. One of these days I'm going to make it through that clean and I'm going to love it. A little bit of a tight jump there. You're supposed to technically use the boomerangs for that, but we can just jump it. if I do this fight well, he shouldn't land a single hit on us. If I do it not well, he's gonna bot me once. He bopped me. There's a certain timing to hit him where he will be stunned by it and not go into his invulnerability frames again, but you can technically get double shots on him while he's frozen. He just hits like a Mack truck whenever he punches you with his fist. Next up on our list is Armored Armadillo. This is actually one of the one of my more favorites from this game. It's actually kind of unfortunate because his boss fight is kind of just silly, but I love him as a concept. Just take some damage from him, grab that E-tank. Can't really get the stuff up there, but that's good practice for later. Shit. That was me missing a dash jump. I get to try to do this jump again, at least. That's a little bit more how that was supposed to look. Really need to do a full jump on that. If you want to know how powerful the dash attack is, you're not supposed to be able to kill him that quickly. But it does mean that we can kill him fast enough to get that. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to count for later. I am going to go up there just in case anyways, but we're going to get used to seeing this ledge a few times. Now, Armored Armadillo, without his weakness, is a pretty decently challenging fight because he can block your charge shots and block your regular shots as well. But once you hit him once with this, his armor fries off and he becomes pretty soft and squishy. Time to see if my tea is cool enough to drink. Just barely. Whoops, I didn't mean to completely skip his weapon upgrade. He gets the rolling shield. Come to think of it, I think I also did that to Spark Mandrill as well. This is one of those soundtracks that is permanently etched into my mind because it's just so good, and on top of that, it's just It's just such a fond memory. I remember whenever a friend of mine showed me this game for the first time. If I had Storm Tornado, those would die even faster. He gave me a really lucky pattern there. This is the one that I need to be on. I've got a ship to catch. Alright, time to mash my eyeballs off. If you land where these little pillars in the background are, you'll land where there is a safe platform every time. Alright, ready for me to do that again? Just in case this fills up my E-tank. There we go. Now, unfortunately, I can't show off a lot of the cool tricks of Mega Man X and the little boss interactions until I get to the refights, but I'll definitely do some showing of those later. If you ever get caught by that little whirlwind, he will start absorbing HP from you and it will heal him. Which makes doing this fight really troublesome whenever you're doing a dashless run. Fortunately, if you can see it coming, you can get far enough away to where he'll never actually draw you in, though. And that's like the only way that attack's ever going to normally hit you anyways. This game pretty much trains you that using the dash is the optimal solution for a lot of problems in the game. Here comes one of my favorite Mavericks from this game as well. Definitely one of my favorite themes of all time. I hate his redesign in Maverick Hunter X. I like this design a lot better. spikes on the bottom of those platforms, well, it basically counts it as crushing damage and you die instantly. The spikes on the side, though, you can actually wall jump, and I technically took damage there, even though I don't think it actually registers it as damage. Get that upgrade yet because I don't have the appropriate components. I need either the boomerang or a jump that I'm not going to spend the time on. Well, shit. Almost made the same mistake again. I think I was technically supposed to use shotgun ice to make that an easier one. This guy is basically edgy cut man, but I still love the boomerangs that he gives you. Conceptually, they basically do the exact same thing as the cut man's weapon. This boss that's coming up, I don't actually know what his weakness is. I always use either the rolling shield or the ice here. Whoops. Oh, I made it. Just kidding. So he doesn't have a traditional hitbox with hit stun. You can only do one pip of damage to him, or not one pip, but you can only do one instance of damage to him whenever you hit him, and then he has a brief hit stun, so weapons like the Fire Wave are less useful on him. He also just has like 10 trillion HP. For some reason. It only took 3/4 of my entire ammunition supply to take him down. This gets us the body armor, though. Cuts our damage intake in half. good news about fighting that guy is he makes it to where the rocks stop falling in this cavern, which makes this just an easier path through, so it's kind of their way of being like, hey, sorry that boss had like 30,000 HP. Little camouflage mets and they shed worms at you. I was zooming so fast through this level that I stopped just long enough to show them off, because otherwise I don't think we see them again in this game. As much as I would love to take the right armor into the boss, unfortunately, they just kind of force you to use it in this one area, so it doesn't matter too much if we take a lot of damage from this, because we lose it right there. If I had the Charge Buster, I could enter this fight and easily get him stuck in a loop immediately. I might have to work for it a little bit now. I like to call the chameleon dance. Fire one as soon as you get in. He's going to land near you. You want to move a little bit to the right of him. And then just basically get into that cycle of firing left and right with the boomerangs as he lands. He'll jump up to the sides and jump right into them. Alright, one Maverick left, and that's Storm Eagle. Now the question is whenever I get to Mega Man X4, should I play as X or as Zero? I kind of feel like I should play as X just to kind of keep with the fact of the marathon being about X. Not only that, but I feel like the last time that I played Mega Man X4 I did a Zero run already, so... If there's any sort of input on that, just let me know, but otherwise I'm going to just pick X and go through that way. That is a slightly easier playthrough, which I wouldn't mind for the final run to be a little bit easier. Well, I'm dead. That's okay, I picked up a few 1-ups along the way. Speaking of really great themes, this is another one. As much as I love Boomer Kawanger's theme, I think this is the one that I most strongly associate with Mega Man X. That's a little bit more how that was supposed to look. These batteries are liars. You don't actually need to use flame on them, but it is a lot easier if you use the fire wave. The upgrade is only useful in a few key locations, but it allows me to break blocks with my head. Still one of the more useful helmet upgrades, sadly, in the whole series. just slide right beneath those two guys. There's actually a secret way to enter Storm Eagle's fight here. So you're normally supposed to go that way and go through the gate to get up there, but you can go back here and get some power-ups and then jump onto the elevator instead. Sorry, Storm Eagle, as cool as you are, your boss fight is still really, really easy. But we do get to see the ship go from flying up into the air to falling down into the air. The Storm Tornado, on the other hand, is an extremely powerful ability. Unfortunately, the way that I path this game, we don't get to use it until the end game here, but if it's your first time through Mega Man X, the Storm Tornado alone could basically carry you through half the game, probably. But before we go and fight Mr. Big Bad Sigma, we've got a couple of things to take care of. So we've got to come back to Chill Penguin's place here. And then earlier we couldn't get this because we didn't have the fire wave. But if we come up here, we can grab that heart piece. We're still missing one heart piece from Boomer Coanger, and then after that we are missing our last tank from Spartan Mandrill, which this one's really close to the front of the stage, so I'll just go ahead and grab this one. Oh, come on. So if you jump whenever you fire the boomerangs and wait until your arc is going down, they'll actually curve downwards and come back towards you, which is very helpful for getting that particular piece. This was my old speedrun route for that. Oh, and then there's one other upgrade we need to get in Flame Mammoth stage as well. A very important upgrade at that. So yeah, even though it is saying that I'm taking damage there, I'm actually not getting hurt whatsoever whenever I do those wall jumps. Now the one tricky part about this is I can't remember if my energy tanks need to be full in order to get the Hadouken. Guess we'll find out. Giving me all the really poopy RNG with those guys. Alright, if I mess this up, I'm gonna have to restart and try again. No pressure. Lots of pressure, because I think I just messed it up. Yep. And rather than waste those perfectly gathered lives, I'll just restart and try again. See, why couldn't you have done this to me the first time? Give me all of those dead guys. Damn it. Oh, I hate this. This is really rough to do at the end of a very long slog of games, so I am definitely missing these jumps because of that. Good news is I have the exit adapter thing, so it's very easy for me to just restart and try again, so I'm just not gonna scream about it. Plus, it's right here at the beginning of the stage, basically. There we go. We're in there now. Everything that we need, save for maybe having to charge up our E-tanks. And we'll sure as hell find out once we get here. Uh-oh. That was almost dangerous. So that's what that was supposed to look like earlier whenever I flubbed my input really badly. So for once, that death was intentional. And there's gonna be a few more. Yeah, like all of these little, I think they're called picklemen. They have a really high drop rate for large energy capsules, so it makes it really really easy to fill up your sub-tanks off of them. Just a little bit more and I could have gotten that perfect without him digging a single piece of dirt. This should be the last one, I believe. Unless I need to do it now that I have all of my sub-tanks done. He got one layer that time. You got lucky. You punk. There it is. Notice how he's dressed up like Ryu. Kind of gives you a hint if you've never seen this before. And that move right there is the boss destroyer. Everything besides the final boss of the game can be one-shot by that. And that is a little bit of proof that we have 100%ed the game at this point, because the Hadouken requires you to have every heart tank, every weapon, every upgrade, and then to do that. Here's another amazing theme from this game. Sigma Fortress 1 is an absolute bomb. This climb right here absolutely sucks, but you can make life a lot less painful on yourself by doing this. And also not whiffing your jumps really badly like I just did. Ah, shoot. I was going to try to do one of the skips here, but I forgot. If you climb up that ladder by wall kicking off of it, you can skip this cutscene, and then it'll play in this next screen over, but you regain control of your character at the same point that you would here. It's hard to explain without seeing it, but I wanted to try to do it and forgot. Maybe next time. So we don't know this guy's name, but he is vile. Or, if you're playing Rock Band X, his name is Vava. Which, a hilarious little thing about that is he is called Vava because he is supposed to be reminiscent of Boba Fett, given his helmet. trying to actually let these text boxes play through a little bit, because I have a bad tendency of forgetting to stop long enough for people to read them. And Vile is dead. Also, we get to listen to Zero's theme one last time. And then he just wisps away. This climb is absolutely miserable without the Chameleon Sting Charge shot ability. Whoops, okay. I didn't quite mean to charge up this weapon, but oh well. This game is a lot more reminiscent to Mega Man 1 than usual because of the fact that they went back to doing the boss refights in the stages themselves. Although this one does mix it up a little bit. It puts the boss refights across the different stages pretty consistently. There's a few notable exceptions. There we go. I'm trying to make it to this fight with full HP if I can, because... There we go. I want to try to hit the boss spider with this Hadouken. So I got that upgrade, and the way that I do it is the same input from Street Fighter. The problem is it kind of gets a little bit out of whack. There we go. And if we land it, it pretty much trivializes the entire fight for us. I needed to make sure that the pellet wasn't the thing that hit, and it was the Hadouken that did. Now we have our Chill Penguin rematch. I'm sure he's gonna do well against us. So his fight was already easy before, but now we can either stun lock him into oblivion or tell when he's gonna charge at us. Just casually melt him. Leave me alone. If I recall correctly, the best way to do this is just a chameleon sneak up here. Speaking of chameleon, Stormy illegal rematch. The kind of interesting thing is this fight is actually really nerve-wracking if you don't have the dash boots yet. Because with the dash boots, you can pretty much invalidate all of his attacks, but whenever you don't, fighting him near the edge is basically guaranteeing that you're gonna die. This fight could be a little bit awful. This is the Ring de Bangda. Each of those eyes has a different property of how they attack. And the nose also attacks. I want to make sure not to defeat the nose first, because it makes the rest of this fight hell. You know you have a left eye too, right? Or a right eye, rather. Could use one of those instead. That would be nice. Yeah, like that. There we go. The fight in Mega Man X5 that is the equivalent of that fight is an absolute nightmare. But thankfully this version's not the worst in the world. So earlier I mentioned that this game has a lot of similarities to Mega Man 1 in terms of the boss rush, and the one thing that they also kept in is the weird case of the third Wily stage, or in this case the third Sigma stage, housing most of the refights. Once again with Chameleon, Sting Chameleon. I'm going to do the Chameleon dance with him. Almost got out of sync there. See ya. I feel like that has to be the ultimate disrespect, is the fact that after all of that, X doesn't even look at him as he explodes. And that's how that fight should have looked the first time. I wonder which boss I'm going to fight next. It's a mystery. We are going to do some shenanigans to this one, though. So he shoots a lot of missiles, and he shoots piranhas, and does that whirlwind attack. But hit him a few times with the boomerang cutter, which is not his weakness, mind you. And And now all he can do is jump and shoot 2 volleys of missiles. We're not done with the disrespect yet. Because one of the second to last... I think this might actually be the last Maverick that we fight. Give him about 3 hits and his trunk comes off. He can't put down oil puddles and he can't change the direction of the conveyor belts anymore. All he can do is shoot fire and cry. I hope this is going to be enough to finish this guy off. If not, I might put one of my sub-tanks. I'm in trouble. Okay, we're safe. I wasn't scared. I was terrified. Also, we're about 10 minutes away from New Year's here on the eastern coast. Let's see if I can get to the credits before New Year's. Do I need to charge up anything? Don't think so. A very non-level level, but at the same time it kind of sets up the atmosphere really well. I need to see if I can Hadouken the dog. There we go. Nope. Oh well, I tried. Here we go. I didn't realize that this AI manipulation only worked on this side of the screen. That's not the end just yet. Even with all the upgrades I have, this boss could be hell. If my health gets low, I just need to not mess around and just heal up. Thank you. Sub-tank. Alright, there we go. Last Mega Man X run of the year for me. Alright, and this is going to be the last Be Right Back before finishing off with X4, so I'm going to go and do that while these credits roll. Whew. If I knew I was going to cut it this close, I would have just stopped at Mega Man X. But may as well get X4 in there while we're at it. My kitty asked me really nicely to, and I can't say no to her. And you. Also, I don't have a New Year's timer, and I'm probably going to slip my mind on it, but I will try to mention it whenever I realize it, if somebody doesn't yell at me beforehand. Perfect way to make sure that your fingers are limbered up after a long gaming session is to pet a cat. That's a doctor-approved method. I don't know which doctor, but a doctor probably has said that at some point. I'm glad there's nothing else to this ending. Honestly, I love that they do that here at the end because it just really rings home how creepy, like, you get that victory and then he just pops up and tells you, "Nuh-uh. No, you didn't." Alright, gotta finish up strong. Just like with Mega Man 8, this game has some wonderful voice acting, so I'm gonna let some of that play through. I'm also gonna let this intro play out. Also, while I'm thinking about it, something that's been pointed out to me is that in the 3 minutes that's left of today is the one instance that, at least for us Americans who do our dates this way, the date is 123-123 because it's 12/31/23 for all 2 minutes that's left of it. Okay, we're gonna do an X playthrough because I don't know if my brain can handle a 0 playthrough. Also, we're 1 minute away.
It's about the Maverick Hunters, General. They are far too eager to please the humans and continue to hunt down the Reploids. Do you believe they pose a significant threat?
Perhaps.
You already know the truth, General. Their sole mission has been to destroy any Reploids who fail to do as the humans order. It's in your best interest to stop them now, before they turn on you. You possess enough power to destroy them!
You are dismissed.
What?
I will not betray the humans. Remove yourself from my sight. My business with you has concluded.
Very well. But you will
Happy New
change
Year.
your mind soon, I assure you.
We started the new year on Sigma definitely hatching up an evil plan. A very, very evil plan. I think that's the earliest that I've ever actually landed the Happy New Year, because on my Kirby one, I think I was like 30 minutes over or something like that before I realized.
Ready!
So despite the health bar showing up for the boss, we can't actually fight him here.